All right, all right, all right. I think I am live. Hello, Zen friends. Happy Wednesday, hump day. So happy to be here. Hope you guys are having a great week. Here you are halfway through your week, so yay. The weekend is only so far away. So welcome. Excited, as we always are, to see what messages are going to come through tonight from Spirito. And until before we get into all that, though, let us uh, start off by doing our little routine, how we get into spirit, right? Which we will start with taking a big deep breath together to come back to this moment, out of the future, out of the past, coming back to the now. So we will take a big deep breath in, hold it for as long as we feel comfortable, and then slow exhale out. So if you would like to join me in doing that, and then we'll bring in the singing bowl in a moment as well. So let's start with a big deep breath. Here we go. Doesn't that feel good? All right. Then we will bring in the singing bowl here, which I hit 3 times. And as I'm doing that, we just let that love energy just vibrate out into our hearts and all of our emotions, into our minds and all of our stories, all of our beliefs, all of our thinking, down into our physical bodies through all of our cells, our joints, blood, whatever, and then into our energetic system, which is all of our chakras, our energetic meridians that run throughout our bodies, and the outside chakra system, too. I mean, the aura system. Uh, let it fill us all the way up and then flow out to the outside world. Let it do what it wants to do out there to help raise the vibration of the planet as well. Of course, something we can do every moment to help raise our own vibration is gratitude. When we're grateful for whatever is happening right here, right now, in this moment, just helps raise our vibration. It magnetizes us to receive more of what we're grateful for, opens us wide open to hear from the spirit realm too. So we'll do that. After the third gong, I will bring in the feather, the magic feather, and we'll just kind of push out love energy out into the world, allowing it to fill up every position of authority across the world, whether it's a CEO to a president to a dictator to whoever across the world, state governments, federal governments, all across the world, right? Just flooding each of those places of authority with unconditional love energy, which if someone's in lower vibrational energy, they can't stand to be in that high vibration. They either have to raise their vibration to match it, or they have to get away from it because they just can't stand it. It's not our intention, it's just the way it works. So we just flood up unconditional love energy to fill those positions and we see what happens. They'll do whatever they want to do according to their higher self to either leave office or leave the planet, sometimes, is what has happened when we've done things like that, and that's all right. They're ready to go, then they're ready to go, right? It's not our call or our will or our intent. It's only love, 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 right? So that is what we'll do. So let's jump in. If you want to join me in doing that last thing together, the more of us, we magnetize it out through the world. But for now, let's remember gratitude as we begin. Here we go. beautiful, beautiful. Thank you so much for joining me in doing that. Right? Feels so good. I could just rest in that energy for hours. So thank you guys so much. Can always tell when you join in. Feels extra, extra. I was going to say whimsical because we have the whimsical tarot that we're going to be using tonight. A little bit of whimsy. I like this beautiful energy. It's all about the blue aqua today. That'd be the throat chakra, right? So, hello everyone. Hope you're doing well and hanging in there, enjoying this wonderful adventure of humanity. If you're new to my channel or new to these readings, hey, I'm your Buddha Z. We are here to spill the tea from spirit to find out what they want us to know about our lives, what we can learn from each other through each other's readings and experiences. So always a fun time. We've got a great group of Zen friends, huge, huge hearts and great senses of humor to match. And I'm so grateful for both of those. We have a great community, so supportive, so loving, and hysterical. Oh my God. Some of our sessions are just, I just laugh and laugh and laugh when I think about it. So thank you guys so much for doing that. And there's always room for more Zen friends. So welcome. If you want to know how the whole process works, it's all down there in the description area of the stream. And donations do get first priority. If you want to make a donation, you can use the super chat at the bottom or in the description area of the video. We do have Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Square, and Google Pay. Don't have any set dollar amounts currently, but the dollar amount does determine how deep we dive. So a dollar will go ankle deep, and etc. So if you want a deep, deep dive, then right. Otherwise, we'll kind of, dive deep enough. But free readings are more sticking our big toe in there. We'll get you some messages. Um, if you make a donation of $5 or more, you do get a little piece of spiritual cake. Tonight, we're finishing using, I think we'll still be in these for a little bit. It's a big deck. We got the Citadel, which is kind of like archetypal energies in a way. So you get one of those. If you have a donation under $5, we're using this cute little 54 emotional insights deck. So I've got those. Those are really good. They get kind of deep really fast, but they're a fortune cookies. So a very wise fortune cookie. And like I said, I'm going to use the Whimsical Path Tarot tonight, just as far as the cards we'll be using. At the end of each session, I do post a pinned comment listing all the readings completed with timestamps. So if you come back after the stream has ended, you can always find your reading by clicking on that timestamp. Will take you right to your reading. If I don't get to all readings in one session, I will come on in the morning to finish out those. Sometimes I don't get to all the free readings. Sometimes I don't get to any free readings, depending. So we'll be, um, you know, uh, doing that. That's the way that works. I don't know where I was going with that, but I am going to start to kind of limit my time sessions starting next week, just to kind of give everyone a heads up. I'll kind of keep things going as much as we can this week, but I've been doing 7, 8, 9 hour sessions, and I've been sacrificing going to my walks and stuff because of staying so late and waking up. I still need to sleep and then popping on. So I might be limiting my sessions to like 7 hours, which would be like midnight, I think, 5 p.m., 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. It'd be like a 7 hour session. Still pretty good. So I think that's what we'll start to do. But I'll just gonna give everyone up an advance notice. So I'll be mentioning that throughout the sessions this weekend. Just to have to balance, me, we go out of balance. So 7 hours seems reasonable. And then we'll still pop on and finish up those in the morning that I don't finish up the night before. But that's kind of where we're going to start next week. Um, what else? I think that's the skinny on the whole reading process. We had our big celebration drawing on Monday. If you guys hadn't heard, here's the link to that. We had the final winner announcement. We announced all 9 winners of the we had a 60-minute personal recorded reading giveaway, 2 30-minute, 4 15, and then the 30-minute and 15-minute for the donation winner and the free reading winner as well. So, and then also there's a little screenshot in there of all the winners for the month too, because we had 4 other Mondays that we gave away. So what's that? 2, 4, 6, 8, 17 free readings given away. Not too bad. So if you want to find out if you won, be sure to check that out. I will try to mention to individuals as I see their names and do their readings to let you know if you've won. I'll try to keep an eye on my little list and to at least make sure that I've notified you because I do. The video says everything in it, but sometimes I know not everyone sees the video too. So we'll try to do that. Also, we have, of course, a free podcast called The Easier Path. If you haven't checked that out, we have got a great bunch of information out there, quite a variety of projects. We just finished up a podcast series, little mini series within it, talking about growing our gifts and growing our empathic abilities. So a bunch of other stuff, relationship stuff, why people cheat and how we can make that an easier path, why we care about what people think about us and feel about us and how to make that an easier path. So all of these wonderful things out there. So that's all free if you want to check that out. All right, let me move that out of the way here. And I think that was all the blah, blah, blah. So let's get caught up on the chat. And then we will get into the readings because that's why we're here, right? All right. So I think I did end with Lotus of Serendipity. So I got you on the free reading list. You're number 8. So hello, hello. We got Cat Marie in the house. Hey, Cat Marie, good to see you. I see you have a donation. So thank you for that. You'll be number 11 on the donation list. And I got you there. Oh, nice. Sorry, I was just reading what your other comment was. All right, so we got that. We got 11 I like there. And then we've got Bird Girl. Hey, Bird Girl. Happy, happy Hope Day. I like that. Hope Day instead of Hump Day. And do you see your program? Okay, good. So we'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 9. Whoops. Okay, let's try that again. There we go. Free reading list there. So thank you, thank you. We got Beatrice in the house. Hey, Beatrice, good to see you. I see your donation. You'll be number 12 on the donations here. Let me just get that in there. There we go. I'll give that a love and a like there. And both that there. And we got Debbie O, Texas. Hey, my Texan friend. Good to see you. Of course, you're first on the donations this eve. And then also first on the free readings as well. So we got you on there. Boom, boom, boom. So we'll start with you here in just a moment. And Olivier Vagara in the house. Hey, good to see you. Thank you so much for the coffee there. And we'll get you on the free readings. You'll be number 10 on the free readings once we get to there. All right. Yeah, I think we've got everyone else. So for free readings right now, we've got Debbie Obi first and then Bay, Cancer, Kritika Sayani, Steffi, Leslie, Butterfly, then Lotus of Serendipity, Bird Girl, Olivier. Just to give everyone a little heads up where we're at right now. And then for donations, of course, we have Debbie O. And then Lemon Lambs, Lulu. I love your name. Got 2 in a row for you. Number 2, number 3. We got May. It'd be number 4. We have Sudeshna. Whoop, my scrolling went crazy here. There we go. Got Sudeshna, 5, 6, and 7. We got Lauren Smith is number 8. Anna, number 9 and 10. And then Kat Marie, you're number 11. Beatrice, you're number 12. So that is where we are at currently. So we will dive in here. Let me just do a little cheers, mix up my little beet juice. Yeah, it's been a busy day. When I have my beet juice still, I got so busy I wasn't able to drink it. So here we are. But so thank you guys so much. I just love to do a little shout out and cheers in the beginning, just to thank you for all the thumbs up. Give you a thumbs up too, but Thank you for all the thumbs up, for all the donations, all of the chatting, the comments on the videos, watching my podcast series, all the stuff that you guys do, all of that helps spread the Zen love. You're part of the love tsunami. You've helped me grow my channel more and more, and we're able to get these messages out in front of others so they can hear from spirit too. So you are part of the love tsunami, and I'm so grateful. Cheers, cheers. I love you guys. Salud. All right. Hey, is that Chitu Alexandra? Maybe I'm totally mispronouncing that, but hello, good to see you. All right. So let's shuffle it up and get in it. We starting off with a deep dive. So buckle up, everyone. We're gonna dive deep here. Let's see what we're going for our friend Debbie O. So Debbie, your timestamp is 1721. And we will begin with you. Thank you for both of your donations. So we will see what we got going on here. We'll start off with the diving into your future husband. Yeah, buckle up, Buttercup. We'll see what we've got going on. Sorry, I started working out yesterday again, so you're gonna see me going, oh, stretch, pull, pull. um, and then we'll dive into the peanut gallery and hear from them. So first, let's find out about your husband in the future. So we'd mentioned your future husband has darker hair and blue or hazel bluish eyes. And you wanted to know here, does he have a lot of hair or is his hair on top thin or gone? No. Does he look like a monk or does he have a full head of hair or hair? At least let's take a look here. What can we know about the hair there? All right, Ace of Cups. Yeah, so that Ace of Cups is it's full and overflowing. So not that's a happy abundance card. So that would mean that they do have a lot of hair on top. So they're not balding or thinning. They got like a nice head of hair still. So we like that. We like that. I'd imagine, not imagine, but what I'm imagining, what they're showing me, it's almost like, how I've started to have like a little bit of winter frost. It kind of goes like that. Like he's got darker hair, but then it starts turning salty and it turns into a little bit of salt and pepper that's there. I know. So he has that there. I like it. Excuse me. So that's what we have for that. And then does your future husband have does he have facial hair too? So let's take a look here. Does he have facial hair? All right. Got this one here. Yeah, like this, right? You got a little bit of a I like the Leo energy. So they're a handsome person when we get Leo fire energy. So they've got nice hair and they've also got a nice trimmed, goatee. You can see like the lion. They've got a little bit of facial hair like that. And it's probably even like gray. So, but presentable because they are, like in the public, in the justice, because so they don't have like a ZZ top, beard or anything. It's, trimmed down. So, that's what they have with their at least currently, at least when you meet them. And then does he have a nice smile? Let's take a look here. I like it. 4 of Pentacles, you know, I feel like he does because you can kinda see here that there's a smile behind the giant nose and behind the beard and everything there. It's not that big, but it's, they're pretty, like most people, especially in court and in the legal system and everything, when they're dealing with him, he's pretty, calm and, grin, but a smile is saved for personal life, I believe, with this energy. But he does have it's like because it's not so far and few in between, but, when he smiles, it's like, "Oh, wow," because most people are not used to seeing him smile. Like, you would see used to seeing him smile, of course, because he's happy and he's out of work, So, I feel like he's got a good sense of humor and stuff, but he does honor his position in the court and everything. So I feel like he um, tries to maintain a seriousness because it's usually a serious matter. But like with the court personnel and all that kind of stuff, he does goof around and smile and stuff, and um, but still he maintains the honor. So he's I swear he's a judge because that's like honorable so and so, right? Honorable judge, honorable position. That they have that comes in there, right? So I like that. So, definitely feels like a nice smile. I'm there. And then is he a romantico? Just I think he got used to being so serious, you know, in front of, because you don't be laughing while someone's on trial for murder or, and everything's serious to the person that's there, right? I feel like he'll smile and stuff to help you put people at ease, um, and that kind of thing, yeah. But, but people are there for traffic not really, because that's more traffic court. I feel like he was more above traffic court and probably had some murders and different things too, like with that, but not himself, of course. Alright, so is he romantic? We'll take a look here. Is he romantico? We've got the 9 of cups and the star card. Oh, wow, you got 2 dream come true cards that come in here. So they are romantic in all the perfect ways that really resonate with you here as well, so I like that. So there is some good energies there. And does he like to cuddle? Imagine with all that dream come true. Yeah. 7 of Cups is, yeah, a lot of different emotions, so they express a lot. Not like 100% of the time, but, they kinda have to be in the mood to cuddle. Um, but the Knight of Wands, the passion card, right? A movement of passion, definitely after passion time. But bunch. So we like those. All right. And then what's your future husband's? Oh, yeah, that's right. The love language, right? Let me, whoops. Let me get that up here. There we are. I know, right? Yay. So his love language. So what there's the spoken love, touch, time, gifts, and acts of service, right? So let's take a look here and see which out of the 5 here. We'll do 5 cards. With this one for the is it spoken or is it touch, time, gifts, or acts of service? Let's take a look here. So for spoken, I've got the Queen of Pentacles. Yeah, they like to hear it. I feel like that's because they didn't hear it a lot. So when it's said, and that's generally, I feel like the energy that we all have is the thing that we didn't get enough as a child becomes our love language later. So it definitely feels like being told and the spoken language of love. What about touch? You know, It's not that's not their language. that doesn't tell them they're loved or not because the hermit card. Because I feel like the kind of relationship that they had in their first marriage and just kind of how they grew up didn't really have a lot of that touch. So, which, I feel like that's not how they express, like, love, or that's not how they're told that they're loved. That's an expression of love, but that's not their love language. Because we wanna all humans want all 5, right? But, they don't, um, it's not considered their top usually top 1 or 2, right? Is what we have. Time, we have the 10 of Pentacles. That's another big winner there, time. So time and told so far are the big 2. Gifts, 8 of Cups, nah, gifts don't isn't their love language. And acts of service, we have the Ace of Pentacles. That would be like number 3 on the list, it feels like. So, spoken love, um, time, and acts of service. Time is spending time, like, you spend quantity time with me, is what, if you ever have read the 5 languages of love, that's the thing is someone that just, you know, takes their time to spend time with them, um and sometimes it doesn't have to be doing anything, it's just being together and spending time together, is how they, feel. So, that is what you got for those. Boom, 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 we like it. Alright, and then what kind of music does he listen to? Alright, this will be interesting. I love these questions because I haven't, like, asked questions like these before, and I love how spirits coming to the answers. I'm like, "Oh, this is good. I like this." So first of all, I know you wanna know country music, rock music. These are the things you love. And what other kind of music? Is there anything else that we can know of here? Bottom of the deck, they have the 10 of Pentacles. It feels like there's no music that they really hate so much. I feel like they like hearing a variety with the 10 of Pentacles. Country western, yeah, I feel like it's funny, the full card, that's an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new cycle. And I feel like they like the old and they like the new, as well, because there is a difference between the old and the new that come in here too, right? Um, so, I like that, and then rock music. Yeah, when he needs energy, like, when he needs to get going and bum, 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 bum. I feel like the Fool card, that's like the morning, it's like the calmness, like, he likes listening to a lot of the older country music that's slow, that's kinda like a morning quietness kind of energy, but then when he needs to, like, get energy going and, different things, he'll put his earphones on and listen to some rock music to get his energy flowing. Yeah, and then he likes, romantic music too with the Lovers card coming in here. So he likes the let's say the Bray Wyatt, "Hey, baby, what's going on?" No, I'm just kidding, I don't know what if that's that. But he likes love songs too, so, I like that. But he feels like with that 10 of Pentacles, he likes, most music. He may not, like, prefer some of the music, but he doesn't diss it. There's, like some rap songs that he likes even, but not all. It's like there's but I feel like it's mainly country and rock, and then, like, love songs are the big 3, and then he listens to other things too, of course, but not as much. And then what kind of TV shows does he like? Does he like documentaries? Yeah, Elvis love, um, what is I'm seeing her picture in my head. Um, she was a black soul singer. Um, it's not Aretha, it's more I would say it's, like, more in the '90s she was really famous, kind of a lower voice, um, kinda raspy, if anyone but, it's not Aretha. Who was it? What's her name? I'll go through alphabet. A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J. Um, no, it wasn't her. I forget. She was I think she was black. Maybe she wasn't black. But, yeah, I'll have to look up her name because I can see it. It's not Anita. No, it's not Aretha, it's not Anita. Um, oops, I just realized I didn't turn off my emails off my computer. Um, Nina Simone. Oh, that's she was good too. Um, let I forget. It doesn't matter, I mean, we'll get it for you later. I just wanna get caught up on it right now. They're not bringing it to me right away. I can just see her name, and I can't think of, like, a name of her song either, otherwise I'd bring it up because you guys would know it then. But, um, just a real, it's like a not a deep, but low not like it's not like Mariah Carey or someone who sings high notes. She's, like, really soul, but that's the kind of energy, uh, that he likes there too. Right, and then what kinda TV show does he like? And does he like documentaries? Let's take a look here. Yeah, definitely not crime shows. That's funny they're coming through. Definitely not crime shows. Because he's like, "I have enough of that during the day. I don't need to, be influenced or, jump to conclusions or, I'm just like it's like going home from work and watching, videos about work," right? The bottom of the deck, he does have the Hermit, so I feel like, um, I almost get this energy that he doesn't watch a whole lot of TV, that's there. But, yeah, he likes comedy kind of things to watch, which makes sense with the 3 of Cups, joy, laughter, funny sitcoms and more funny movies. I feel like he likes watching, just a funny movie. It's like he doesn't necessarily get into, like, a series as much as he likes just watching a movie, because then it's done, he doesn't have to stay invested in it, and he doesn't have to, like, commit a lot of time to it. It's like, it's done kind of energy. King of Cups, yeah, he does definitely likes the thriller emotional, because this is the mind and heart. He likes, those that are, the mind and the heart, kind of energy. Uh, kind of like I'm feeling like it's thriller kind of it whodunit, but it's not crime, it's more of the mysteries. That's it, mysteries. Yeah, unless it's all over, right? 6 of Pentacles, yeah, he does a little bit of this, a little bit of that, it doesn't feel like he does a ton of TV with everything that's here. He does love documentaries, Queen of Swords, focus on the mind, energy there. Um, as long as it's something that's interests him, of course, because that's the balance of the head with the heart. So I definitely feel like he likes that. So documentaries, he likes learning and, uh, uh, of course, if as long as it's interests to them. Right, and then the last one for your husband here is he a conservative and is he into politics? Is he conservative? Four of Pentacles, kind of in the middle, balanced, and makes sense here 'cause, not into politics because as a judge, you have to remain, you know, well, you're supposed to remain supposed to remain non-political, you know? I don't feel like he's an actual independent, like, he's not registered as an independent, um, but I feel like his beliefs and philosophies are more toward the middle where he doesn't just vote party, by this energy, because it feels like he really is about justice, and so, being in this and I feel like he again, with this judge background energy, it's like he looks for the facts, not just blindly believes someone and just votes for a party, right? He will look at 'em and look at the candidates and go, "Hmm, I don't know this person. I know a lot about them, and they're dishonest. I'm not gonna vote for them. I would vote for someone else," you know? And so he votes for the individual that is honest and true to being just, because that's the thing that they agree, like, the justice for all people and following the Constitution and the law and that not just, opinion and trying to cheat the system and all that. He's a he's got a big heart, so he's for the people. He's definitely for the we the people kind of energy, but not, but from a legal standpoint, kind of energy. So I like his approach because that's how, you know, um, I feel like Jesus would be, right? Jesus wouldn't be, into politics. He would be in for loving people and helping people, and I feel like that's the kinda heart that he has. So I like that. All right. So that's your first group. Let's give you your piece of cake for that. Let me take a sip here, and then we will go into number 2 here. Went for my I started walking yesterday again and walked today. Hot. It wasn't hot though. It was like 80 degree. Well, it was like 78 degrees, but I felt hot. I'm like, I got used to being in the basement, I think. That's why I think I'm thirsty. That's where my mind went. You guys didn't follow me. If you didn't follow me. All right. So we've got the archer biding your time and planning ahead. Like this energy here. The archer kind of looks like Sagittarius, right? The bow and the arrow. Trying to do it backwards. It's cooler in the basement. It's 66 degrees down here. And it's actually only 77 degrees outside today. It's gonna be 90 tomorrow. And here it's a dry heat though, compared to Texas. Oh my god. I'm still cooling down. That's why I tell people I'm still cooling down from living in Texas for 16 years. It says, "Slender fingers trail the fletching of an arrow and knock it on the bowstring. Others training with their bows loose lose early, eager to prove themselves, but the archer knows the value of their own judgment and takes their time." There's that judge energy coming in again. A deep inhale, a held breath, a moment to aim. The arrow whistles through the air and strikes its target across the training ground. The archer always knows exactly what they're shooting for. I love it. Others around you may have targets full of arrows, but you know how long you need to aim true. Your own pace can't be measured against that of others, and your worth is not dictated by anyone but yourself. Don't let doubt make you falter. Take your time. Your arrows will fly true when they're good and ready. And the reversal of these is some arrows go astray. That's just life. Don't be disheartened when your plans go awry. Learn from your mistakes and focus on the next arrow. I like that. Let the broken arrow go, right? Focus on the new arrow. That's you. That's right. I was talking to you, Chuck. Let me get my don't make me get my salt out. All right. So, that is for your first portion there, and I'll catch up on the chat, everyone here. Thank you for your patience. We'll dive deep here in a moment. I mean, after we finish this one, I'll check up on everything. Yeah, use the broken arrow. Okay. Okay. I just wanted to I had put that down there just to remember to tell you that I have you on the free list, which we already know. All right. So up next, we've got the Peanut Gallery messages from Papa O, Mama O, and Chuck in spirit. So let's see what we got here. Thank you again for your dual donation. And we got Papa O. Okay, what else? These. Okay, and then Mama O. Oh, of course, already speaking up. Got that one. Got that one. She does want that one. Okay, and then Chuckaroo and Spirit. Is that it? Nope. Oh, right there too. Okay. All right. So your bottom energy from the Peanut Gallery, the theme tonight is 9 of Cups, which is the dream come true, the emotional dream come true, which starts from your heart, your own heart, your self-love fills up and overflows. So I like that. All right. And then from Papa O, we've got the 7 of Wands. Yeah, I like this. This I feel like he brought you this or your mama did last time because this is about, not worrying about trying to live up to our expectations or the rules or what other people think. This is all about living up to your own thoughts and beliefs, what you want from your heart, right? Not from what you think what we would like or don't like, even though we're responsible for a lot of those expectations and those fears. We know those came from us, you know, through praise and punishment, raising you. But we're better now. That's what he's almost like we were, you know, as humans, we kind of have a sickness called fear. He goes, but we're all better now. So don't worry. We have no judgment. We have no supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be. We all better now. So I like that. He's all be true to yourself. Don't dim your light. Don't ask permission to shine. Don't need feel like you have to defend what you're doing and what you're doing. Live from your heart. That's really what they're, that they have in there. So I like that. We have the 7 of Cups. Again, another 7, 7 and 7. And so this is like, there's a lot out there and you don't have to settle for just one thing. He's like, there's the sky's the limit. You didn't come down here just to fulfill one dream. You came down here to explore and to see what's out there and to, not try to fit in a box or check off all the boxes. He was like, screw the boxes. He goes, be free. And I like that energy. Feel the feels, enjoy them. Don't let feeling fear of anything hold you back. Allow yourself to go forward and go out there. Yeah, 6 of Swords. Leave the old ways of thinking behind. Look at new ways of thinking. That'll take you from choppy waters to calmer waters, and allow movement in your life. And even with this 6 of Swords movement energy, he was like, I'm not attached to anything. So if you ever do wanna move, you ever wanna do sell the house or do whatever, he goes, "I don't care about any of that crap." He's like, "I don't care. Do what you wanna do. I'm just along for the ride. I'm enjoying the rest of the ride of your life, and I have no expectations on any of that. So you get to choose for you. Don't worry about, disappointing, um, me or your mom or anyone, 'cause, it's your life to live and no one else's, right? So I feel like that's a big thing there. Yeah, and again, live your dream. He has the star. Go for the dreams. Don't you're never too old to go for your dreams, he says. So I like that. Just go for your dreams. All right. That's from dad. From mom, she has the Knight of Swords, which yeah, she's all about, you know, looking at things from a higher perspective, kind of like kind of jump in on from what he said with the Six of Swords. This is, the thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that we have. We gave you a lot of um, boundaries. We gave you a lot of walls to try to box you in because we wanted to protect you and all our children. So we try to put you in this box of going, stay in here and you'll be safe. There's monsters outside. It's almost like the scary story, like the big fears, like you said, but they're like, there's no monsters. That's just something we were trying to do to make you do what we wanted you to do. She goes, there's no monsters. So don't be afraid to go outside the boundaries and go where you want to go and do what you want to do. She goes, "Yeah, the 4 of Cups, it's awfully boring there inside those 4 walls. So, don't let them, keep you out there." High priestess time is important, you know, going up into the high priestess temple to communicate with spirit, to look behind the veil, to dive deep down to your emotions. Yeah, 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 yeah. All that's important because it helps you, you know, deal with our conflict between our head and our heart. But she goes, "But it's important to get outside of those 4 walls, those 4 boundaries that we had that, you bound in, and, not that you stayed in the 4 walls all the time anyway," she said, "but you can realize there's not anything to fear from us, no opinion, no punishment, no thinking low or think you should have done something different. We're all about whatever you wanna choose. There's no judgment over here. That's a human thing, not up there." In fact, they've been bringing that in quite a bit, so they must have really, like, yeah, tight ship, right? They must have really put a lot of there for you in order, for them to go, we're sorry, you know, we'll help you tear down those walls." Yeah, no more curfew, yay. That's funny. So, I feel like that's both of them are kinda chiming in with those energies, and kind of this to live your dream, not the dream that they gave you, to do that. So, they did it out of fear because they didn't want you or, the other children to have the life they had. They wanted something better for you. And they thought, had they, um, you know, been, if their parents had been stricter on them, they wouldn't have had the life they did. So they kind of pendulumed. Like, I feel like their parents might have been hands off. That's why they were hands on. That's why this next generation will be hands off because it goes back and forth and back and forth. It's interesting, at least with their kids. And then from Chuck says, Six of Pentacles. Let's see what this is about. We got the Six of Pentacles. We've got the Nine of Swords. And we've got the Eight of Wands coming in here. This energy, all this energy together, because this is the Nine of Swords is like, intense dreams that are coming in. Your father's mom passed away when she was a kid. Yeah. Your father's mom passed away. Okay. Yeah. So, there is this energy, and I feel like he's bringing in, oh, nightmares, right? And the 8 of Wands and the balancing out, and he just wanted you to know that he's been working on helping balance the emotional dreams because you've been doing a lot of release energy, and, sorry. Pulled too bad. Yeah, it started to choke you. That's right, because I tucked my shirt back in here and it started to choke me. He's like, "I needed to loosen it up because the energy was becoming a bit much in your dreams," and he said he's been helping you balance out the energy of the dream so they're not so intense, but there was a big release that you did. He goes, "You won't have any dreams that intense anymore because that was one of the big uns because this the being cheated on and, energy was one of the deepest cuts that you felt, and then one of the biggest fears that you've felt." And he goes, "Nothing will ever hurt that." He always brings in the songs. That song about the first cut is the deepest. He goes, "That's it. That was the hardest wound. Everything from here is easier and easier." But, he's also been helping balance out your emotions in your dreams, as well, because you're processing some intense energy, but because you're all gung ho, let's go. And they're like, "Okay, Nelly, hold on. Whoa, Nelly. Let's slow down a little bit." There's, you don't wanna, burn out your electric sockets, kind of energy. All right. And that's from him then. And then from Spirit, you've got the Knight of Wands. Yeah, you're really on this adventure, stepping into your power, Queen of Pentacles, this Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy. Eight of Swords, which is you letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve you anymore. So I feel like this is I'm saying you're really moving, stepping into your power. You're learning, and this is that time. Time is speeding up for you, and you'll notice this as well, um, because of the mindsets, the thoughts and beliefs that you've been removing and spending that time on your you know self, that this is actually allowing a faster movement. Energy's coming in because you're really focusing. I feel like the next thing that they're saying here, because you're looking for anything that can help you on your path, is just any reminders you can have, to remember what you're focused on with your energy, right? If you're focusing in on um, gratitude and unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace, just any reminders, because that just helps speed things up and it helps transmute and transform things as well. So I feel like that's the big thing that they're wanting you to know. You've been doing the mental work, you've been doing the nurturing emotional work, and they're like, just focus of where your energy is, it helps, and there's no right or wrong. It's just a reminder, it's good to have like a check-in because the outside world can really draw us out and distract us into the drama and the lower vibration of the world. There's so much out there. We're in a giant amusement park full of fear rides. So there is a lot of opportunity, to focus in on that. And so they, are just bringing that in. There's something about, I don't know, this moon card. They got your moon, you got your moon card in. They're like, and the last card, boom, the moon. And I do feel like you're revealing a lot of things. And this uh, new moon solar eclipse in Leo coming up next week is going to be some wonderful, wonderful energies that are coming in. And then the Pisces full moon lunar eclipse a couple weeks after that. They're saying just maybe Google, you know, um, those energies and just see what kind of comes in, just to be aware of the emotional weather of them, so you can use it for the best of that energy. So I like that. Oh, yeah, the gratitude cards, right? That helps. Focus, focus, right? I like it. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Oh, this one here. Okay. And so for this one, you got the Weaver, rediscovery and transition. So the little weaving coming in there. There it is, number 146. So a shuttle clicks and clatters back and forth. A loom moves under a skillful pair of hands. The weaver takes the threads of fate and turns them into something whole and beautiful. New patterns and stories emerging with every swing of the loom. The weaver does not control the weaving, they only guide it, and an unexpected design emerges. I love it. The threads of your life are long and entirely unique to you. It's time to turn them into something complete. Take the messy, loose ends that you don't know what to do with and make them part of you too. In doing so, you may discover a part of yourself that you didn't recognize before, or rediscover a forgotten thing or person who brought you pleasure. Reversed says you're reaching the end of a particular period of your life, yet rather than feeling fulfilled, something still feels incomplete. Do you lack closure to something, or is a previous negative experience coloring your current situation? There's a loose end somewhere that needs tying off in order for you to feel complete and happy in this moment. And that loose end is named I bet he never thought he would be referred to as a loose end. That's funny. All right. So I feel like that is what is coming in. Yeah, Chuck the loose end. That is funny. Sorry, this there we go. Maybe that'll keep it from falling. All right. So I love that for you. They're a hoot. So that's what they have for you, Maria. And not Maria. I see Maria's name pop up over here. So that's what they got for you, Debbie Debbie. So wonderful messages. I love it. And I'm excited for what this eclipse energy coming up, right? Yeah. I think that's why they say tie it off. If you keep cupping it, it's still frays. If you tie it off to a knot, there you go. You can even do that literally. You can do some sort of yarn or something and just or rope, anything you have. Just tie off a knot and do a symbolic thing of I'm tying that off. I'm done. That's not going to impact me anymore. I like that. I have to remember that. Cutting the cord or tying off a knot. Beautiful. Yeah, yeah, the intention, it'll help say that, these things don't impact me anymore. You know, I'm going to look into what impacted me, but I'm not allowing it to influence me anymore. It's more it's like it's information rather than emotion. Oh, the eclipse. Yeah, I feel like the eclipses are always the new moon is about, the new energy that's coming in, which will bring some sudden new beginnings, which is nice, and then the Pisces full moon is about fruition, it's the ending and release. So I feel like the full moon piece will, really impact you, so I like that here. Um, I know, right? Noose. Yeah, so I think it'll be good. But definitely check the energies, um, and see what resonates for you, as well. Oh, no, Lauren, your flight has been canceled. Oh, yep, there we go. Boom, boom. Someone's trying to keep you from going to that city, right? Cheers, cheers. Sorry, didn't mean to make that so loud. All right. So, let me catch up on the chat here, because because we had a bunch come in here since I started with Davy. So let's catch up, and then we'll get back into everything. Let me just make sure I've got some emails too. So let me just make sure I've got everyone here. I don't want to miss anyone. So Marilyn, hello, hello. I see two from you for donations. You'll be number 13 and number 14. Get those in there. There's 13 and 14. All right, I got both of those. Good to see you, Marilyn. Hope you're well. And then we got Rose Crump in the house. Hey, good to see you. I see you have a donation down here. But AKA got in just right under you there. Let's see. Yeah, because that one's 532. Okay. So we got you here. So AKA, thank you. You'll be number 15. And then Rose, you'll be number 16. There we go. Boom, boom. And AKA, here is your question. Thank you. Got that in there. All right. Yeah. Hey, I am well. Hope you are well as well. All right. Then we got Ruby G in the house. Ruby, got your free reading request. You'll be number 11 on the free list there. And then we got your donation. I think I got a couple here. Let me see. What's timing here? Yeah, you're still 528. So that one will still be there. So thank you for that. And here is your questions. Put that one. Thank you guys for your patience. Just takes me when I have a deep dive, the chat kind of backs up. I just need to kind of rotor-rooter it real quick here. Enjoy. So, and then we got Ruby. I see your other one here. That'll be your number 17 and number 18 for the donations. Oh, and did I tell you what you were for the free readings? Number 11. Maybe I did, but you're number 11 on the free readings. And then here is more. We'll get that added onto there. And give that a love and a like there. And then we have Crystal. I see your donation via the PayPal. Oops. So I got you there. And then what's this one here? Okay. So, hey, Sarah, good to see you. Hello, hello, Sarah Taylor. I almost remember the name. Oh, she just escaped my head. Mary? No, I have to find her afterwards. But I see your free question request too. You're number 12 on the free reading. And then Dason, hey Dason, good to see you on the free list. We'll assume a general reading unless you put a specific question out there. So you're number 13 on the free readings. Okay, and then Ruby, you wanted to know here, add extra. All right, got that added in there as well. All right, and Maria P in the house. Maria, I see your, free. There's your free reading. We'll get that onto the list there. And then I did get your donation request here. Got 1 and 2 and 3. So I got 3. So you'd be 20, 21, and 22. So thank you for those. All right. I think we got down to there. So Lauren. Yeah. Positive vibes and hugs. I know, right? Like, definitely the delays for airport, definitely fun, and I just got your, Cash App too, so we'll get you on there. Your number 23 on the donations. Lemon Limes Lulu, you are you're gonna be up next, number 2 and number 3. So you'll be coming up here in a lickety split here. And here's your questions. All right. So I think I've got everything cut up on the list here. So we'll dive back in. Let me just check here. Why is this showing up here? Okay, got those. Okay, that's what I needed to do. Right? You're loving it. Right on the money. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Okay. Did all that. Boom, boom, boom. All right. Golden timing. All right. Take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers, everybody. Thanks for being here. All right. So Lemon Limes Lulu, you're up 107.31 coming in here. Hey, hey, hi, hey, hiya, hey. You're so funny. That is like you sound like me. So, oh yeah. Thank you for the last time's read. It was interesting. Oh, I'm glad you thought so. So now we'll take a look here. And you wanted to know, how does the Cappy think about you? Okay. How does the Cappy think about the Leo? And then what are the Leo's intentions with Cappy? Leo's intentions with the Cappy. Okay, we're just seeking fun. All right, we'll take a look here. Yeah, well, let's see what the overall energy we have. A little bit of Five of Cups, a little bit of low vibe, emotional energy there. We'll see what's happening here. So, how does the Cappy think about you? Yeah, I mean, this Cappy, I mean, they've got the Lovers card here, but the Page of Pentacles is only when they're it's like only when they're alone. And it feels like when they're, the Nine of Pentacles, it's like when they imagine that if they're ever separate or alone, they kind of, they think about not this is an emotion, right? Because you have to think, what do they think? And so the thinking is more they're like kind of thinking if I'm single, what kind of would I seek a relationship? What would it be with you? I feel like they're kind of, looking at that kind of approach, kind of that energy uh, that's there. Um, and kind of contemplating, would I stay alone and be alone, or would I be in a relationship? And if I was in a relationship, would it be with you? And I feel like they're kind of but I do feel like it's when they're alone too, because it feels like they start thinking about everything that's going on between them and possibly this Leo, right? And I just feel like that's they're like, if I'm alone, what would happen? And I feel like they're kind of just haven't come to any conclusions with this energy that I'm in right now. It just feels like I think about it and then I'm like, okay, enough of that. I got to get back to doing what I was doing, right? So it almost feels like daydreaming in a way, versus, well, they are Cappy, so thinking and is what they do a lot. I know. So let's see here. How does the Cappy think about the Leo? Yeah, yeah. You know, they they do have here, here's the movement of emotion. So there is romance there. They do see them as someone who's compassionate and giving, sensual, emotional, energy that's there. So they do feel that, towards the Leo, as well. And that's the whole thing is the heart has what the heart can feel for more than one person at a time. This mentality that we're only supposed to feel that way about one person is something that was created by man, not by the universe. They were like, um, because we can love a lot of people all at the same time. And that's the whole thing. I always thought it was one at a time. And but when I was single for 3 years in between, I had a 3-year, a 1-year, a 3-year, a 1-year relationship, and then a 3-year, uh, time frame where I wasn't in any relationship, and then a 1 year, and then I've been a monk ever since. But it's like when I had that 3 years of just not don't get in a relationship, stop it, just stop it, right? Because I was a serial monogamist from relation and there was in between those relationships, there was like a month, a week, different things that pooped out and fizzled out and whatever. Those are this ones that made it long enough, right? But it was during that time I realized that I could care about more than one person at a time, but I didn't have to be falling in love with everyone either, because I was falling in love with myself too during that time. So, interesting energy coming in with all that here. So, take that as you will. And then what are Leo's intentions towards the Cappy? Genuine love or just seeking fun? We got the Leo energy, so that is fire energy. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah, we got the Queen of Pentacles, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, a lot like the Empress energy. You know, there is emotion behind the scenes there. There is physical energy. Um, and it's funny, Leo got the Strength card, which is Leo energy. Leo intentions. What are Leo's intentions? Well, regular Leo intentions. About me, um, wanting the fire, wanting the passion, but they got emotional energy in there. And they got the magician and the judgment card here too, which is an energy of seeing where this takes us, seeing where this calls us to. And there seems to be a draw there, but it's like they don't know really. This Leo doesn't know really what the end goal is yet. So their intentions are to be in the moment to see what unfolds. Not I don't feel like they've got these long grandiose energies. It's almost like I want to change my unhappiness to happiness energy. So I don't know if they've been through a breakup, if both of them been through a breakup and this is their, you know, rebound or let me just sit with this for a sec here just to see. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a lot of and it's surprising with the Capricorn, there's not a lot of uh intentions like we'll just see where this where let's just see where this goes kind of energy. It doesn't even feel like and that's Cappies like to plan. They like to have a plan and spreadsheet around that plan. I know I'm a Capricorn rising. It's like, but this just seems kind of, I don't know, flowing, just free flowing, see what happens kind of energy from both sides. So that's interesting. Let's see what this fortune cookie brings into your piece of cake here since your donation's over there to give you your second one. We're both $5. You both get one of these. Oh, I got the priest. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Big bright or gold. The priest, perseverance and faith. Let's see what this brings in here. It's page 78. Here we are. Silence fills the temple, warm and welcoming in its perfect hush. The priest turns their face to the sunlight, waiting for the gathering of the faithful. No matter what challenges are in the priest's life outside of these walls, there is hope to be found in every challenging situation. They just need the courage to persevere and will that hope into existence. A difficult challenge has come and gone, and it's in its place is the promise of a new dawn. Within you is everything that you need to bring about your happiness. You are resilient, and every tragedy brings an important lesson. Have faith, and you will be rewarded. The reversal energy of this card. With loss of faith comes loss of motivation. Feeling defeated makes even the simplest of tasks feel insurmountable. Try to think back to a more optimistic times and remind yourself, I am worthy, I am capable, I am able to change my own fate. Ooh, I like that. Interesting energy again. So that's what they have for your first one there. Whoops, that's not what I wanted to do. Let's try that instead. All right, there we go. All right, let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive into your next one here. So cheers, cheers. All right. I feel like I need to crack my shoulder. Crack, crack. Started working out yesterday. Again, it was 3 weeks since I'd worked out. I was like, "Oh my gosh." So, balance is key. All right, so 11811 is for your next one here, Lemons Lime Lulu. Here is that timestamp. Oh, hey, lovely EP. Sorry, let's Oh, did I put your first one out there? I must not have. So sorry, Lemon Lime Lulu. I'll put both of yours out there. Let me just grab. EP gets you on the free reading list. You're number 15. Usually use my little postings as my indicators. There we go. So there was your first one. And then here's your second one. Well, that one didn't even put the little thing in there. Boy, I'm just falling down on the job here. Let me just remove that. All right. I think we are set here. All right, I'll dive in. I'm just going to open this vent. It's getting warm down here. All right, there we go. Spirit is moving. I'm starting to heat up. All right. So, Lulu, thank you for your additional donation. And this one is, how does Cappy see their connection with Leo right now? Well, all right, we got those 4. And then how is Leo treating Cappy? All right. And then how are you being perceived by both of them? All right. So from the Cappy and from the Leo. And then you said, thank you. You've gotten you to love tarot. You feel like a gotcha game, buying items in the game. Oh, I love that. Getting little tidbits. That's hilarious. I love it. All right. Energy underlining this one is the 8 of Swords, which is about leaving behind like thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that no longer serve, those that make us feel small and blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and powerless, limited kind of energy. kinda trying to let expectations go. So overall, so let's see here. For the first one, how does the Cappy see their connection with the Leo? 9 of Wands, yeah, a little bit of a blocking energy there. We got the Fool card. Yeah, trying to let go of expectations, not wanting to feel trapped and restricted. That Leo energy, that lion energy, they don't like that, but neither does a Capricorn. We got the Hierophant. Yeah, there is this it's conflicting energy, the 5, the Hierophant. It's the kind of the master of change and, like, movement, but conflict energy, coming in here. Yeah, and the 2 of Wands, it just seems here their connection is off and on with the 2 of Wands. It's like one day it's there and the next day it's not. It's just ch 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 ch. So it's very like that conflict energy that's coming in feels, like they'll give them a cold shoulder and then they'll open up, and then they'll give them the cold shoulder and then they'll open up kind of energy. That's what the Cappy feels the Leo is doing, um, with it. But with that Hierophant, there just it seems to be conflicting energies. The 8 of Swords on the bottom is this energy of trying to, like, work things out, with it all. But let's see here. We also wanna know how is the Leo treating the Cappy? 6 of Swords. Yeah, but trying to leave some old ways of thinking behind, trying to move into the new ways of thinking, trying to move from choppy waters to calmer waters, under the surface. We've got the Knight of Cups, so there is that, love energy there, and the World card, which is this, like the Full card, there's I almost feel like they're in therapy. Did I say that last time? Because it's like there's this I'm trying to let go of the old ways we communicate. I'm trying to let go of the old cycles, trying to do new things. I'm trying to show love, that's kinda coming in there, right? Yeah. Um, but it feels like because I'm learning something new or I'm trying something new, I'm failing at it, which is what we all do. Like a toddler, when we first take our steps, we face plant how many times? We generally don't, start walking right off, right? So interesting, right? And then, how are you being perceived by both of them? So how are you being perceived by the Cappy? Yeah, we've got the 8 of Wands, so there is a lot of fire energy there, but the 7 of Swords, there seems to be some, like, mistrust, like, they're not trusting like, there's things that are being misconstrued as, like, not telling the truth, not telling the whole truth, possibly kind of those energies, um, that there's the 8 of Wands, is this energy of a lot of fire. So, you know, I'm seeing here if that is that fire? It's fire energy, but is it fire of passion or is it fire of anger? But it just I feel like it's just a lot of energy flowing around you from the Cappy. Just like it fluctuates and they think that there's some things that you're not saying, some things you're not saying, and some things you're saying that aren't true or that are white lies in a way. Yeah. So it feels like there's, they're creating all these things of, and that's the whole thing when people's perception of others has so much to do with our perception of ourself. because everyone's a projection. So when we're talking about what people think about you, just realize we're talking about a lot how they feel about themselves and what's going on over there, right? So, I feel like there's a fluctuation going back and forth, and sometimes they're thinking that you're not saying the whole truth. You're not telling the facts, which tells you a lot about what's going on with them. They're holding back facts. They're not telling the whole truth. They're keeping things to themselves, and they get upset when they think other people are doing it. Right? So that's the big energy going on right now. And then how does the Leo perceive you? Yeah, 3 of Cups. It's like almost like the Leo thinks you as part of a group. Yeah, Knight of Wands, someone that's fast acting and reacting. That's funny. Uh, who does again, mirror, right? But also the King of Pentacles. It's like the Leo's energy feels, um, like they're happy because you're bringing your fire, you're bringing action and movement that they feel is gonna be, like, I wouldn't say worth it, but it's gonna bring benefit. It's like they feel like this was meant to be and that you're bringing, you know, the energy that needs to happen to get things moving in the relationship in a way. I almost feel like the Leo has grown up with like, in a household that was very conflicted, and because of that, drama and chaos make them feel safe because that's what they're used to. Because our little inner child, they are drawn to what makes us what is normal. Like, they'll would prefer a familiar hell to an unfamiliar heaven because they'd rather have sameness no matter what the cost. And I feel like there's this energy that they're like, the Leo likes drama, the Leo likes, that energy because that's what they grew up with. And so their inner child, their nervous system feels uh, safer, which is interesting, right? So, oh, interesting that your fortune cookie is the Hound, which talks about loyalty and chains and promises. Hmm. Let's see what this is about here. That's number 38. So the Hound paces, awaiting orders. In in swearing their loyalty to another, they have learned their place in the world and what is most important to them, but they've also lost their freedom. Huh. Interesting. The Hound's devotion comes from a deep love, blinding them to a life beyond the person that they're sworn to. They have found security in knowing where their next meal comes from, but some part of them still yearns for the wild. Promises are not made lightly, and you may be starting to realize that an agreement you made has come with more restrictions than you thought. Keeping your word is important, but don't let yourself be taken advantage of. It's not too late to decide that a relationship, an agreement, or situation no longer benefits you. Don't hold on to ties out of misguided sense of loyalty or lost time. Sometimes the best path of action is to break free and start again. And I wonder if this can apply to all of you involved. The reversals of this card: past experiences have made you shy of commitment, and you're finding it hard to let yourself trust because of how you've been hurt in the past. Not all connections are made with the intention to trap you. Embrace healing and let yourself trust that this could lead to something positive. Wow. It's like that a lot of the stuff we talked about in the reading being reaffirmed in this card, right? Whoa, that's right. Isn't that crazy? It's like, wow. Wow, and it's the hound. Interesting. Interesting. So, hopefully that helps a little bit there, Lulu. It didn't bring me any clarity, just a lot of information. So, hopefully that helped you see your side more clearly. But wow, a lot of stuff going on there. So, thank you again for your dual donations. I'm very grateful. Right. Hey, Alice, good to see you. Thank you for your donation. We'll get you on here. You'll be number 24 on the donations. Right. We got Helen Hummingbird too. Hello. Good to see you. Welcome back. Thank you. All right. Get some guidance. Absolutely. We'll get you on the free list here. You'll be number 16 on the free readings. And we got MMC as well. Hello. Good to see you. We'll get you. You'll on the free readings. You'll be number 17 on the free readings there. I know, right? I was thinking the same thing, Lulu. I was like, wow. So very interesting. Sure, AKA you're number 15 on the donation list. Yeah. All right. And we've got several smaller donation amounts, so these will flow a little faster than some of these deep diver ones that we've had. So hang in there, everybody. Cheers, cheers. All right. So up next, we got May 132.53. So May, hello, hello. Good to see you. Hope you're well. It's your timestamp. So thank you for your donation. And let's see what we got here. How are things going between Max and the girl? All right, let's see. Based on their current energies, let's see what we got going in here. Get that one. Do it this one. Any others? Nope, not me. Okay. All right, let's see what we got here. Bottom of the deck, we do have the Temperance card here. So slow moving energy. Temperance is alchemy, going back and forth, slowly changing things. We got the Nine of Pentacles as the first card that came out for the reading, which is a bit of a hermity energy, a bit of self-sufficiency energy. So that's at least that with the physical world. We have the Two of Pentacles. So there's this little balancing out energy. So it does feel like maybe there was like you had mentioned, I think before they're bringing back, it's like um, the honeymoon phase is like over where like it's calmed down a little more. It's balanced out. Whereas before it's like, whoa, go, go, go. Now it's kind of balanced out. There's still Nine of Wands. It's a lot of fire energy still. So I know that's kind of like one of the questions, right? Is it heading into emotional movement? Well, we'll see. We got the Seven of Pentacles. The last thing that grows on the fruit tree is the fruit kind of energy. So again, like the Temperance, slow moving energy. It's not progressing, very fast as far as evolving to fruitfulness. It's just kind of the repetition, the Eight of Wands, a lot of fire energy, that's going on there as well. Yeah, and then back to the Hermit. So still there's this um energy here of, you know, they have their alone time, they're taking their alone time, things are balanced out. It's not I mean it's still a lot of passion. Just feel like it's I don't know how would you say this? It's because it's a relationship, but it's not like an emotional relationship yet with this energy. It's just kind of like, oh, like how we're talking about, it's like a two flames dressed up in drag as hearts, pretending that it's heart when it's really passion and fire, because they both don't know how to give emotion yet. So they're given fire, pretending it's emotion, and uh, you know, it's a different mindset of looking at it, because it's like if my perception of it is this, then I experience it a little different. I'm like, "Oh, this must be emotion and da 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 da." It's like, no. It's a nice, you can put garnish and put things around it, uh, you know, it's like pigs in a blanket. This is what they're showing me. Pigs in a blanket. You can put it on a nice, china dish and, put roses all around it and everything, but it's still pigs in a blanket, you know? So, hopefully that tells you a little bit of the energy where they're at right now. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let's see what we got here. And we get the emotional insight. Let's see what we get here. So your fortune cookie here is name nothing yet. Let's see if I can kind of focus a little bit. It says, you don't have to understand your feeling to honor it. Pause for 10 seconds. Notice what's present without naming it, a tightness, a heaviness, a pull. Let it be there without turning it into a question or a task. And when you're ready, choose your next card or don't. This is a pause card, which is presence before meaning. So instead of trying to jump to the what is it, what is all this? It's sit with the feeling that you're feeling. So interesting. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right, and we got a couple more donations that came in, eh? I know, Lulu, I know, right? I'm so sorry. It's like, okay, this what more questions, more questions. I get you. So we'll get you on there. You're number 25 on the donation list. So we'll circle back around. And we got MK in the house. Hey, MK, good to see you. I see your donation. You'll be number 26 on the donation list once we get there, down to there. Gonna be a little bit. All right, give that a love and a like there. All right, so we'll continue on the list here. We do have 3 from Sudeshna. So Sudeshna got 138.55 is for your first one. Thank you for your multiple donations. I swear I want to like bust off my arms. Ugh. Sorry, crack, crack. And then starting walking too. You get your body's getting used to movement again. All right, so these next two are for Sumita. So thank you for reaching out on her behalf. So this is for, we'll call him SM, and the other one will be SR. So for SM, Mr. May 8th, so it's the Taurus. Because my brother's May 3rd. So I got, oh, May 8th. Uh-huh. So how's the match with the Taurus? Let's see, what's the other one? Yeah, the other one's Sagittarius. So, all right. So with the Taurus, how's the match? Will it move forward? Thank you. And will they get married? All right. It does look here with the 6 of Cups on the bottom. They do have some past life connections here. So Sumita might find something connecting them at a different level here too. Like, wow, what's this draw that's coming in here? How's the match? We got the Wheel of Fortune. Ding, ding, ding. We have a winner. That's good. It is for Samita. It's a very positive energy. Will it move forward? Wow. We got the 2 of Cups and the 4 of Swords, which peace of mind and rest and relationship energy with the Two of Cups. Will they get married? Let's take a look here. Oh, almost. I don't know. We got the Chariot card, which is possibilities, it's victory, movement, power of choice energy. The Seven of Swords, that is, an energy of someone's thoughts and beliefs and mindsets thieving something away. So I feel like there it is a good match here with all this past life connection, the Wheel of Fortune, and all this. Um, but it's, this is Sumita because this reading is about Sumita, right? So her energy, which she's experiencing, what's coming in, if she has mindsets that, you know, are stealing these supposed to be's, these should be's, these need to be's, or focusing on lack or fears, that could be pushing things away from her. So we have the power of choice, which means there is a possibility of them getting married here, but Sumita has to get past some of these fearful thoughts that are creating like a barrier that are making it difficult for it to come toward her. But this one's a really good match compared to some of the other ones that we've had. This one looks really promising. And there's a lot of this deeper connection there with that past life connection. So I'm liking that. Let's see what the fortune cookie is for this one. Thought, not identity. Ooh. So let's take a look here. It says, a thought is a mental event, not your identity. It says, catch a painful or limiting thought, which is, I'm not good enough. I always mess up. Maybe these are those thoughts she has, right? Add this phrase, I'm noticing I'm having the thought that I'm not good enough, that instead of making it our identity, I'm noticing I have a thought, right? And then repeat it slowly and notice what changes in your relationship to the thought when you take it away from this is who I am to this is what I'm thinking. This is a reframing card. So distance gives clarity. So I like that. So that's what they got for that one. Right, so thank you again for your multiple donations. Your number 2 is 143.23. Okay, and then this one is about SR. So December 9th, which I know that's Sagittarius because my host is her birthday is at the on December 5th. So they're all right right close to people I know and are dear to my heart. So how's the match with this Sagittarius? Okay. And then will it move forward? Will they get married? Okay. Yeah, this one is on the bottom. We got joy, celebration, energy on the bottom, happy energy, even got the Ace of Cups under there. So happy energy that's there. Even the Chariot under there, which, we got on your last reading, which is the power of choice. So let's see what kind of match this is, because this can be a choice with the Chariot there. But how's the match? Oh, we got the Nine of Pentacles, the Three of Wands. It does appear here. Nine of Pentacles is a bit of a feeling, it's self-sufficiency. Feel like she would end up spending quite a bit of time alone because it feels like they travel a lot. This Sagittarius, which makes sense. They do love travel, but I feel like they do it for like work. So she wouldn't be able to go along all the time because the Three of Wands, is this change of direction kind of energy. Um, so will they get married? We got the Six of Cups. So they have past life connection as well. I'm sorry, will it move forward? They got past life connection here, which means they may come back around again. If this is someone new, if this isn't a come back around person, but will they get married? It's the Ace of Wands, which again, possibility coming in here. With that Chariot, the power of choice energy, so important. So really, these are two individuals. She must be like riding a line of destiny that she could end up with this one or this one. With this, both of them have past life connections that come in. Though I feel like out of the 2, this one is more likely to end up yeah, it's more likely to end up, you know, not unfolding because of them being gone so much and them, you know, um, and that 3 of Wands is like things take kind of a different direction. So that first one, the Taurus, I feel like, is more of a aligning with that, but yeah, the conflict is happening within little Sumita. That's what's kinda keeping some things away, right? That Ace of Wands is also talking about Sumita's energy, so, if she hasn't checked her energies, that might be good to find out, what's going on inside that she's keeping bubbled down, right? The, fortune cookie is live from your values, which says, "Let your values lead when goals feel unclear. Name something important you're working toward. Ask what value is underneath this: freedom, growth, connection. And then what's one small action you can take today that honors that value?" This is an expanding card, which is lead with what matters energy that's coming in here. Sorry, let me just take a look here. Okay. Right. I just saw the flash on my phone. I want to make sure nothing weird was going on upstairs. Okay. So that's for that one. And then we'll go on to your third one here in a moment. Let me just grab a couple of shout outs here. We've got Twin Flame in the house. Hey, Twin Flame. Good to see you. Got you for your donations. You'll be number 27 and number 28. So thank you for those. Give those loves and likes. Ooh, which reminds me, I don't think I did the ones earlier. Oh, I guess I did. Ooh, they're already starting to remove chat. Okay. Can't get to those. Oh, I guess I could do them. I think I can do them here. I sure can. Boom, boom. Oops. I'm just going to give all these likes as well. All right, there we go. Now we're back to the live chat. All right. And then we've got the FC in the house. Hey, hey, good to see you. You'll be number 18 on the free readings here. All right. Good to see you. Boom, boom. All right. Let me just take a quick sip here and we'll dive back in. So cheers, cheers, everybody. So thirsty today. I'm going to finish that coffee up and that water. All right, 149.09 is for your third one here, Sudeshna. So thank you again for your multiple donations. And so at the cog, you receive notification about one job opening title, a business development analyst, pre-sales. So should you send an email with your details for this opportunity? All right, if you do, what kind of energy comes with that? And what will happen? And is it the right opportunity for you, or should you focus, or should I not focus on it much? Let's see, is there, what happens if you don't focus on this one, right? All right. So, if you send an email with your details for this opportunity, it looks like here with the 5 of Cups, there's a kind of an opportunity of some maybe a little bit of disappointment, something about the King of Swords. Don't know if you have all of the education that they're looking for, all the knowledge and experience that they're looking for this. What will happen here? Yeah, I feel like you have the 5 of Pentacles, which is again this feeling of lack, of being left behind, left out in the cold, not having enough, not being enough. 4 of Cups is kind of stagnancy energy. It's like almost like maybe you're spared anyway, you're like, "Yeah, that's not for you." So if you don't apply for this, what comes in here for you? Yeah, something more in alignment with who you are and what you want with this Queen of Swords, something more compatible that comes in quickly for you here. Underneath that, yeah, it's like there's something that you've been waiting on here with the Temperance card, kind of this slow, alchemy. But here comes the Ace of Wands. Something's about to take action here. Again, with that Knight of Wands, too. And you have the Knight of Swords, communication coming in soon as well for something that feels more joyful and there. So this one kind of feels like no, that it, doesn't, unfold, as you're looking, what you're looking for here, but, something else is coming your way that is in alignment with your higher self and your energy and where it's wanting, you to kind of head off to. Feels like that's in a dead end kind of no growth zone. It's like a dead end that you would head down there. So they're kind of waving you off on that one. Your fortune cookie is why, oh, who are you becoming? Which says, your identity isn't fixed, it's unfolding. Think of a decision you made recently. Was it based on who you've been or who you want to become? Write down the version of me I'm growing into would blah, 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 blah. Write that out. Because this is an expanding card, which is identity evolves through choices. I like that. Right. So that is what they have for you. So hopefully that helps, Sudeshna. Thank you again. And congratulations, of course. I have you on my little list as being one of our winners, and that you won because I know your comment you made. Oh, I'll send you an email with my questions. So congratulations on being one of the 30-minute reading winners on the final giveaway. Let's say I didn't miss anybody, did I? Let me see. Got to remember to bring those up over here. All right, so we'll continue on here. We got Lauren Smith up next. Lauren, 153. 22 is your timestamp here. Thank you for your donation. You want to know, has J made promises or expectations for G that he knew he couldn't keep or follow through on? All right, let's take a look here. Is that it? All right. We'll see how this unfolds. The kind of energy, ish that I'm getting with the 7 of Wands is it's like because they're really being specific in my brain that they didn't make promises or expectations that they knew they couldn't keep or follow through on. It's like they had this possibility that I could do that. I'm capable of doing that. There's a possibility I could follow through on this and I could do this cuz sometimes like people have good intentions, just not ability. And sometimes people don't know that that they don't have the ability. It's like someone promising they're going to be faithful. I'm being reminded of my first ex. And though they had good intentions, they had poor follow through, which is kind of what's coming in here with this. The first two cards that came out are the 6 of Pentacles and the 10 of Swords. Like, here's all the 10 of Swords is letting go of all the expectations and balancing things out. It's like this energy I'm getting is I can always make it work. I can make it work. If I don't, If I can't do it one way, I'll do it another way, is kind of their mentality. I'll balance it out, you know? If there's a deficit where I'm not living up to a promise or expectation, I will make up for it, and things will balance out. We got the King of Cups and the Six of Cups. Yeah, so this again, this balancing energy between their head and their heart. There's something here with the Six of Cups with some past life energies that are coming in here too. And I feel like there's like a cycle that they've had from the past, either in this lifetime and or past lifetimes. I feel like it's something they're working through and working on, but I feel like it was flipped positions last lifetime. So G made promises to J in past lifetimes, a few, not able to make up for them, having good intentions, but not 100% follow through kind of energy. So I feel like this is them being on this side, trying to understand what it was like for G in a past lifetime to not be able to do it for J. Isn't that interesting? When we look at things differently and we can see things from a higher perspective, we realize, yeah, it's not all about this lifetime. There's all this exploring that we're doing. Let's see what else we have here. We got the Ten of Pentacles. Yeah, they feel that they could accomplish it. They got the Four of Wands. What, marriage and a full happy life together? Is this what they're promising? Knight of Swords, seeking clarity, King of Swords. It's all about the story, the seeking, the changing the story, looking at things differently, looking at something from a different perspective. So it feels here like, you know, Jay made promises, expectations, because that's what a marriage would be and a full abundant life together. The Knight of Swords is, loyalty. I commit my sword to fight for you, my lady. And the King of Swords, which is two times the swords, which is the storyteller, which would be, this energy of um, clarity of expectations, freeing from expectations by looking at something from a higher perspective, a different perspective, from unconditional love and joy and laughter and peace. I feel like Jay maybe is looking more at the intent behind it, maybe not the letter of the law of what was promised or, expectations that were said that they would accomplish. But so hopefully that helps. I feel like they're, looking at it from that kind of perspective. So hopefully that helps. Lauren, let's see what your fortune cookie is here. We've got the end with intention. There we go. Intention, right? Don't just close the box, let it settle. Reread the last card you pulled. Well, we didn't pull one. Ask, what part of me feels different now? What do I want to carry forward from this message? Jot a single sentence to remember or return to later, and then take 3 breaths. That's it. Pause. This is a pause card. Let it land. Just kind of let it settle. And that's the whole thing, is it's about the intention and that, I was able to do I tried and I was able to get you 80%, maybe not 100, but I got you 80% what I promised. Is that enough, right? It's like, let it sit kind of energy. So hopefully that helps, Lauren. That's what we got right now. So many blessings to you. All right. Anna, you are up 20002. Did I do two O's? No. Whoop, I hit the wrong button. There we go. So, Anna, thank you for your dual donations. So, let's take a look here and see what we got going on. Let me take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. Oh, your vehicle. Uh-oh. All right. 300,000 miles, right? So, which two cars you're looking? Um, To be the same longevity, low maintenance, care. All right. So the question is, let me just move these information so I can get to the root of it here. There we go. So the first vehicle is your neighbors. The second is a 2016. So let's take a look here. Hello, hello. And Anna, I don't know if you know, you won. Let me see here. You won one of the 15-minute personal recorded readings on the final drawing. So if you haven't checked it, here's the winner announcement video. So congratulations. Now have you checked off that you've been notified? All right. So let's take a look here at your energy. So your neighbor's vehicle, what kind of energy comes with that, with overall, and then financially, low maintenance, longevity? All right. And then for number 2, the 2016 overall energy, financialness, and maintenance and longevity. All right. All right. Very good. I'm glad you knew. All right. So for your neighbors, friends, the first vehicle, yeah, I like this. You know the people, you can trust them, you know where they live. I like that. 4 of Swords, peace of mind. So I like that kind of energy coming in there. And then we got here yeah, financially, and then low and all that. Financially, yeah, the 5 of Pentacles seems like that maybe that's a little, I don't know if they're asking for more for that one or not. That one feels like that one might be more of a, a maybe offer a little lower price. Go, I really can't afford that other amount. Maybe check the blue book. And I know it's your neighbors and all that, but it could be that there might be, some other, because it feels like financial challenge with the 5 of Pentacles. It's like, that one might be a little more difficult, right? But as far as maintenance and longevity, yeah, Ace of Cups. Big, big win for longevity and low maintenance. So the financing, again, this is kind of normal, right? It's maybe a little more pricey, but longevity and the maintenance, low maintenance, and all that, big thumbs up with the Ace of Cups. Yeah. So and then 2016, one was the overall energy, Queen of Wands. Energy in here. This one, the Queen of Wands, when this is kind of like a more of an iffy energy, just because it's a reactive energy, a um fiery, faster kind of, you know, energy that's there. And I don't know if that friend has kept up. I feel like I got this real, like with your neighbors, I got this real, they, they always did maintenance on time. They drove nice. They really keep care of things like pristine, right? Whereas this other one feels more fiery, balls to the wall. Let's go. Where I don't feel like maybe it is as cared for. But let's see what here. Financially, yeah, financially, it's more affordable, of course, with the Queen of Pentacles. But longevity, yeah, 2 of Pentacles. Yeah, I'm getting this. Well, you know, gotta consider that here. Anything else around this? What's on the 2 sides of this pentacle? Why is this? What's this? These 2 decisions. Yeah. I feel like, you've got the 8 of Swords on one side, which is, go in with your eyes wide open, right? And the 6 of Pentacles is, just know that it's gonna balance out in the long run, that even though you might save more money up front, that, you'll end up putting money into it for repairs and, you know, it won't be low car maintenance. You'll end up doing that, right? Yeah. So it does feel like there's stuff that would happen with it. I'm kind of feeling like, I don't know. I'm just not getting a good feel for it for that 2016. So, yeah, I don't feel like it's like because you got the 6 of Pentacles again, and got balancing, and then you got the other one that balances out you. Even though it's affordable, you end up putting money out, big chunks of money, for repairs and maintenance later. Um, yeah, I'm kind of getting like a waving you off from that one. Your fortune cookie says, "We're made of many selves," which says, "You contain multitudes. Write down 3 different roles or parts of yourself, example, friend, critic, dreamer. What is each trying to protect or express? And can they all sit at the same table without one taking over?" I love it. This is an expanding card. You can hold all your parts. Whoa, my. Good thing you don't have wands. But, yeah, I'm kind of feeling hang up and try your call again on those cars. I mean, the first one, like, if you can't afford it, you can't afford it, right? Um, or if you can, that would be the choice between the 2. But, I don't feel like that second one's a good choice for you. You might look for a second choice. Right. So that's for that one, and then for your second one, we've got 20802. So here is your timestamp for that one. And this sort of came out of nowhere. Distance acquaintance, we'll call them H, reached out yesterday to say hello. They meet up either this Sunday or next Saturday. Okay. To catch up. So what? So spill all the tea in China. All right. So what can we know about this, right? All right. So what can we know about this? About H? What's best for you to know about H in this situation? Okay. So we've got on the bottom, we got the Wheel of Fortune. So this is the tuna for you, which every moment always is for us, right? But I feel like you'll know here, and we'll see what these cards are here. Why is this fortunate for you? What kind of reflection, what kind of mirror are these individuals being for you, right? So let's take a look here. The first card here, we got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, it's a slow moving type of energy. So, it's not, I don't feel like the H's intentions are to move things fast, or they're not looking, to for a speed dating session or anything like that. I feel like they're just kind of a down to earth, kind of like, yeah, well, let's hang out and see what's going on kind of energy, right? We got the 7 of Swords. So I would definitely keep your spidey senses open. The 7 of Swords is someone that doesn't tell quite all the truth, but it feels like if you want to know something, ask it specifically, right? Um, I feel like, this is this is a man, right? Because I feel like there's such a man where if you're like, well, um, you know, have you ever been married? No, I haven't. But they've been engaged 3 times, right? But you ask them if they were married, so they answered your question. So you'd wanna do a follow-up. "Oh, have you ever been married?" No." "Have you ever been engaged?" "Oh, yeah, 3 times." The affirmative, a man. So and it's not I don't feel like it's intentionally deceptive. I just feel like they're just even though they know kinda because they will well, maybe not intentionally deceptive, but they will be like they might opt not to share something that might make them look bad, especially in the first kind of meeting, kind of face to face, hanging out, because I don't wanna make a bad first impression, kind of thing. But so don't be afraid to ask all your questions too, right? So I feel like you know, you kinda have to it's like a computer, you have to ask the right questions so that it's not going to give you stuff you don't ask for. That's funny. Then you have the 5 of swords and the Hierophant. Yeah. So this person, is more like a stepping stone for you. Hierophant, growing pain, stepping stone, conflict energy with the 5 of swords. I feel like they just help you, you know, understand a lot about yourself because I feel like there's going to be some little bubbling up of some things that you realize, um, we don't know we have expectations until someone disappoints us and we're like, "Oh, I guess there is an expectation around there." Because sometimes we'll go like, "I have no expectations. I'm just gonna go hang out. I'm gonna see what happens," and then they do something, and then I feel a low vibration emotion, and I'm like, "Oh, it's because I had an expectation that they were gonna do this, act this way, be this kind of person, da, 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 and now I can see my expectations, and then I can free myself from them." That's the kind of energy I feel that you get from this one here. You're just kinda like confirming what I don't want and then make me realize some things, with that too. Yeah, I got the 2 of swords. That's like kind of a change of story energy. What's underneath here? You got the 5 of pentacles. All these fives, my god. And the 8 of pentacles. So, 5 of pentacles is fears of being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough, and 8 of pentacles, you know, is under construction. And, granted, we're all kind of always evolving into, higher and higher awareness as humans, that we, of who we are. But I do feel like they are fighting a lot of their you know, uh, old stories of defining themselves by certain things. So they're under a big construction right here. Well, no cards are bad in tarot. However, fives do represent conflict and change and growing pains and growth, you know. So the Hierophant, the 5 of swords, the 5 of pentacles does indicate that they're going through a lot of transformation and change coming in and and they're more like I said, they're more for you is a stepping stone, showing you more about what, you know, you're going through. I mean, showing you more for yourself, right? They're learning their own stuff, but their purpose of coming across your path suddenly is to show you things for you so you can set yourself free from them. So whatever triggers within you, whatever, like we were talking about, whatever expectation feels disappointing, like you thought, oh, oh, red flags, whoop, 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 that they're like, okay, these are my expectations and I can handle those. But yeah, I feel like this will be a good one-time get together. I don't feel like you'll want to repeat it after you've had it, um, unless you're looking for just some good old-fashioned freedom work. Yeah. So, we'll take a look here. You do have check in first for your fortune cookie, which is before pulling any card, check in with yourself. Better check yourself before you break yourself, right? You my little wheezing. Because we have smoke out here. Sit still for 10 seconds. Ask, what's going on inside me right now? What's my emotional weather? Cloudy, tense, still. You don't have to fix anything. Just notice and let this check in guide which card to start with. This is a pause card, which is begin where you are. So, yeah, I definitely feel like this will be more of a, you know, it's like broken people. People aren't broken, but the way we look at them, like lost puppies used to be so attractive, they become less attractive to you. So when you see them, then you can kind of see that energy that's coming in. So I know, right? You're up next, Cat Marie. You are next. Whoop whoop. So you came in perfect timing. All right, so that's what they have for you, Anna. Hopefully that helps a little bit for your adventure. So many blessings. Thank you again for your donations. I appreciate those. Always at the right time. Yeah, you have that. Boom, boom. All right. So, Kat Marie, you are up. 21744 is for yours. Here's your timestamp. Boom, boom. Thank you for your donation. You want to know how will the rest of August go? Let's take a look here based on your current energies. Boom, boom. I can't believe it's August already. I had to, that made me think for a moment. August. I'm like, oh, yeah, it is August 5th already. Almost a week into August. Whoosh. Oh, nice. Yeah. So you've been having a great feeling about how things are unfolding. You're manifesting at a crazy rate, and the whole ghosting thing actually turned into a huge blessing. Isn't that amazing? I love it. I love it. So let's check in on the Screw Dorsey energy. All right. Yes. Look at this amazing card, the Sun card. Well, we're in Leo season, which is what the Sun card is, but abundance, fullness, very bright rest of August here. Bright light shining, a lot of clarity coming in. You got the other Leo energy of the Strength card and the Four of Wands. So I like this energy here too. It shows animation. Oh, I love that. Yeah, because you got the Four of Wands, which is joy and celebration, the Strength card of being seen, standing out energy. So it feels like this is the month for you to really be noticed, to really shine bright and stand out. So I like this energy. You have the Queen of Cups, the Seven of Cups. I feel like this is important. Yeah, definitely feel the emotions. You don't have to act on the emotions, but allow yourself to feel them so you don't stuff them. Because if you stuff them, you'll just repeat them and loop them. But the Queen of Cups is a little bit of time of self reflection, understanding your emotions. I love this positivity of looking at the blessing in disguise and going, wow, everything does happen for me. This space, this ghosting, when I release it, all that energy I was investing in, what does all this mean about me? Suddenly all comes back to you and you're like, woohoo. You got all this energy to go, 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 go. But it's still important to feel the emotions and, so you can get to the root of them to release yourself from these so they don't, you know, like have a bunch of thorny weeds that grow, in your beautiful garden, right? You have the Hierophant, the Lovers. Yeah, so some great clarity coming in here. Again, the Hierophant is the growing pains, seeing things from a higher perspective, even see how Dorsey wasn't, it was an important relationship for you. You definitely learned a lot about yourself, but it is a stepping stone energy, which we can look at it and understand, what I learned about myself through it all and how I can set myself free through it all, right? Yeah, you don't wanna be with someone that would do that. Yeah, exactly, right. And that's good. The closure that we look for, and this is like, I feel I won't have the closure because if someone ghosts me, I can never, get my closure. Same with if someone passes away and we feel I didn't get to close things with them, but closure doesn't happen out there anyway. Closure happens in here because the need for closure with that person is the second attempt at validating our worth based on their actions or non-actions, words or silence. The first time was when we were looking for their actions or non-actions, words or silence to define me, and when they failed that, when they let us down by not living up to the expectation we had on how they were supposed to act or not act, say or not say, in order for me to feel like I'm worth something. When they failed that, we look for an apology or closure or whatever when for the second time, when we're looking for them to respond to the first thing that didn't happen. But even if they did it that time, they would do it again and do it again because it's for us, right? To realize, yeah, I don't need anything from them because I didn't need anything from them in the beginning. I was cheating on myself with them because all I needed was from me up here, right? So I like this energy, that we were able to realize, yeah, I don't need anything from them around that because I didn't need anything from them in the beginning. I'm the one who defines myself, self-worth, self-love. When I look out here, I'm cheating on myself with them. That's what I learned in my life too. You mean lessons. Number 1, don't ever doubt your intuition again. Number 2, it's not about me, it's about them. Number 3, stand firm in my boundaries. I told him he had 3 strikes and he got 7. Oh, right? Yeah. I like that. So, good stuff coming in here. And then what else? We got the Hanged Man and the Ace of Pentacles. Yeah. Definitely it's a month of seeing things from a different perspective, new opportunities coming in because now you have a new perspective. It's like the Hanged Man is instead of fighting against what position you're in and trying to escape, right? Trying to like lean up and try to untie and get out of the situation, you're hanging upside down going, "Oh, look, this is a new point of view." Instead of fighting against what I'm in, I'm accepting the energy that I'm in and wow, I can see things now from a different perspective. And now there's new opportunities. And it brings in abundance with the Six of Pentacles. Yeah. And the World card, another victory card. And it actually takes you end an old cycle and you have this new beginning, this new opening that comes into your life with full of possibilities and free from a lot of expectations. So I like this month of August for you. This Lion's Gate that's coming up on 8/8, opening up new possibilities for you as well. We've got then a Leo new moon solar eclipse. And then toward the end of the month, we've got a full moon lunar eclipse in Pisces, the dream maker, right? So some great things coming in for you for August. I like this for you. Proud of you, Cat Marie. You've taken lemons and you created a uh, a lemon restaurant, not even just lemonade. We also have lemon cakes and lemon surprise and, all sorts of stuff. Lemon chicken, you didn't just go lemonade, you went full out. Ooh. And what that's the great vengeance, right? I like it. Overcoming slights, a choice. Wow. Let's see what this is. But that they do say that, right? The one of the greatest um revenges on someone, breaking up or ghosting, whatever, is to have a happy, happy life, right? You always say that. Peace, my vengeance, this is the end. I like that, right? It's, we do get that to have that, um, you know, the biggest revenge we can have on anyone is to have a happy life and don't let any of their actions or non-actions, words or silence impact us at all in the least, and go, "It didn't matter," you know? So the tavern is busy, full of conversation, and the bustle of travelers settles for the evening. One figure catches your attention, someone who's not drinking, talking, nor engaging with the rest. They say nothing, but you know that they're watching, waiting for someone to appear, someone with whom they have a deadly score to settle. And when the opportunity presents itself, will they let the past consume them, or will they finally accept things for what they are and move on? Wow. So the vengeance has a choice, and so do you. Though the chains of anger have been given you the energy to move forward, their weight will eventually drown you. It's time to address those negative feelings and find a healthier way to sustain your drive. Let go of bad emotional patterns. Oh, I'm sorry. Letting go of bad emotional patterns might leave you feeling empty and drained, but you can fill that void with healthier adjustments that will help you build more positive relationships. Sounds like what you were doing, right? The reversal of the card is you've been wronged, girl, you've been wronged. And it's time to stand your ground and fight back. Whoever's standing in your way, face them head on. Don't let yourself be walked over. Take this moment to stand up for yourself. Use those feelings of anger to protect your position and everything that you've been building until this point. Yeah, you're protecting what you've built and not letting them um, uh, say burn things down. And I like that. So that is what they got for you, Cat Marie. I like it. Boom, boom, boom. So I am liking your new August for sure. So it sounds like a great, big, bright, beautiful August. And I love that. So thank you again so much for your donation. I like it. I'm filtering a lot of things. that are- hmm, but you picking up what I'm putting down. All right. So many blessings to you. All right. Love you too. Hang in there. And then we got Beatrice. You're up to 2922. So Beatrice, thank you for your donation. There is your timestamp. You want to know when F and her breakup. Oh, when F and her breakup, will he want to reach out to you? All right. So based on current energies. Glad I could be there, Gary. So let's see here. When F and he breaks up, will he want to reach out to you? Would it be genuine if he does? Okay. And why would he reach out? All right. Sorry. Crunching my cough drop here. Did help with the wheezing. We have fires here. Not fires, fire smoke from both Utah and even from Washington, because 'cause we're on the Rocky Mountains on this side, so any smoke that makes it over makes its way down, so we've been having air quality things. I went walking last couple of days, so he he sounds like a little whistle sometimes. Alright, bottom of the deck, we have the strength card, Leo energy. I feel like this kind of energy around F, which is a bit of a me energy, so just being aware, that when they reach out, this kind of energy that would be there would be, this is for them, not about us or we. It's me energy, not we energy. So, will they reach out to you? Yeah, 10 of Pentacles. So that is relationship kind of energy, and it's a positive, you know, affirmative energy. I should say affirmative. Yeah, they would reach out to you. Is it going to be genuine? They're still, right after the death, right after the ending, they're still kind of getting over the relationship. And the Eight of Pentacles is the work, doing the work to get over the relationship energy that's there. It feels like it would be, and we have more cards here about why he would reach out, but it does feel like the energy that I'm in is like, I don't realize that I'm feeling empty and I'm looking to you because you are a huge heart. You are an overgiver. You give so much. Your heart is so big that why not? You're a nurturer that, you draw, you know, people to your nurturingness, and they're in this, they don't realize that's why they're reaching out, but they're reaching out for them to be nurtured, not to, connect and that. And so again, that's that energy. We don't want to be a rebound, individual. um, I mean, we might want to on our reactive level, but not really. We don't want to be, because the rebounders get thrown in the trash like a band-aid, right? A used band-aid. They rip you off quick and throw it away because it's done. I'm healed now. You did your job. Thanks. Now I'm gonna go, you know, find a relationship. And so, uh, you know, something to consider is to, if they do reach out to you, I can be your friend, but we can't be anything more until you've healed from this relationship. Well, fine then. I'll just go find someone else. You do that. You go find a band-aid. Once you're done with that band-aid and you throw them away and you're healed, come check me out. Because I don't want to be a crusty old gross band-aid that gets ripped off with hair because it was on the arm, so you get arm hair on it too. It's gross. Dude, right? All right. And then why would he reach out, right? Yep, Two of Pentacles, trying to balance themselves, King of Wands, really not knowing what they want to do yet. 10 of Wands, and this is that ending energy below the surface. Yeah, below the surface, they do want to be loved, they do want a relationship, but they're not capable of it yet because they're still trying to balance it out. And I feel like, you know, having been a serial monogamist, which means you jump from when one relationship ends, you go right into another one, right into another one, right into another one, right into another one, not learning a whole lot and not healing a whole lot. Just keep on until it all hits you at once. That it's good to take time in between relationships, to, even if we think we don't need it, to do it, to reflect, to, do that kind of um, awareness. So I feel like that's what they have coming in, Beatrice. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie says here, which is trace your themes. Ooh, that's an interesting card. Let's see. It says, there's wisdom in your life patterns. There is. I know. I saw those, right? Look back at 3 turning points in your life. What patterns or lessons keep repeating? what might they be trying to teach you now? This is an expanding card. Your story holds insight. I studied my 5 years of journaling, uh, that I did from the end of relationship 1, so it was 3 years, 4 years, 7 years? Yeah, I think it was it was at the end of my first one and at the end of my 4th one, all that I gathered all that information, and it was like, wow, you just really learn a lot about, um, our, ourselves when you're able to step back and look at your patterns, so I like that. That's good growth, but hopefully that helps, Beatrice. That's what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. Hey, Blueberry, good to see you. Hello, hello. Absolutely. We'll get you on the free reading list. You'll be number 19 on the free reading. And I don't know if you know, you actually were one of the 15-minute recorded readings on the final one. I think you won earlier too. Let me see here. Yeah, you won back on July 20th, but you also won on the final big giveaway. You won another 15-minute recorded reading. So congratulations if you're watching right now. I'll mention it again when I do your free reading too, hopefully. But I thought I'd say it. I remembered. All right. So let us continue on. So we got a couple from Maryland. Maryland, hey, good to see you. Let's grab your two. Here's your first timestamp. 23717. So Maryland, thank you again. You want to know what is the energy with LRJ and the project that you presented to her? All right, let's take a look here. All right. So what is the energy with this project, please? Is that it? All right. All right. So let's take a look here. Bottom of the deck, we do have here. Looks like there's a lot yeah, there's a lot of choices going on here. So we have the 9 of swords, and we also have the 9 of wands. So there's a little bit of concerns and blocks that they're working through, um, but they've got the Fool card, which, they're looking at it with fresh eyes, and the Chariot is they're trying to make a choice. It's the power of choice energy that's coming in here. I do feel like there'll be movement on it soon with that Chariot card energy, but it does feel like they're wanting to, um it's like kinda when they say they're looking at it fresh eyes, it's like they were looking at the project from one perspective, and that wasn't going well for them, and then they were like, "Well, let's look at it this way instead," and it's changing the way they're looking at it, and it has to do with restrictions or where they were looking at doing it or how, and now they're looking at doing it differently. I don't know if it's a change of location or a change of foundation or, like, what they were gonna put it under, um, like, was it gonna be business or nonprofit energy? I don't know what this is all about, but it's kinda that kind of energy. Well, instead of putting it in the business that has all these restrictions, let's put it under the nonprofit that has less, because this is tax purposes and blah, blah, blah. This is just, it's we're just gonna have, blah, blah, blah. So, hopefully that makes sense. But, let's see what else comes in here. That was the bottom of the deck. We got the 7 of swords. Yeah, there's been this is like there've been some this represents, like, my own thoughts and beliefs and mindsets causing, friction or causing me to lose opportunities, and but I don't feel like that's your energy, I feel like that's their energy, which I feel is what they made it overly complicated. Now they're looking at it less complicated, if that makes sense. That's kind of that, again, that feeling like it's business, business, rules, 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 restrictions, restrictions, a lot of stuff, and then over here just allowing things to be more open and look at it less critically, I guess, is a good word to say. We got the 3 of Wands. I do feel like they are wanting to go a different way with it with the 3 of Wands, which is a different approach. So I do feel like, um, you know, they have the Knight of Swords, which is movement of clarity, seeking clarity, mental flexibility, brings the 6 of Wands, which is that brings victory. So I feel like they're gonna come back with a few things that they'd like to do differently, and if you're open-minded, I feel like it does lead to abundance here. Yeah, because it does look like you're a joint celebration that can happen here, a joint gathering. We got the 10 of Pentacles, great abundance. It's just the 5 of Wands needing to be aware of the changes and the drama around, um, because this can be people all fighting for something. Instead of looking at what we don't want, we kind of can look at what we do want in common, if that makes sense with the project. It just feels like instead of us focusing on what we don't want, let's focus on what we do want and make that energy happen. Um, but it looks good. I mean, even on the bottom of the deck, after all that, we do have the 9 of Cups. It's kind of this dream come true energy. So with that flexibility of mind and heart with the Knight of Cups on the bottom, that's jumping out to me now too. It feels like there could be movement and abundance that comes in with that too. So, interesting. We'll see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these cards back in here. All right. And then for your fortune cookie, let's see what we got here. We have the musician. Oh, nice. Getting the song played, right? It's inspiration and gratitude. Always a good reminder. Let's see what page these are on here. Oops, must be on this page. Did I not see it? Okay. Is it a hidden card that I'm just not seeing, or what? What is happening here? It does say the musician. It's just going to take some time to find it, evidently. Right? You would think it would be. Maybe they left it out of the table. Oh, no, there it is. It's over here. I don't know how many times I looked right over that. Maybe that's a message in itself. How many times did I overlook it? But a ship sits in the dock, ready and waiting to sail on the next tide. I like that. But while the sea demands patience, music drifts from the deck, and with it a voice, one that sings in celebration of the bounty that has brought them to the citadel and the promise of the next adventure ahead of them. Whatever the musician has, they have worked hard for it, and their gratitude and appreciation of their fortune spurns them on to an even greater future. The musician is the dawn that follows the night, the hopeful optimism after a period of struggle. After facing your problems, you're now in alignment with your true self, or will be soon, and it's time to appreciate yourself for the struggles that you've come through. Given your achievements, you're also in a unique position to provide inspiration to others who are still facing their own personal darkness. Reversed, the musician indicates a difficulty finding the positive side of his situation. Setbacks may have chipped away at your optimism, or perhaps you've been too idealistic about something, and the reality of the situation has left you feeling listless and despondent. Take this into account when getting back on track. I like this, and that gratitude energy always is helpful too. Like when we focus in on what we're grateful for in the moment and what we have had, that helps draw things toward us too. And I like that. Sometimes like time, no response, whatever, it can start weighing on us, and we start focusing on what's not happening instead of gratitude for what is. So a good reminder with that as well. But hopefully that helps a little, Marilyn. That's what they have for that first one. Let me take a quick sip here and we'll dive into your number two. So cheers, cheers. All right. And for the second one, we got 246.18. Again, I appreciate your dual donations. And then you want to know, is PD on board with the project? Is the reason I haven't heard back from her. All right. Is PD on board with the project? And is there a reason why you haven't heard? All right. All right. Well, let's take a look here. At the bottom of the deck, we have the Hierophant, which is the master of change. It's like change is afoot, is what I heard. We have here. I don't know if there's a change in leadership or a change, something going on here with the Leo energy, the World card. There's a ending of a major cycle, beginning of new adventure energy. So it feels like, I even got the 10 of Wands underneath that, which is again a change of energy. I mean, it's the energy of change, is what I was trying to say. 10 endings, new beginnings. Wands being the energetic suit. So there must be something going on here. Let's take a look here. Is PD on board? 9 of Pentacles. That's a victory energy. We've got the 5 of Swords. There's a little bit of conflict coming in here. King of Pentacles. Yeah, abundance, abundance, abundance. And Page of Cups. So it looks like she's on board, or PD's on board, but there's this conflict, this 5 energy, the 5 of Swords is pointing me back to that, what we just talked about below there. And is that the reason why you haven't heard back? Yeah, the 10 energy again. It's like there's a change that's happening that's getting all caught up here. Let's see. Yeah. I mean, we've got here all this movement of expectations, the 9, the 10 of Swords, the Knight of Swords. All of it is happening here, and there's a lot of changes that are going on. But we've got the Ace of Pentacles that is coming up, which is new opportunities. It's opening up a new opportunity, but I feel like the reason why you haven't heard is because there's like I don't know if there's an organization change or something that's coming down that's slowing everything down. Brr. And so I feel like once everything starts going, it's like they don't know what the new rules are. They don't know what it almost be like this energy that I'm feeling of like a corporate buyout where someone else is coming in, or someone's taken over a department, or someone's taken over a business or whatever, and they're like, we have no idea. They told us hold everything because we're coming in. We have a different, you know, we want to confirm that everything is in the direction that we're wanting to go, blah blah blah. And it feels like there's some sort of change going on like that. So hopefully that helps bring in that clarity there. But it feels like PD is on board. Just that other thing, the conflict is coming in with new roles, or they need to confirm the roles and confirm things. So now it's kind of slowed down the entire process. So that's what I feel is coming in for that. And let's see what the fortune cookie is for this one. All right. And we've got the brawler. There you go. Gonna go have a bar fight, a boxing match. Lack of empathy and confrontation. All right. There it is. 122. So night falls thick and dark across the streets, but not all are sleeping. The doors of the music hall pour light and warmth into the courtyard, and revelers tumble, drunk and rowdy, after them. A spilled drink, a sharp word, and a fight breaks out. And the brawler is once again standing with fists raised, ready to uh, fight their corner. Set on showing the whole world that they don't care what people think of them, the brawler invites confrontations wherever they go. Quickly, with a brash retort and ready fists, their bullheaded manner makes only enemies, never friends. You won't be able to move forward until a current conflict is resolved. Shut up. What? This is what it says. You won't be able to move forward until a current conflict is resolved. The conflict we were talking about, right? Whether you're in the right or not, take a moment to step back, consider things from an alternate point of view. Entering a situation with your fists raised won't resolve things. Exercise a little empathy and plan out a way to address the matter on neutral ground. Accept this chance to improve yourself without carrying forward any malice towards others. The reversal says a conflict is causing tension in your life, but rather than letting it run its course, you've been bottling it up to try and avoid a confrontation. This will only lead to a breakdown in trust. Find the healthy balance between expressing your needs clearly and keeping the peace. What seems like an incoming argument may turn out to be nothing once you've cleared the air. Interesting. Might reach out to them. I'm sure you have already, but you might reach out to them and say, "Is everything okay? Just wondering," or however you want to approach it, right? But that's what they got for you, Marilyn. Thank you again for your donations. Hopefully that helps a little bit. And many blessings to you. Good to see you. All right, we got Crystal Ray in the house. Hey, Crystal. Yes, you can know the list. You're actually number 19 on the list coming up here. Get your official name in there. So we're on number 15. So we've got coming up next, we got AKA, I can't even say it, AKA Rose Crump, Ruby G times 2, and then Crystal. And then we'll have a Maria P times 3 and Lauren after that. And then just Alice, Lemon Limes Lulu. And then we got MK and Twin Flame times 2 as well. So that is where we are at. Let me just check my emails, make sure I didn't miss any. Oh, okay. Advertisement. Psst, goodbye. All right. So let me take a list. You're very welcome, Crystal. Cheers, cheers. All right. So AKA, we're up to 5409 coming in. There is your timestamp there. Hey. So thank you for your donation. The word pivot has been fun here. Did you ever see Friends when they were trying to take the couch upstairs? Pivot, pivot, pivot. That's what popped into my head. Okay, but it's been following you everywhere lately, right? About a week now. I feel that it's a sign. So can Spirit give you any details on what it means for you? All right, let's take a look here and see what this is here. Okay, anything else? And this one too. All right. Oh, well, yeah. Got the Hierophant on the bottom, which is the master of the pivot, the master of change, transformation, seeing things from a different perspective. So pivoting Definitely a change that's coming in your life. So I love that. You've got the 4 of Swords. So this is resting and peacefulness coming in here, letting go of some expectations, pivoting away from something that you think is supposed to happen, should happen, needs to happen, must happen. Open-mindedness, pivot. Let's see what this is about. Yep, Knight of Swords, the star card. So this is about pivoting your dream. Knight of Swords, it is an open-minded energy because it's movement of thought and belief, the quest of seeing things from a higher perspective, a different perspective, and this has to do specifically with what you feel your dream come true is. So you might have been thinking like a lot of your life or a lot lately that this is the direction I need to go. I need to do this. I need to go and this is it. This is it. This is it. And we might be a little fixed or a little stubborn and go, no, no, it has to be this. It's like, does it though? Pause, take a take a step back and pivot and go, oh, okay, this can change. It doesn't have to be the way I thought it was, right? You got the 8 of Swords, yeah, which is, letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that no longer serve, that had made you, it served you for a while, but now they no longer serve you. These that have make you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. And, with this Queen of Pentacles, this is about moving from like pivot from your mind to your emotions, pivot from your head to your heart. Oh, I like that. So this has to do with the perceived, um, what is that end point? The destination. It's like the destination is like, it has to be that destination. Like, does it? They're showing me like Hawaii. It's like, well, I want to go to Honolulu. And you're like, well, does it have to be that island or can it be, Maui or, you know, um, one of the other ones, the Big Island, or I know my dad, Lihu is the name of the city. I can't forget the name of the island. But does it matter what island it is, or is it just that you're going to go to Hawaii, right? There's that kind of energy of this switching, this movement that kind of comes in with it here. So I feel like there's something to do with that pivot from the head to the heart. Yeah, the 5 of Cups. 'Cause there's power of emotional choice here. It's like the heart is going, "Why is no one listening to me?" It's like the heart is pouting. It's like, "Why always listening to the mind? Gosh, I want you to listen to me." So pivot, pivot, pivot. So it's like your heart has been sending out messages of pivot to the heart, pivot to the heart, pivot to the heart. But the mind is like turning down the volume. They're like, pivot. And they turn down to the heart because they're like, don't, no, you can't hear that. Not to the heart. All you hear is pivot, but really there's more to the message that your mind has that turns down the volume because it's like, I don't want you to pivot for me to the heart. Ah, I like that. Perfect. Yeah, because you do, and I like this. So this is the Judgment card, which is your higher self calling you to a different place, and the World card is a victory, but it's a major change of a cycle, to go into something that feels um, more like, um, 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 uh free of expectations, right? And like I said, going with the flow like you're doing. So I feel like that's confirmation, validation for what you're doing, it sounds like already. So that is a good thing. But that's what the word has been. It's been, yes, pivoting, pivot from your head to your heart. And the more you get out of your head and into your heart, it takes time for it to get out into the outside world. You might be going, you know what? I don't want to go this direction anymore. I'm going to go a different one and see where it leads. So I like that. Your fortune cookie from the 54 emotional insights is name it to feel it. There you go. Feel it. Feelings get louder when they're ignored, like we're saying, right? What emotion are you feeling right now? Be specific. Go beyond good or bad, good or bad. Use a feeling word like disappointed, tense, or unseen. Say it out loud or write it down because this is a validation card, which is name it and then let it move. Name it, then let it move. So, I like that. So that is what they have for you, AKA. Thank you again for your donation, and your free reading, is number 12 on the free reading list, if I didn't tell you earlier, or even if I did, now you know. It'll be number 12 on the free reading, so when I get there. A dozen, an even dozen. You're very welcome. Thank you again for your donation. All right, and then we have Angelina. Hey, good to see you. Let's grab you and put you. You'll be number 29 on the donation list here, and it's not as far away as it sounds, because we're starting number 16. At least it's not number 1, right? So, all right. Hey, sassy Libra. Yeah, do you want a general reading, or do you want do you have a specific question? Like a little French, my little French words. So I'll get you on there. Up next, we do have here Rose Crump is up next, 302 at 25. Thank you for your donation. So nice, say it so serious instead of donation. So thank you. And you would love a general message for the next 3 months. All right, let's take a quick sip here. Cheers, cheers. All right. So the next 3 months, what do we have happening here? All right. So what we got going on here? Got a little countdown of 3, 2, 1 by month by month. Oh, and then the end result. I get it. I like how they think. All right. So Rose, the bottom of the deck, you have the Queen of Pentacles, which is a great energy. One, it's an abundance energy, it's a birthing energy, it's a harvest energy. It is following the heart and following you and making your heart a priority, making your self-nurturing a priority, not overgiving to everyone else, but the next 3 months are for you to make choices that are for you, and then everyone else gets overflow, not the other way around where we're overgiving and whatever crumbs left over are for us, right? So I like that. The first month, you have 3 cards. You've got the King of Pentacles. You also have the 7 of Wands and the 7 of Cups. A lot of this the first month out of the 3 has to do here with allowing yourself to feel the feels and be true to you, like feel your emotions. You don't have to act on your emotions, but feel them and allow yourself instead of stuffing them. And there's a lot of this energy of, standing up and being true to your authentic self, not defining yourself by the outside world, the 3 buckets of relationships with humans, situations, or things, but by defining yourself by that inward and upward, that eternal unconditional love of who you are. And it's that inward upward that allows you to shine bright like the sun and not dimming down. So these next 3, months start off with this month. You even have the Hermit card as the underlying energy for the first month, which are you spending some time with spirit here, which is that star in the lantern, kind of stepping away, focusing in on you, connecting with the spirit world, feeling that eternal unconditional love of the higher realms coming down, allowing you to fill up with that. Again, defining yourself by it and that allows you to shine, that allows you to step forward. So you're feeling the feels, you're really getting into understanding who you are when you detach your worth from the outside world. And you find it here in the solid, eternal, unconditional love, which is the only um, stable thing in this realm, because those three are unstable, right? Relationships with humans, humans change, humans walk away, humans pass away, unstable. Situations never stay the same, jobs, education, social status, whatever. Things break down, deteriorate, blow up, burn down, stolen. So all of those are unstable, teaches us those things are unstable, and we find the only stable thing in here, right? Inward, upward, which takes you into month 2, which is the 7 of Pentacles, the King of Cups. Yep, and then you start to see some of the fruit of your labor with the 7 of Pentacles. You start seeing some of the fruit on the tree, and we're not so happy about it. King of Cups is an energy of like a balance between head and heart. It's an energy of something more compatible, something that is more in alignment. Like, you planted a tree and it ends up having kiwi on it instead of you thought, "Oh, you know what? I don't want kiwi anymore. I want, avocados because I wanna make guacamole." And you're like, "Okay, there's a change of desire, a change of what you realize what is for you, because you took on some old things before, people saying, "Oh, you should have a kiwi tree." "Oh, okay," and you did, and you're like, "Okay, I did it, but that's not what I want. That now that I see the fruit growing, I'm gonna switch to something else," right? So I feel like there's a big realization in the 2nd month based on what you realize in the 1st month of some changes you wanna make going forward, and you start to question underneath, with the Justice card, what it is I want and don't want. I'm seeing things from a higher perspective, from a place of higher self, eternal, unconditional love, joy, laughter, peace, gratitude, unconditional love, rather than small t truths rooted in fears, right? Fear of being abandoned, fear of being not enough, fear of failure, those types of things. We're realizing a lot of what we were doing before was because we feared what would people think if we didn't do what they're saying we should do, the kiwi tree, right? Now it's like, "Oh, the poor little baby kiwi, I know," but that might be for someone else, right? But that's not for us. Guacamole is calling our name, avocado trees want to have a partnership with us, and that's what you feel like you're moving, not literally, right? But 3, 2, 1, and then the 3rd month, you have the Emperor. Yeah, very solid energy, really getting out of your head and into your heart in that last month, really finding out what it is you truly want, putting a plan together, taking action. So I feel like, you know, you're having this, realization in the 1st month, really realizing the 2nd month of what the things that you don't want to do. And the 3rd month, I feel like is when you really get out of the head and into your heart, really making plans and really start to take action. And again, 9 of Pentacles is like the Hermit card, more time with spirit, determining what it is, but it's a beautiful abundance energy that comes in too, because I feel like where before, you were doing this much and you had all these expectations from everyone else, you felt this loss, but now that you kind of got rid of those, you feel grateful for what you are doing, and you feel more abundant than you ever have without doing anything new, because all these expectations are removed and you're recognizing what did happen. At the end of all this, yeah, you got beautiful joy and clarity and warmth and harvest, and the Chariot card is also a victory and movement energy from the heart. So I feel like this is a good kind of 3-month epiphany, that comes in for you that brings you great abundance, at the end of it. So I like it for you, a beautiful journey. And let's see what your fortune cookie brings into here. All right. Put those cards back in. So you get one of the 54 emotional insight cards. Let's see what we got here. You have When You Feel Lost is the name of your card here, which says, not knowing who you are is part of becoming. It says list 3 things you're unsure about right now, then list 3 things you know are still true about you, and let both lists coexist. This is an expanding card. It says clarity grows in contrast. I like it. The kiwi versus the avocado. All right. So that's what they have for you, Rose. Hopefully that helps with your journey and many blessings. Thank you again for your donation. I'm very grateful. All right. Next, we got two for Ruby G. Cheers, cheers. I'm going to take a sip here. All right. So, Ruby G, for your first one here, we got 31109 is your timestamp. There we are. And then you want the energy around enrolling your daughter in school in our county this year. All right. Will she have the resource and support she needs? Energy around enrolling your son in a preschool or Head Start program in your county. And will he have his needs supported? And will there be pushback from Daddy O? All right. So, first, energy around enrolling your daughter in school in your county this year. All right. And then will she have the resources and social support she needs? All right. Grab those two. And then for son, enrolling in preschool, all of those. And support Daddy O. All right. So, energy around your daughter in school in your county. Yeah, I feel like there'll need to be removal of some expectations with the Eight of Swords, some mindsets, things that made us feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted. But the King of Cups is a good balance between head and heart, very compatible energy. So I feel like from your daughter's perspective, I know switching schools and all that scary and everything else, but I feel like in the end, it's like such a good fit for her. Will she have the resources and support she needs? Yeah, eventually, here's that growing pains that come from change, the hermit feeling alone in the beginning, feeling like I don't have any friends, feeling like the new person, kind of energy coming in. But in the long run, with the Hierophant, we do see things from a different perspective, and things do, you know, balance out eventually. But she does feel a little bit ostracized in the beginning, like, I don't know anyone here kind of energy. And then energy around your son in a preschool or Head Start program in there. Wow, the sun card. That's a very bright, beautiful card. Yes, yes, yes. Queen of Cups. And the High Priestess. Wow. Yeah, very emotional energy coming in here. Um, I feel like it definitely will help them shine. And I feel like they're very empathic. They've got a huge heart. So I definitely feel like they pick up on a lot of other people's emotions. And as you do, you might kind of teach them about what they can do with a little emotional bubble, and say, just put up a bubble. You don't have to feel everyone's feelings. You can just come in and feel your feelings. I know they're a toddler, but you can start teaching them, when you're not feeling good, you're feeling emotions, you're feeling these, you can do this. But I feel like, um, there's this energy here too. It's good for them with all of this combo. It helps them start dealing with more socializing and dealing and being put in those uh, places with feeling other people's emotions. And it's not, 8 hours, right? Or whatever, how many hours were you in school? It always seemed like we were there 10 hours, right? But it was like, because preschool and that is half days or something, right? But I feel like it's a good baby step that comes in there, right? So I like that. And then will he have his needs supported? Yeah, we got the Knight of Cups. Here's the movement of emotion and the magician too, magical energy. Again, that depends on your energy does support your children's energy, um, because they're still kind of under your umbrella until what age? They're saying until children are 14. At 14, their energy starts bringing their energy, and, that's interesting, I did not know that, that's a new discovery, but it makes so much sense because that's when the mental mind stops and when they stop listening and learning to the outside world and they start making their own choices. That's why rebellious teenagers start around 14, right? Ah, I like this. I like it. So I like this. And then, will there be pushback from dad? Well, of course, 5 of swords, conflict, but the Empress wins. But it depends on how you go about it, right? They don't like change. So the Empress is going forward with emotion and with empathy and that kind of energy. Um, and I feel like you kind of have to ease them in, you know. You're right, 14, right? But kind of do the energy of like just a like an example is, hey, I'm thinking of um I was thinking of, what 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 might it be to, have them go into, you know, a Head Start program or something like that. Yeah, right? Free preschool versus expensive daycare. Yeah, that's a good way to present it to him for sure. Say, I was thinking something that can save it all around is this. Um, and just think about it. Um, I just want to kind of know what you think and what your thoughts on are. Do you have any concerns, any ideas? Where you coming from? And then that allows them the space to think about it and not like, I need an answer right now. Just put this on your radar. I need to kind of make a decision and, you know, but this is the date I would need to know by, so that we can get them on the list or get them registered. Um, so we have a couple weeks or whatever. So I just thought I would just put it out there and let me know what you think, right? Like it. Your fortune cookie is you don't end here. It says who you are is still unfolding. Write down the story I want to write from here is dot dot dot, right? Don't focus on what's realistic, focus on what's true. Let this vision live somewhere you can revisit. Ooh, this is about expanding. So it says you're still becoming. Interesting. I like it. All right. So that's for that one. And then for your next one here, we got 319 even. And this one's for our deeper dive here. So today's expedition, I love it. I love it. Let me close my blinds here. I feel like we're going to go secret now. No, it's because of the sun setting. There we go. The expedition. All right. Or the expedition, because we're petitioning, right? All right. Let's see, and then when we inquire in the X, can we check the physical, mental health, and the custody child support from his. So you have custody child support. Okay. All right. Yeah, I think that's our normal, right? Energy around the doctor's appointment tomorrow that he plans on attending. All right. Very good. Let me remove this out of the way. All right. So first, let's look at that energy around the doctor's appointment tomorrow that he plans on attending. Okay. All right. Anything else? All right, I think that's it. Well, it looks good. You got the Ace of Pentacles, which is a positive outcome. So that's good, positive energy. You got the Knight of Swords, which is, of course, keeping an open mind, but it's the quest for information. And again, we're making this about finding out information for our son, not for a battle, right? And we have the Six of Swords, where I feel like there's letting go of old ways of thinking, seeing things from a different perspective that does bring things from choppy waters to calmer waters. So I do feel like there is some knowledge that comes in with this energy, a different perspective, some new information that brings a shines a light on things, and I feel like it's a good energy that comes in here. So I like that. Seems like a good appointment for tomorrow. And then let's take a look here. So, what about the X's? Physical health, mental health. Look at those. And then we want to know around just custody and child support, right? Okay. Custody and child support. So, custody, child support from his point of view, and then from in real life. Okay. So, we got here. So, his we did physical health first, right? Yeah, physical health. Yeah, his physical health seems to be doing a lot better. Queen of Pentacles. It's a good earthy, abundant energy. Feels been nurturing themselves, so that's good. Also, their mental health. We got the Four of Swords, the Full card. Yeah, mental health is at a restful energy. The Full card feels like a new mind with the Full card, free of expectations, full of possibilities. So maybe whatever was happening was actually impacting their mind. So whatever they got on to treat whatever else might have helped they might have had an infection or something that the antibiotics helped fight off to where now they're let's not jump to where far ahead. Let's just consider it balanced right now, right? All right. And then for custody, what are they thinking here? Yeah, they're kind of going back and forth. They have the Two of Cups. It's kind of like they want to work together for the best for you both here with the Nine of Pentacles. So I feel like they're reaching a realization that you can either work together or work, and I feel like this doctor's appointment, they see how it's when we work together, look how well things happen. When we work like this against one another, look how horrible it is for both of us. So I feel like that's their perspective. Underneath the surface, we do have the Three of Pentacles. Feels like there's a third party being brought in for the uh, for the custody energy. It's custody we're on, right? Yeah. So I feel like there's like someone bringing information in regarding the custody. It's not a third party from the outside world, like a person of interest. Like someone that's not court related. It's someone that works in the court system. Because I feel like, oh, it might even be the child support people bringing in information to the custody case energy. So there's because it feels here the Three Pentacles is someone building something, and information coming in that direction. So that's feels like it feels good. It doesn't feel like it's anything you need to be concerned about. It would be something they need to be concerned about. Um, so uh so we've got this here, and then we have child and then child support. Yep. So where are they coming in child support? Yeah, they're still they're still trying to think of with the King of Wands, how can we get this balanced out? What's something that we can do here, you know? There's gotta be something different, and I like this, um, with you mentioning, "Well, if we take them into school, that can be less for daycare, expensive daycare." Oh, yeah. You know them. You know what to do. I like that. The underlying energy, yeah, new information coming in for the child support too. King of Swords is new communication, new clarity coming in around child support. And again, it feels like a positive energy that's, coming in here. So I do see that coming in. Overall, at the end of all this, we do have the chariot. Here's victory, here's movement energy that's coming in. Power of choice energy is amazing, isn't it? I feel like they had that card just be extra, but they're showing, do you see how when you are choosing consciously how you're thinking, consciously how you're feeling, consciously your energy, consciously your actions, how it does change the outside world, and you're like, "Whoa," right? So, I love this. See what your fortune cookie brings in too, and let's take a look here. Alright, and you have the shepherd, celebration and family coming in here as well. So, let's see what this is about. The shepherd. There it is, 108. On a gentle grassy rise just above, beyond the citadel, white spotted goats blear and graze. The sun bathes the hills in warmth, heavy headed dandelions nod lazily, and all is peaceful. From under a shady tree, the shepherd watches their flock, the bell at the end of their crook ringing out over the slopes. It's a simple life, but the shepherd knows how to celebrate the pleasure of loving and loving well. Um, let's see. A shepherd is a leader and a parental figure. They ensure that their flock doesn't go astray, no matter the weather or the direction. It's time for you to look to your own relationships, family or otherwise, and reach out to them, just as the shepherd guides their flock. Don't be afraid to take the leading hand where it's needed. Someone needs to step up, and right now, that's you. I love it. Reversed, in giving so much energy and time to your social bonds, you may have gone overboard and begun to smother them with your affections. Rather than putting so much effort into the affairs of others, give them some space and turn that love back on yourself. Ooh, I like that one too. All right. So that's what they have for you, my dear. Hopefully that helps. Ruby G, again, thank you for your donations and many blessings to you. All right. Do a couple shout outs. We'll jump back in here. It looks like we've got Mini Heal. Hey, hey, you're back again. I'm doing good after so long. I forget you. Not at all. I do see your free question here. We'll get you on there. You'll be number 20 on the free readings here. Ruby, let's see here. Your next one. Huh. I think the only one I have is your free reading, I believe. Let me just check one. Let me check a page here. Oh, did I miss one? Why didn't it appear? Let's see. You should be before Alice here. Let me see. Oh yeah, you should be right here. Um, I'm glad you mentioned something because looks like I missed one amongst everything here. Because I've got the one before, and then the $5 one, and then another $2 one, but it is not on my other list, so I must have missed it. I'm so sorry. Um, but it would be, I think it's right after, Lauren. So let me put you in there, and let me go find it here. Let's see if it's still, oh, no, I don't, the chat reset, it's at, I can't see what your second or your third question was. If you don't mind putting it back out there. So if you have that one, you know, because I can't see it anymore, because when I left and came back, it just didn't just erased it, everything from before. So if you don't mind, but you'll be number 24. And sorry, Alice, you'll be number 25. Lemon Lime Lulu, you'll be number 26. MK, you'll be number 27. Twin Flame, you'll be number 28 and number 29. And then Angelina, you'll be number 30. So sorry. I think that was right after I had finished. I think Deb's, if I remember, and then so I was trying to catch up, and I was going too fast, evidently. So my biggest apologies. We will get you in there, though, if you remember your question. Because it just has the donation and no question with it there. So you probably did it in the chat. I don't think I can. I'm not sure, but we'll grab you in there. That could be it. I don't remember seeing that, but I might have totally bypassed it or something, but I'll put that in there. If it changes, let me know. You have a few away here. All right. So thank you for mentioning that, because I went by and you'd be like, Brenda, what about the other one? So glad you caught it now. That definitely helps. All right, so we'll jump back in here. We do have Crystal Ray up. So Crystal, we got 332.46 for yours. And yours is over here. Is this here? Yes, it's right here. There we go. So I got your hey, your eighth love. You're so funny. Ah. All right. So, what are the thoughts of the man who gave me a hug on my porch today named Tim? He seemed not to care about the rumors so far. And the other day when I gave him a hug, he enjoyed it. All right, let's take a look here. So, what are the thoughts of the man who gave you a hug on the porch today? All right, we got that. And then Bernard's thoughts on you and Corey's thoughts on you. Nope, not those. Corey's. All right, there we go. And they do want these two. All right. All right. Overall energies for your entire reading. Do you have the Five of Pentacles? So, this is a fear being abandoned, left behind, left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough energy. So something to definitely look at, into there, which is, of course, your choice to do so or not. But Spirit is just saying a lot of the energy that comes from these is, of course, it has to do with our desire, what drives us to find our in our attachment of our worth to things of the outside world. We're all taught that, the three buckets of relationships with human situations and things. So I feel like they're saying, you've been doing work on you're really getting a lot of clarity on that when you define your worth by these outside things, we feel unstable because definitely humans are unstable, right? Especially relationships with humans. So I feel like they're just bringing that in. Before we jump in, so number one are Tim's thoughts for you here. Yeah, the world card. They feel like a victory, an ending of old cycles, free of expectations, just full of possibilities and what would unfold, adventure. They see the 7 of Wands. There's this energy here. Um, you know, they very much are. They see you and they see themselves as just being true to myself and I'm shining bright. I'm not dimming my light. I'm not defending my actions. I'm just going to be me. I'm going to be who I am. Very much fire energy, of course. Yeah. Here's that 8 of Wands energy, the passionate blood flow energy, this fire. So, very much fiery energies that are coming in. But as fast as they arrive is the fast that they will go as well. I feel like they will be removed out of your life soon because they are not for you, with this Tower card here. Um, so I feel like there's this, you know, free to be me. I'm going to be who I am, and no one's going to tell me what to do or try to change me, or, you know, you know, no expectations, no intentions, just action kind of energy. Don't feel like they're relationship oriented. I think they're just physically fire oriented, passion, that's it. So I feel like they will either be removed or you will remove them fast with a lightning bolt. And then Bernard's thoughts on you. Yeah, there's this, desire for a new beginning, kind of like the world card that we just got, free of expectations, just adventure, Ace of Cups, there is this emotional energy that they offer here. Again, this restart of emotion energy, Wheel of Fortune energy. They just kind of feel like it was fated, and there's kind of like this, I wish things could go forward. But here's this conflict, the Two of Swords energy that's here. Is this the one that's by? Because we've got this conflict, right? That's the big thing that kind of comes in here that keeps it from going forward, right? Because, the thing that keeps on kind of coming up is that, we're looking for our worth out there. And so we keep on coming up with these conflicts, right? I feel like as you turn more and more and more and more inward and upward for your self-worth and the foundation of who you are, then this um trying to find whatever this is that you're looking out here for among, these individuals, that they keep on showing you the same message. I'm not enough, I'm not enough, I'm not enough. Because like they're not enough, they're not enough, they're not enough. There's something inside of us going, I'm not enough, I'm not enough, I'm not enough, right? And as we realize, oh yeah, because we're always finding something that's not working out with someone, right? And that they're a mirror for us. I feel like this is a big important message for you there. Right. And then Corey's thoughts. King of Swords, really in their head a lot. What is this about? Yeah, really in their head a lot. Saturn Capricorn energy. Nine of Pentacles, really being off by themselves. They're in that kind of hermity mode with this 10 of Wands. Like, where am I investing my energy? Kind of coming in here. Am I investing my energy in gratitude for what I'm enjoying, or am I focusing on what's being lacking, right? And I feel like that's overall. I don't feel like that's just with Corey. I feel like that because that 10 of Wands kind of came in as an extra card at the end, which is where am I focusing my energy, and knowing that whatever I was focusing on yesterday is what's brought me to where I am today. What I focus on today is what is bringing me, into tomorrow. So I feel like that's what they got for that crystal. Hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. And you've got no emotion is permanent. Ooh, interesting. Which says emotions ease when we stop fighting them. So rate how strong your current emotion feels from 0 to 10. Set a timer for 2 minutes and then breathe slowly. And then after 2 minutes, rate it again. And what's different? This is a validation card which says no feeling is final, right? Our feelings are always changing and transforming. Obviously, right? All right. So hopefully that helps, my dear. That is what they have for you. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got just Alice. Let's see. You want to know, Will? Okay. So that's going to be your free question, right? So Alice, we'll get you. I got you on your donation up top. You're number 25. So you'll be coming up here shortly, but you'll be number 21 on the free readings. And then Miley, hello. Good to see you. You'll be number 22 on the free readings. All right. So what we're going to do here. I'm almost at 4 hours. So let's see here. I'm going to I got 3 for Maria P. So these are shorter donations. So I'll be able to complete those in what, 18 minutes? Yeah, it's 42. So that'd be 18 minutes. So we'll do those and then maybe I'll get Lauren in as well. And then I'm going to take a quick break because my buns are getting numb from sitting here for 4 hours. And then we'll pick back up. All right. So Maria P, we're at 342.28. So Maria, for your first one here. Boom, boom. And this is this one here. I do believe. Yes. So Wally's thoughts and feelings towards you today. His thoughts on our conversations lately. He said it's getting old, me having expectations. He said he will not change his life over there, but he loves me. And then what's coming up for this week? And a message from Wally. All right. So Wally's thoughts and feelings for you today. Yeah. So got this little judgment card, which, he's trying to see things from a higher perspective. It's like this draw that he's trying to see things differently. But there's this pull. Let's see what this is about. What are his thoughts on your conversations lately? Yeah, it's kinda like he feels like he's getting ultimatum energy with the chariot, the power of choice, and I kind of feel like he feels more so that you're being pulled away with that judgment card, that, he's like, you're being pulled and that, especially with this, he's getting old of you having expectations. Yeah, the 7 of Pentacles, which is slow, 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 slow movement, and that and he feels like you're becoming impatient, and that the fruit that you're seeing, you're kind of thinking, maybe not that this isn't the fruit that I wanted. I thought it was gonna be that reminded me of my brother who bought an apple tree, and for several years, it was like 3 years, the apple tree didn't bear any fruit at all. And he was, going, well, I'm not going to cut it down, but, you know, definitely wanted fruit out of it, and that's the kind of thing is the fruit isn't coming in. It's like, isn't this thing producing? Um, so, I do feel like he feels, um, you know, that this is like you're gonna start to see that this isn't the fruit you're wanting and that your and we talk about expectations all the time. They are what suck the life out of a relationship, right? And he said he won't change his life over there, but he loves you. Yep, the Sun card, you know, there is this energy here, this shines a bright light on things. It's the clarity that you need to see. Part of this is also, the expectations you have do coincide with that he's not wanting to change over there because what happens when we focus on what's not happening? We get more of not happening, right? So he's noticed you having expectations about what's not happening. And the more you focus in on what's not happening, then, we've got this, you know, more of that is what's coming in here. um, so, you know, will they change if you let go of your expectations and you start focusing in on gratitude for what you do have with them? Is that gonna be enough for you? That's up to you, right? I mean, eventually, like with the 7 of Pentacles, this is you going, "You know what? If nothing ever changes, is this enough for me? And if not, then you get to decide," right? And what's coming up for you guys this week? Yep, you have the 9 of Cups. There's this feeling of self-love and this energy of dream come true energy that's coming up here for you. But I feel like it's a focus in on what your dream come true is and what their dream come true is, and to find out if what you think their dream is true, and do they know what your dream come true is? And if you ask them, "What's your ultimate dream to come from this?" And if it doesn't match up, then that's what you get to decide, right? Yeah, because the 9 of Pentacles, they're looking for their self-sufficiency. This 9 is like, this is them living in their own castle, right? In that energy of, you know, um, I would be if I leave where I'm at, I would be moving into my own place first and see what unfolds from that, right? So, anyway, that's what they have for that, and yeah, you got fact versus interpretation. Okay. So this says, "There's a difference between what happened and what you made it mean. So describe something upsetting that happened recently. Write 2 lists. What actually happened, just facts. They said this, right, whatever. And then what you assumed it meant, which is interpretations. And then which part are you reacting to, the fact or the interpretation?" And then this is a reframing card. It's the story, not just the facts, because it's all about what did I make that mean about me is a big piece of it, right? All right. So that is what they have for number 1 for you there. We'll dive into number 2 here in a second. We got Diana Madrid. Oh, for the win. You are very welcome. Oh, perfect. I will mark you as having been notified. Yeah, you were the 30-minute winner on Monday for the donation. So I will have you marked here that you know about it. And I look forward to your email. Congratulations, Diana. All right. Oh, and Maria P. How could I forget? I don't know, Maria, if you know that you won the donation on July 27th. You were the winner of a 30-minute personal recorded reading. So if you didn't know, now you know. And you might know the drill on those, which is um, send me an email of your questions and we will do a reading on those. So now you know. All right. So, Maria, number 2 for you is 34941. There is your timestamp there. And this one is for this one. So, Dr. Laura's thoughts on your work this week and anything that she would like you to know. I sense she's changed again. Oh, did you do something wrong, right? Why didn't you go to the baseball game with everyone? So she asked you why didn't you go to the baseball game with everyone? So what's coming for you at work tomorrow? And any promo. Okay. So, Dr. Zaloris, thoughts on you this work? Queen of Wands, yeah, go, go, go. Move, move, move. Action, action, action. Very fire energy. That's coming in there. Anything that she would like you to know? Um, yeah, like put an end to expectations of what everyone else should be doing and supposed to do, need to do, have to do kind of energy, you know? I feel like there's reactive energy with the Queen of Wands. So I feel like, she looks at everyone and she's like wanting everyone to do different things, but then, you know, not jump to conclusions and work together and everything. And I feel like um she also would like you to do that too. It just feels like she's a bit fiery this week as well, and I just feel like she's kind of just snapping at a lot of people, it feels like. Um, because you sense she changed again. Did you do something wrong? No, wow. Yeah, I got all these Ace of Wands and Nine of Wands, all this fire energy. I don't feel like, I feel like more she's reacting to something going on and energy in her life, and it's just kind of flowing out here. But also, energy you're focusing on is what you're, drawing in as well. Um, and I feel like she feels she's putting a lot of energy in trying to get everyone to work together. And like when you didn't go to the baseball game, if that's the thing that's coming in here, that would be something she would see you as working against her trying to get everyone to work together, and she wants you to be part of the team, not, you know, ostracize yourself, right, from it. Um, and unless you had a reason like, "Oh, I had my kids, I couldn't go," or, something happened or, "I really wanted to go," that'd be different if like, "Nah, I don't wanna hang around with those, wicked old witches." Anyway, what's coming for you at work tomorrow? You got the 10 of Pentacles. It is an abundance kinda day, fullness kinda day. You got Page of Wands. It feels like here, I mean, this would be we keep on getting money and movement up energy here. Um, but, there is these changes that are coming, with all of this at work. Just feels like it's so fluid at work. It just feels like there's a lot of stuff happening, a lot of energy that's switching. But remember, whatever energy you're focusing is what you draw towards you. So this death of expectations is the thing that will change your life in so many ways. The more we start focusing on what we're grateful for, it grows, right? If I'm focusing on what's missing, what I need, what I want, that's what's fighting against the stuff coming towards you, right? Your fortune cookie is what's guiding you, and life feels better when it aligns with what matters. List 3 values that define the kind of person you want to be. Next to each, write a real example from the past week. Where is their alignment? Where is their drift, meaning separation? Because this is an expanding card. Let meaning guide movement. I like that. Know what you want and where you want to have it go, right? All right. So that is that one. And then for number 3, we've got 354, 45, 45. Yeah, look at that mirroring. 5445 is for yours. And so let's tiptoe into your job for you. All right, let's see what we got here. We got this and this and this and this. All right. Yeah, look at so we definitely have the Queen of Wands coming in here. So here's what you got for you before, you know, you manage your energy and whatever you focus on. You could do anything, job as far as what I do and what my career and what I want to do, I can do anything. What is it that I want to do, right? Versus also the energy, whatever you're focusing on currently is what you draw towards you. So, this is what they're saying with work and for job, you know, really like look at a day and how much where's all your energy? What does your energy feel like? And does it feel heavy or does it feel light? Does it feel like fear? Or does it feel like love? And then you can understand what I'm drawing in, right? Like they said, you focus on your yesterdays to see where you're at in your job today. You focus on the energy of today to see where you're going to be tomorrow. I like that. You have the Queen of Cups. Yep, here's that follow your heart energy. They have to make themselves known. You got the Knight of Pentacles. Yeah, it's slow, slow but sure energy. The Knight of Pentacles is a quest for our worth, but it's the slowest moving knight, so things are moving slow. But they're and I think you might have mentioned that you did check out that podcast, episode 14, Abundance Where It Be. It's so important because I feel like there are these blocks to letting things into your life of abundance. And until we deal with those blocks, things come in only every once in a great while because your inner child who controls the gate thinks you have to give 1,000 coins to get one back. When it hits 1,000, they let one coin in and then back up. It resets at 0. You have to get back 1,000 again. Till you change this rate of exchange, instead of being 1,000 to 1, you get it down to 1 to 1, then the gates open and abundance just flows in. We talk a lot about that in that podcast. And if you haven't done that inner transformation, then nothing's going to change with that, right? Yeah, you got the Six of Cups. There's a lot of past life energies that are coming in here for you as well. And, you know, it does feel like here, this is something returning back from your past, from your job. You're either getting contacted by a previous job or you contact a previous job that you really enjoyed and they're hiring or they're offering a position, they're offering more. There's permanent positions, other different types of positions open for growth. So, and there is this, so reflect on jobs that you had. What have you enjoyed? Are there any that you'd like to go to? Or is there, does that help create the list of the things that you would really enjoy moving forward, right? Yeah, because you got the Three of Wands. You also, on the bottom of it all, have the World card, which an ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure. This is about going a different direction than you're currently going. And I feel like with new information that you do um, choose to move to a different direction, go in a different way. So hopefully that helps. All right, your fortune cookie for this one is let go of too much, which says your emotions don't need to shrink for others to feel comfortable. I like that. Have you ever felt too emotional or too sensitive? Ask who taught you that. What would it feel like to believe my feelings make sense? This is a validation card. So it's your feelings are allowed. So I like that. So that is what they have for you, Maria. Now your free reading is number 14 when we get around to free readings. And don't forget, you won. So if you have any questions, of course, you can reach out to me at my email, brettazen@gmail.com, which is always linked down in the description area too. All right. So I'm hitting 4 hours right now. So Lauren, I thought I was going to get to you, but it went a little longer than I thought. So you'll be up first when our turn, and then we got Ruby G, Just Alice, Lemon Limes Lulu, MK, Twin Flame times 2, and then Angelina, and then also Ruby G. I see this one. I know. So I got you on there. That'll be number 30, and I'll add that question in when I return, but I'm gonna go grab some more coffee, get some blood rushing through my buttocks, hit the facilities, and then I'll be back, and we'll jump back in for more readings. Thank you guys for your patience and all your love. I shall be back. All right. We are back. Even grabbed one of my protein drinks. So we've got some food as well. All right. All right. All right. All right. So I think we are good. Let me just check here. I think that's good. Okay. Yeah, it looks like everything is good to go here. So, Ruby, oh, thank you, Ruby. I see your question there too. There we go. All right. Got your question there. And Crystal, yes, Bernard. Okay. Listening to your reading. Yeah, all right. Very good. All right. So let's dive back in. So we got Lauren. You are up 40644. Lauren of the light. We have it under your business because you're waiting to like fly, right? So cheers, have some protein, right? It's not bad. This is one of those orange cream swirls. Yeah, my host is has some. She goes, try these. Do you like these? I don't think they're her favorite. They may be coming down to my fridge. All right. So, Lauren, sending you lots of love for your wonderful flight adventures. I know with delays, you're just like, oh my God. Gonna have to deplane or what? You said you were on the plane, right? So let's take a look here. You want to know first up his current feelings, thoughts, heart. What's he want? What's he realized? All right, let's take a look here, Lauren. Oh, I didn't put it out here, did I? Helps to share these things. All right. So his current feelings, thoughts, heart. What's he want? What's he realized? All right. So his current feelings, yeah, 9 of cups. I feel like with the 9 energy of the hermit, he's always, it's like when he's in his force field, he feels safe, and so he feels good when he has no expectations. He has his hermit, he gets to choose. There's no expectations of my time is owned by anyone. I get to do what I want, right? And even though you say you have no expectations, he has a boatload up here of what he thinks you expect, even when you're saying you don't. He assumes you do. And that's his life. So I feel like that's where his feelings are right now. It feels like a dream come true because I have my space and alone time, but I have you too because you give him 6, 7, 8 hours on FaceTime or whatever, right? Even when we're not together. So, there is that. Um, I have my cake and I'm eating it too because I get what I want and then I can have you when I want you too. Then I can also have you not when I want you. So I get, that is a dream come true for an avoidant, right? All right. His thoughts, 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, I mean, he's trying to balance things out. This, codependent overgiver energy. His mind is, I can never give you what you give me. And so I always fall short. I always end up on the high end of the scale because what I give doesn't equal to what you give. And I can never do this. At the most, I can hope to get close to this, is where his mind is at, right? His heart, let's see, his current plans, his thoughts. Oh, and then what's going on in his heart? Yeah, I mean, we've got the Hermit card, and then we got the Six of Cups, which is the return, the Hermit, the Six of the return, the Hermit, the Six of the return, the Hermit, the Six, the Cups of return, the cycle, right? It's, "Here I come back again." Uh-huh. You know? So, it's like your dream home, the difference between your dream home and his dream home is his dream home has, a rotating door. Oh, like one of those in an office, the big circular doors. You're like, right. But that's his heart, he has that energy that comes in here, with that. What does he want? He doesn't know. 7 of Cups, he's confused, of course, right? He's got all these different emotions that he doesn't know how to deal with, right? And what he's realized, yeah, I mean, he's realized you are full of emotions. You're the queen of emotion. And, of course, that you, as in your words, like you are his heart, but he's realized he has to have his own heart because he needs to be able to feel his own emotions and deal with them himself. You can't do that for him, I feel like is what he's realized, right? Um, and then you have 4 other smaller questions here. Why so many delays today with the plane, right? So, what is it with the delays? Wow. Yeah, Queen of Cups. Well, I just put that in, came back out. One, it's for you to sit with your emotions, give you that time and space away from everything, kind of a captured audience in a way, where you get to sit with your own emotions and that he gets to sit with his, as well, because, um, he gets to sit with that all day. Interesting that it comes in that way. Outcomes from this trip based on current energies. You've got, oh my gosh, I can't believe this. I put it back in the deck. Got the Queen of Cups again and the Empress. Here you go. So, the Empress is you, right? You have the Empress. She rules over all the queens. Well, this is him. He gets to be the Queen of Cups. You get to be the Empress. So, there's this energy of, like, in a way, you get to not rule over his emotions, but you get to teach him, how he can rule over his emotional kingdom by how you rule over yours. You get to lead by example because an empress doesn't tell a queen what to do, but an empress can present herself, show it, and then, do that. So that's funny. Jake gets to become a queen, queen of cups. Which is good. A lot of emotional sharing, a lot of emotions revealed. So, it looks good. Feels very emotional, but, harvest energy with the Empress, that's in there, right? And then what spirit trying to reveal for you right now? Yeah, you're happiest when you are just being true to your authentic self. You're just shining bright, not dimming your light, not asking permission to shine, not defending what you want or whatever, just being you. That's when the 10 of cups, that's when you feel the most joy, and when things are overflowing, not when, we're in our head. That's when the fears come in. When you're just flowing from your heart and you're just full of joy, you're the most happiest. But when you start putting a story to what that means about you, that's when you become like a upside down 10 of cups or something. But I feel like that's, the big message that they're coming in and you're realizing. And then any surprises coming in here for you. You got the 6 of Pentacles, the 7 of Cups. Wow. I mean, those are 2 cards that we got when we were asking about him, the 7 of cups is, all the different emotions that he's feeling, and the 6 of pentacles, this, feeling of codependency, the realization that I can't keep up with you, with your overgiving, and, um and that I feel like that's the thing is, like, you don't realize that, that's a lot of emotion to feel. You're like, 7 of cups? You're like, that's me before breakfast, you know? I feel and flow with 7,000 cups a day, and they're like, "What?" You know, I don't I don't think he realizes how unemotional he is in comparison to you. I don't feel how emotional you are in comparison to him, and I feel like that's a surprise. I feel like you think but when you don't realize how different you both are in feeling things. He's very mind, you're very emotion, right? Very water versus air, energy. So, hopefully that helps a little bit, Lauren. Let's see here. Your fortune cookie is from the Citadel here. And we've got the diviner, divine timing and evaluation to talk about. What a card for delays, delays, delays. Ugh. Divine timing. All right. Says incense fills the air with its heavy scent, turning the light hazy and thick. Though it makes you cough, the diviner seems unfazed by it, their hands moving in patterns over piles of sticks and the scattered shapes of rune stones. By reading the signs, the diviner can determine the path of the future and plant the seeds that are needed to turn events in their favor. Patience is their closest ally. You've taken the actions needed to achieve your desired outcome, and right now, nothing more can be done to hurry it into fruition. Rather than waiting impatiently, take this moment to evaluate your progress and allow things to happen in accordance with divine timing. Make arrangements so that when this outcome does occur, you're in the best position to embrace it. Reversed energy to find yourself you find yourself without a long-term plan, lacking the vision that will help you lay the path to happiness. Think about what is holding you back, what is stopping you from making the plans that will lead to your own fulfillment. Whether it's a person, a feeling, or a physical barrier, address it now. Boom. You want to borrow my book? All right. That's what they have for you, my dear. Hang in there. Hopefully you guys finally took off and you're on your way to a new Lauren of Light. Hey Lauren. You just got service. Oh, very good. I will change this here to be your this one instead of your business one here. We'll do it Lauren of Light. All right. So hang in there, my dear. Boom, boom, boom. Winds of angels. Come on, angels, come on. All right. So let us catch up here on here. So we got Chelsea in the house. Hey, Chelsea, good to see you. Hope you're well. Thank you for your donation. Here is let me get that. And let's get your questions here. Boom, 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 boom. And hello. You're so funny. So let me get all these in here. Okay, just get all 3 of these together here. All right, I think I got you all there. And we got On Schumann, and we'll get you a free reading here. We'll get you on be number 23 on the free readings. And lemon limes here. Hello, hello. May I know which number I hold for your next reading? Dun dun dun. Your next one here is number 26. I'm about to start number 24, so you're a couple away, not too far away. All right. All right. Very good. I'm glad you're feeling good, Lauren. All right. Let me just take another sip of my little orange cream swirl. These used to be such good popsicles. Remember those popsicles? Yum, yum. I think they're still around, but I think they called them dreamsicles or something. All right. You're welcome. All right. So let us jump back in here. So Ruby G 42131 is for yours here. And thank you for all your donations tonight as well. Of course. So oh yeah, that's right. This is the one I forgot. Oh my god. So energy around medical neglect, CPS. All right. And then the fraud, identity theft. And why haven't your attorneys responded here? All right. And let's see what we got here. So, yeah, I feel like we got the 8 of Pentacles. It's a lot of blood, sweat, and tears around the medical neglect and CPS energy. It brings a little bit of abundance with the Page of Pentacles, but also we have the Moon card, which means there's some unforeseen things that bubble up as well. Let me see. I'm going to pull a clarifier on there real quick here. Yeah, we have the 5 of Cups. It does bring some sorrow, of course, and we knew that would end up bringing, you know, drama and, from, the person that you'd be turning into all that, right? So, definitely have that energy there, but it would bring a little bit of abundance that comes in there. But ultimately, it feels like there's a lot of emotion that comes up and a lot of lower vibrational energy and even sorrow that comes in. Um, Fraud and identity theft energy. We've got the Hangman. So there is someone's looking at things from a higher perspective. Does look like there's an end of a cycle, a new beginning, something new starting up with it too, but it's slowing it down more. It's like there's this energy, I feel like the more they open up, it's like it's attached to something. Yeah, for both of you, sorrow. Sorrow for you and sorrow for them. There's, like, a lot of lower vibrational energies because I feel like there's a lot of, um just a lot of negative energy around it all. It turns into, you know, accusations and them accusing you of things and you accusing them of things and, all of that, kind of, energy that comes in with that, right? Um, so there is this energy that comes in here, like, in talking about the fraud and identity theft, just feels like it's expanding because it's part of something bigger, and it keeps expanding, slowing things down, and it's like the more they turn over a rock, the more they find. It's like, "Oh my god." That's the way it kinda just feels like it's, one thing after another, a new thing is found, a new thing is found, a new thing is found, and it just feels like it's being drawn out. Um And then why haven't your attorneys responded? Well, I mean, we've got the 9 of Swords energy and the Hermit card here and the Emperor here as well. Now, there's gonna be reasons why the attorney themselves um, have not, uh, responded, but I feel like this energy is all about your impact on why they haven't responded. And this does talk about nightmares, insomnia, and expectations, and it's a good reminder the Emperor energy is getting out of our head and into our heart, kind of like King of Wands managing our own energy. And, there is this, different approach, to, if we're falling into the this should be happening, the timing, anything about of I need or I want energy is pushing it further away instead of release. And you do what you can, you release, you focus on gratitude. You do what you can, you release, you focus on gratitude. That's what we do. What I'm grateful for, what has happened, what is happening, and I release the rest. And, you know, again, I do what I can do and then I release it because I can't do more, right? So I feel like that's what's coming in here. Um, and that whole, the whole focus on what I think is supposed to be happening should happen. Even what's the fear in the bottom? The fear of death, it's, understanding where all these fears are rooted. Because the more we're stressing, the more we're doing things, the more that it, you know, of course, pushes progress away and draws in more of the other, right? I don't even know how much I don't know how much that I think that was a 2 yeah, that was another $2, right? Yeah. So that one gets one of these. And you got redefine strength. Interesting. Strength isn't loud. Sometimes it's staying. So list 3 ways you've shown strength that others might not see. What did those moments cost you? What did they grow in you? And then say, my strength doesn't need to be visible to be real. My strength doesn't need to be visible to be real. Wow. Expand. This is an expanding card. So quiet strength counts too. We don't need loud strength all the time. That's fun. All right. So that is for that one, my dear. Thank you again for that. And I see you just have another one. Let me get caught up on the chat here. Let's see. And then Twin Flame. Hey, hey. We'll get you on the free list. That'll be number 24 for the free readings. All right. And then Ruby G will get your additional one here. That'll be number 32 on the donations. I got it. The hippos. Hungry, hungry hippos. All right. And then you're probably doing that here. Okay. So let me take the last sip of this little drinky poo here. Excuse me. Those aren't too bad. All right. So let us jump back in here. We have Alice up first not up first, but up next. So Alice, thank you for your donation. Here's your timestamp. And encouragement for your interviews next week. All right, let's see here. What does Spirit want you to know that's encouraging for your interviews next week? else? And these two. All right. I like it. So at the bottom of the deck, you do have the Two of Swords, which does tell me you'll have a choice to make. So you might have more than one option that comes as a result of your interviews next week. They also, yeah, with all these cards on the bottom of the Two of Swords, the Ace of Wands, and the Chariot, power of choice energy that comes in here as well. So, there is this um empowerment. Encouragement is, when you go in with gratitude and higher vibrational energies of love and joy and, like I said, gratitude and peace and laughter and higher vibration, you draw things that match that energy towards you. If you go in with fear or need or want or, you know, something has to happen, then we actually make it harder. We push it away. When you go in that wonderful peace energy, then it's noticed. You stand out when you have that kind of energy. So I like that. Whatever we focus on is what we draw to us. So we're the one in power, not the other, right? So I like that. What else? Knight of Wands. Yep, fast movement. Again, this is the quest of your power, like the Ace of Wands. Whatever you focus on is what grows and expands. So they're just reinforcing that. You have the Ten of Swords, which is letting go of expectations. When we think it's supposed to be this way, should be this way, that's something else that sucks the life out of things. When we focus on gratitude for what is happening instead of focusing on what's not, or that we have this thing of all this is supposed to happen, then that's when we suck the life out of it. So going in with gratitude and abundance energy, not lack energy and supposed to energy, also allows some beautiful flow. And you've got the devil card. Yeah, you got the card Saturn, which rules Capricorn over the house of work. So that they're coming in here, they're encouraging you is that you will have work. You will have results from these interviews. And you'll have one with that Two of Swords, you'll have one that's going to be like boring. Like, yeah, that's a good job. But then you have the strength card, one that you really want to step into, something that's more of a stretch, something that might be in leadership, that feels like, ooh, I'm a little excited, a little nervous about it, but you would be great at it. And I feel like they're saying, go for it. Go for the one that you really want. Don't settle for the one that is like safe. Go for the one that's exciting and different. And like I said, a stretch kind of energy. So it looks good. It feels like you'll have at least two choices when you come out of the interviews this coming week. So I like that for you. All right. And let's get to your fortune cookie here too. All right. So you've got validate, then redirect. I like it here, which says acceptance makes change possible. One, name what you're feeling, then say, it makes sense that I feel this way because, and then ask, what would support me right now? I love that because this is a validate card. Of course, it says first accept what you're feeling, right? Then support. Yeah. First accept, then support. So I like that for you, Alice. Hopefully that helps, my dear. Many blessings to you. I do have you on the free readings too. If you hadn't heard, yeah, you're number 21 on there. I don't think you won anything, did you? No, I don't think you did. All right. All right. So many blessings, and we will move forward here. Okay, thank you. Oh, Jamie G. Hey, hey. Why M&A are acting like a bag. You're so funny. You'll be number 25. I thought I had you on the list somewhere already. Why does your name sound familiar? Probably because I we talk all the time, right? No, I don't see you on the list. Oh, you know why? I don't know if you're listening right now, Jamie. You were one of the winners of a 15-minute personal recorded reading. I'll mention it when I do your free reading, if I remember, but, if you're listening right now, you were one of the winners on Monday. You did congratulate people on the chat, I mean, on the announcement itself, but I didn't know if you realized you were one of the winners too. All right, but we'll circle back around. All right, and then Ruby, thank you for your clarity here. We'll get that on here. That's on your question. Okay, very good. All right, so we'll continue down the list here. We got Lemon Limes Lulu. We are up 436, 24. So Lemon Limes Lulu. Boom, boom. All right. So let's take a sip here. Oh, that's right. This is a deep dive on the cappies ness. Cheers, cheers. All right. So, deep dive on Cappy's feelings for you. So let's look at these Cappy's feelings. Okay. Thoughts. Of course, they're going to have a lot of thoughts being a Cappy. Surprised they have emotions. Oh, you like the clear mugs? I know. It came in a set of 2, which I'm glad because then when one's, in the wash, the other is available. I love my big old mug. And then intentions for you. It holds twice as much coffee, which is the important thing. All right. So we got all that, and then how does she view you compared to her current experience with Leo? All right. Yeah, underline energy. Oh my gosh, yeah. So underline energy. I mean, we've got the Ace of Swords that's here. Um, and you got the Moon card, a ton of below the surface. 3 of Cups, third party, like they're in the middle, and they've got you two on either side. There's even the 7 of Swords, which is a bit of not telling the whole truth and hiding things, right? I think we got that previously too, which this feels like the Capricorn, they're hiding things about how they feel and what's really going on, but they don't feel like they're hiding things because they're like, it's just data. I haven't made a decision. It's just data. So that I haven't shared it yet doesn't seem like wrong to me when I'm in their energy, because it's like, well, you'll get the final report. I'm not going to leak information when the analysis isn't complete yet. Why would I want to communicate that? That's the mind Capricorn energy that I feel. That's funny. All right. So let's see here. Deep dive on Cappy's feelings for you. Yeah, we have the 6 of Wands, so there definitely is mutual, like, energetic, passionate attraction. 8 of Wands. So, definitely there's this flow of passionate energy that comes in here. It's a lot of fire. We have the 8 of Pentacles too, transformation energy that's coming here, and this feels like it's contained. Like, I feel like they've got all this attraction energy, but it's like in a cocoon, building something in there. It's like it doesn't it's like almost they don't allow it out, and it's, like, kept in this cocoon. It's like, "No, no, no. It's in here, it's incubating. We'll see what comes in with that, energy." Underneath that, we do have the Sun and the Page of Swords. So, it feels like I mean, a lot of it right now is being funneled into fire, and a great amount of it with the Sun being there, while the Ace of Swords here, um sorry, the Page of Swords, not the Ace, the Page of Swords, they're taking their analysis to a whole new level, and there is this, like, their emotions, their passions, everything contained while we're doing our analysis. It's like we need to have a test environment. They're going IT on me. A test environment that's separate from everything to see what works before we put it into production. So I feel like it's all up here, which is what we're about to go into with thoughts. Yeah. So their thoughts are about a return, either a return or a future, opportunity with the Page of Pentacles and this Ace of Cups energy that's coming in, which is new relationship, new emotion, you know, emotions being shared. And so I do feel like their mindset is thinking about that. That's part of the, process of what would that look like? What, is coming in there with that kind of energy. Um, what else? Yeah. So they do have the 9 of Pentacles. There is this energy of like being separate first. Like I feel like they're like if it doesn't work out without the Leo, then I'm not going to just jump from one to another. I need 9 of Pentacles as I would need some space first. Is their mindset, right? And we've got the Queen of Swords, balance my head and my heart. So the 5 of Pentacles in this case is because I don't want it to be a rebound kind of thing. I want to make sure I've got my mind and my heart balanced before I do anything new with anyone new kind of energy when they're coming in here, right? Um Underneath that, we've got the King of Cups and the 10 of Wands, yeah. So here's that King of Cups. Again, once I have my head balanced and my heart balanced, then with the 10 of Wands, then I can move this energy from what felt like a burden before into something gratitude. That's what I need to do to balance it. I need to be able to look at things differently, and because I don't want to be bitter, I don't want to bring all that energy. I'm going to transform that energy before I move into something different. I feel like that's a lot of what they're thinking in their head, but I mean, obviously, with all this energy, it feels like they're so focused in on that, that would be something that they would move into eventually, but needing that alone time um, to process first. So let's see what are their intentions that are coming in here for you. We got the 6 of Pentacles. Yeah, this is this it's this abundant relationship, balanced relationship between two people, not codependent with an overgiver in it, which which is what I feel like they want to make sure that they um, don't end up in. I feel like they have like a pattern of ending up in codependent relationships, so they're trying to see what they can do to not have that, you know, happen again. Um, yeah, 5 of Wands. It's like they're that's funny that their intention is to avoid drama, you know, which again, avoid the firestorm, avoid the drama, go through the transformation of change. And then once that's done, then, then see where we're at, and then, with their intentions would be then to move forward, right? Yeah. Again, after balance, then there would be, consideration for lovers or partnership, right? But it's after balance. No drama, balance. I see a balancing theme that's she's very adamant about that. I need it to be balanced, not, a, melodrama. Um, how does she view the 2 of you compared here? We'll look at these 2 cards and see if they want anything else. But since I have so many cards, let me put these in here, but I have 2 cards that compare how she views you to what her current experience with the Leo is. Sorry, there was a lot of cards. Let me just put all these back in here in separate spots. That way, if any of them come out together, it's a miracle. Okay. So, how do they view you? Yeah. Fresh start, the full card. An adventure, free of expectations, supposed to be, should be's, a breath of fresh air kind of energy that comes in here. And the Leo, yeah, quite the opposite, right? Justice, being in court, being on trial almost, you know. The Justice card, that's, Libra, air sign energy, but and so is really the Fool card, that's actually Aquarius, but what a difference between Aquarius and Libra. Libra is like that, you know, the the balancing of the scales, it's still air energy, but it's like defining almost where Aquarius is the old rules don't work anymore, wild and crazy, new ways, exciting, whimsical, you know, and energy. We instead of, we as in the world versus we with Leo, which is you and me and no one else. If I can't have you, no one else will. That's what that's kinda what came in. Whoa, it went dark real quick. But there's this, this fresh air, this breath, this expansiveness, this world of possibilities with you versus the restriction that comes in, with them there. So, I do feel like there's that kind of energy is what they feel right now because they feel like and that's the way it works, right? Because they feel like when you're first meeting someone or if, when you're not in a relationship, you don't have a whole lot of expectations to start off with. So you think someone's wonderful. When you're in a relationship with someone, if you haven't purposely tried to keep expectations low, there's expectations, and we're focusing on who someone's not being, which who wants to be in that kind of relationship when there's someone that, when we have that experience, which that eventually was, not eventually, but used to be, they used to have that with them too, right? So, uh I feel like that is kind of where we're looking at with that. Um, so hopefully that helps. Was that deep? Was that deep enough? You're like, "No, it can never be deep enough." I wanna know dates and times and all that fun stuff. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in though too. This one here is the one they wanted, and you got the catalyst, radical changes and taking control. Go. So let's see what this is here. There it is, page 28. Well, right to it. There we go. Artifacts lay scattered across the table. A diviner might be able to decipher their meaning, but to the catalyst, they are just a frustrating jumble of clutter. Wherever they go, They seem to be the inciter of change, whether they intend it or not. They have toppled empires and ended the reigns of kings, and though something has always grown from the rubble, they always left wondering what calamity comes next. Life does not exist in a state of stasis, and meaningful development only comes with change. To resist it is to resist growth. You must become the catalyst that shakes the very foundations of life. You are the hurricane that blows the cobwebs from the corners. You are the bolt of lightning that topples the tower. You may not know what form this change will take, but change has to happen. Through upheaval, chaos, and destruction, you'll be able to start anew. You homewrecker. I'm just kidding. Reversed, the catalyst demands not an external change, but an internal one. Negative thought processes, bad habits, fundamental belief systems that have held you back rather than supported you. Shake them up, throw them out, stand on the edge of that precipice and jump. It's the only way to become a newer, advanced version of yourself. I love it. All right. So that is what they have for you, Lemon Limes Lulu. Many blessings to you. Enjoy your adventure. All right. Let me take a look here. It looks like we had some donations come in. Let me get caught up here on the chat too. Twice as much coffee, twice as much happiness. I love it. I totally support your belief system. All right. And I see your additional donation. We'll get that on there. The ice cream. Thank you so much. And we got Beatrice. Hey, Beatrice. Welcome back. So I got your additional donation there. Let me give that a love and a like. Here is Ruby's question. We'll add that up there. Whoops. There we go. And then Beatrice, here is your question. Get that added there. And then I see your additional one. We'll get that added on here too. And how will he reach out? Boom, boom, boom. I will not tolerate being a rebound band-aid. Yeah, I know. Yeah, I'll remember that. I love that. Fun, fun, fun. So give that a love and a like there as well. I sure did, Twin Flame. You're number 24 on the free readings when we get there. And we're almost to your donations here. We got MK up next, and then you'll be 28, number 28, number 29. So we're close. We're close. All right, let me take a sip here. We'll dive back in. Thank you guys again so much for your great senses of humor, obviously, and all your love and support. I'm so grateful. Cheers, cheers, cheers. Thank you for all the thumbs up, too. I really appreciate those. Sip, sip, sip. Did that really close to the microphone, like an ASMR video almost, right? All right. So, MK, you're up for 54 even. So, MK, here is your timestamp. You're very welcome, Twin Flame. All right. So, are you going on a correct path in your life? Guide you. All right, let's take a look here. So, for what you're wanting to obtain in your life presently, are you on the right path? No, 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 you're not. You need to divert, divert. Well, you got the the Hierophant, which is the master of change and growing pains. So, and seeing things from a higher perspective. You know, the thing about correct path, right path, best path, from spirit's perspective, there is no right or wrong, good or bad, correct or incorrect path. There's just a bunch of paths with different choices, different experiences, different outcomes. So, you know, when we ask them, am I on the right path? There's like, if you're asking in general, yes, you're always on the correct path, always. But if you're wanting, it depends on what you're wanting to achieve and what, like, what's your current destination that you want to head toward. That's what we're just gonna come in here, right? Because from their perspective, there's not like a supposed to. Like, you're supposed to end up here. You're supposed to have this highest vibrational experience. No, we have the range of lowest to highest possibility, and all of them are correct. There's not one, "Well, wouldn't this one be the most correct?" No. Some lifetimes we have, like, high vibrational, experiences on the other side every second. There's no time over there, but every moment, right? And so we have that already. It's like if you always have tuna fish sandwiches at home, do you go to a restaurant and order a tuna fish sandwich? No, you're going to order something that you normally don't have. So you're going to order a burger or nachos. Or nachos. So we're going to order nachos, you know, instead. And so we have this experience of nachos. And if nachos are what I want to experience, then this is like, what is the route that you're on to the nachos? This is what we're going to look at here. You're like, oh, yeah, this is what I want to achieve. This is where I'd like to end up for this meal. Going to have plenty of other meals and things. But right now, are you on the path? And what can you look at differently? The Hierophant, when they're saying, "No, you're not heading in the path that you think you're heading in. You're heading in a path of what you think you're supposed to be heading." But you've got the 3 of Pentacles, which is about being true to your authentic self. There's a little bit of energy here of worrying about we have the naysayers and the supporters in our life. The naysayers are those that are always finding things wrong with what our choices are and what we're doing. We already know them. We kind of go, blah, blah, we'll put you outside. You're always criticizing what I'm creating. So I don't care what you think anymore. I just feel like you're out to just criticize me. But the supporter is the one that unintentionally can veer us off our course because we like getting support. We don't like getting criticism. So the supporter that's over your life or supporters, you're like, I'm going to do this. And they're like, hey, that's wonderful. We can't wait to see how that works out. Have you ever thought of doing it this way? And you're like, oh, no, no. Well, yeah, I'm going to do it that way now. So we veer off course, or at least don't do it as true to the way we were going to do it because we care what they think. We don't want them to go over here and become critics, right? We want them to stay our supporters. So we try to do things from that higher place, right? So I feel like they're about being true to your authentic self. It's time to end that old self, become a new version, become the truer version. It's almost like death to the character we've created that doesn't exist. It's all a made up mirage of trying to please everyone. And there's this new birth that comes in being true to your authentic self, being true to you, rising from like phoenix energy, like Scorpio, who starts off as a scorpion, evolves to a snake, sheds its skin to become an eagle, transforms from an eagle into the phoenix. It's letting go and transforming in growth energy that's coming in here, right? So I feel like that's the big piece here. You got the King of Cups, yeah, because there is something that's in alignment for you out there that aligns to the true, authentic you, and it is part of the path is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that made you feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted, small. Again, trying to live up to someone else's dream or expectations instead of your own. Yeah. Because you are sick and tired, or you will be if you're not now, sick and tired of trying to live up to everyone else's expectations, and this is about you freeing yourself from them so that you can move forward. Yeah, you have the 4 of Swords. Once you release all these expectations these are the 3 swords up here of expectations, then you can rest. You get out of your head of trying to live up to all those things, then you can be true to yourself, and then you create every moment. It's not about I will be successful, lovable, have, achievement when in the future, when in the future, um, it's now. I have everything I need inside of me now. I don't have to have a future event that I've attached my worth to. I'm 100% complete. When I'm true to my authentic self, this powerful, supernatural, eternal spirit being that you are, you already realize I have everything inside of me already. Now I'm just gonna spend the rest of my life expressing that to the world, and there's no wrong way to express ourselves to the world, you know? Um, we're all uniquely created to do that. So I feel like that's the guidance that they have here for you. Hopefully that helps. And if you want to check out some more, I have a free podcast called The Easier Path. In fact, the last episode was one called What They Think of Me, which is kind of like a lot of that energy. Here it is for everyone. I posted it in the chat. But if you want to check it out, the link to my podcast is down in the description area of the video. Or if you go to my main page, it's The Easier Path. Um, yeah. And then your fortune cookie says, break the always never trap. So let's see what this comes in here. Always and never usually aren't true, and they're exhausting. So find a thought that includes always or never. Replace it with sometimes I or lately I, and then say it again. See how it feels now. Truth lives in the middle. It's a reframing card, and it says flexibility makes space for change. There you go. There's the change energy coming in again. All right. So hopefully that helps, MK. That is what they have for you right now. So many blessings to you. All right. And Twin Flame, thank you for your additional donation. That'll be number 36. Coming in there. We'll give that a love and a like. All right. We got you. All right. And then we are up to you with two of yours right now. So for your first one, we got 50246 Twin Flame. Here is your timestamp. Thank you again. And you want to know, did Alex get rid of addictions? And how is his energy? All right, we'll take a look here. So did Alex get rid of his addictions? Capricorn means no. I mean, the devil card would mean no. We'll see what happens. Just throwing that out there. That was in my brain. Oh, that's his energy. All right. Well, at the bottom of the deck, he definitely, with the Ace of Swords, is seeing things differently, has been letting go of some of his thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that make him feel blinded and bound and trapped and restricted and small. So he has been getting some clarity. That was at the bottom of the deck, overall energies. But the specific question, did he get rid of his addictions? Not completely, but they are balanced. We have the Queen of Swords, which is a balance between head and heart. But I still feel like, we have got the Nine of Swords and the Nine of Wands, which is a bit of a barrier with some fears. And I feel like the addictions were such a big part of them that make them feel safe, that it almost is like a safe space to be there. Yeah, it does feel here with the Queen of Swords, there's been a balancing, and you never really get rid of addictions, you just kind of, um, you what is it? I mean, you balance, but you just learn to choose differently moment by moment, and, you know, uh, not, you know, it's kind of like they're showing me AA kind of concepts and energy, that it's not about all moments, all future moments. It's just about this moment. And when we try to think about stopping for forever, it's too overwhelming and then that freaks us out and then we get anxiety and then we go to our addiction to calm our fear because that's where addiction comes from. Things that help us calm our fears, help us calm down kind of energy, right? Um, and or to become numb, so at least we don't fear it, right? Yeah. Um, I don't necessarily know that he's going to those things. I'll pull a clarifier on there. Let me just do it right now since we're in there. Is he going to AA, NA, NA, or 6AA, or the NRA? NRA is more likely. So let's see. Is he going to AA? Well, he might be going to AA with Ace of Cups energy coming in there. You said should. Oh,
No, 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 no.
that's my no button. That's funny. Um, NA, 6 of Pentacles. No, I feel like they're trying to balance how much stuff they're in. Um, and I think like Ace of Wands, that's a little bit of passion energy. I feel like they're like and I don't feel like they're trying to balance, so I don't feel like they're like in it to win it kind of energy. I feel like they visit it is a good way to say it. They visit them from time to time. Um, it's interesting. Do they have a virtual AA? Because it feels almost like it's something that he can do without showing up in person. And he shows up and he goes to like this group thingy every once in a while. But it feels like that kind of energy that's there. Um, so I feel like he is trying to balance it, trying to work on it, right? Oh, very good. They might have a virtual group therapy then too, because I feel like it's more of a all-inclusive kind of energy that I felt, and that makes sense that it would be like a group therapy kind of thingy. Yeah. How's his energy? Yep, 7 of Wands is trying to be true to my authentic self. No. Dimming my light. No. Asking permission to shine. No defending who I am. I'm just shining. I'm being me, right? It does feel like they've reached like this kind of place of, ending of a cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, kind of feel to them here. They're a bit still, have some low vibration, emotional energy. So they're still in that. And that's kind of why they kind of turn to those things. Got the high priestess energy. So they are in this kind of alone, trying to see things from a different perspective, looking behind the veil of their thoughts, deep into their emotions as well. And we got the 6 of Wands, which is, a victory energy. So they feel like they're making progress, they're making victories as well, right? So we'll see what else we've got here. Let's see what your fortune cookie is. Oops. That almost elevated on its own. Ask for what you need, which says clear needs create healthy connection. Think of a need you haven't expressed lately, like support, space, honesty, and then write a sentence starting with, what I need right now is, and then fill in the blank and practice saying it without apology. Because this is a connection card that says needs deserve a voice. I like that. What I need right now is this. You're not saying you need to give this to me, right, to someone. Just, what I need right now is this. No apology, no expectation either, but you can let people know what you feel you need in the moment, right? So I like that. All right, and we'll get your additional one in here as well. Boom, boom, boom. All right, we got you on there. That's number 37. Boom, boom, boom. All right. So going on to number 29, we got 5, 11, 10. Is your timestamp for this one. Boom, boom. And what's going on between Caesar, I like saying Caesar, I know if it's Caesar, Caesar and me. Who knows? This is the I don't know. It almost looks like I don't know. I got this balance. What's this juggling energy? Anyway, we'll see what that's about. But because you got 1, 2, and 1, 2, and 4. All right. But on the bottom, we have the King of Wands, which does bring in that energy of I don't know, because it's the undecided kind of energy. The King of Wands clears the throne room, trying to get out of their head and into their heart, trying to determine what it is they want to do. And once they decide, then they make a plan and take action. But it feels like with this that they're still undecided. Like I feel like the energy that's going on between is neither of you have really decided what you want and what you don't want. And because it's kind of like we're just, I don't know, I'm waiting on you to figure out what you want, and you're waiting on them to figure out what they want. And then so nothing's happening. Nothing consistent, right? Yeah. It's like the mind meets the heart. You have the King of Swords, a lot of thinking, Page of Cups, emotions that are there. So there are a lot of stories, a lot of, analyzing and thinking about things, but not a whole lot kind of unfolding, you know, in a little energy. Um, what else have we got here? Knight of Swords. It's like seeking clarity. It's like you guys are gathering data. What's this about? Gathering data. Page of Wands. Yeah, just you're waiting for someone, you're waiting for each other to take action, to send messages. It's funny. Um, yeah, the Ace of Wands, you guys are just waiting for someone else to do something else. And we got the 5 of Cups. And when neither of you are acting, you guys um get sad about it almost. It's like, I want them to do it. Well, I want them to do it, and they're not doing it. When they're not doing it, why aren't they doing it? You guys are both, you know, not saying anything and not doing anything. You're both afraid in a way, in different fraids, but the same. It's just expressed differently. But ultimately, it's kind of like that 5 of Pentacles where it feels like this anyway, where it's, um, I'm afraid I'm going to do something wrong. Afraid I'm going to do something the wrong way. And I don't want to be thought of in a negative way. So rather than being thought I'm in a negative way, I'm not going to do anything at all. And I feel like that's maybe more Cesar. I feel yours is I don't want to be the one um, putting my energy forth because I don't want to be thought as that kind of woman. Jezebel, Jezebel. I don't know why that comes in, but it's like you you taking power and you thinking that, you know, you're doing a man's work, right? You're doing something a man should be doing kind of energy, which is funny, but I feel like that's the kind of energy is like, what kind of woman are you, you know, that you're the one initiating contact or, pushing for more when, that should be, something else. So I like that. It's funny. So that's the kind of energy that's going on between the two of you. I'm just like, what are you guys doing? What are you not doing, really, is the question, right? What we got, be the kind witness, which says, we all need someone who sees us without fixing us. Wow, perfect, right? Think of someone who needs to be heard. Practice listening without interrupting, solving, or judging. Then, after, reflect. What shifted when I just held space? Um, and then the connection, this is connection card. It's presence is powerful, right? Does he want you to, yeah, that's what the whole reading was, right? He's waiting for you to show interest and you're waiting for him to show interest, right? He's wondering, does she want me to? Well, does he want me to? Yeah. We do not. Flaws? There's no flaws. That sounds like an organized human belief system. From spirit's perspective, we are all perfect. Flaws come in when we judge one another, right? Judgment is flaws. There are no flaws. There's just people that have opinions and people that don't live up to those opinions. From creator's standpoint, we're perfect mountains. We're down here exploring. Who says our action is a flaw? Only people who judge thinking that something is supposed to be a certain way and it's not. That's why uh, the creator, according to the biblical kind of story of Adam and Eve, right? The creator said, you know, eat of anything, just don't eat of that tree of the knowledge or the perception of good and evil. Don't eat of the tree of judgment, or you're going to screw up paradise, your paradise. And that's what happens, when it's like there's this, here's earth, and we're these higher spiritual beings that are having a bunch of different experiences. And really, they're saying, just a warning, when you go down there to this plane, there is the right, wrong belief system, extremities, contrast. So just know what you're getting in for. When you go down there, you forget and you get caught up in this comparison, judgment kind of thing. And that's what this life is. It's not true. It's our perception of right and wrong, which is drug induced by some sort of judgment drug that's in the human. So that's funny. We are all perfect. Exactly. All right, let me catch up on the chat real quick here, and then we will continue on. Looks like we got a couple more donations. We got Stop Stalking Me. Hey, good to see you. You are very welcome. We'll get that on there. You'll be number 38 on the donation list here. We'll give that a love. Likey poom. There we go. And then Twin Flame, thank you for your additional one. That'll be number 39 coming in here. All right. And then we also got Prathy. Hey, hey, good to see you. We'll get you on the free list. You'll be number 26 on the free list here. Whoops. All right. I think I'm all good there. Give that a love and a like. All right, make sure there's nothing on here. All right, I'm gonna take a quick sip and we'll dive back in. Cheers, cheers, everybody. All right. All right, and then we've got Angelina up 5:20:31. So, Angelina, here's your timestamp. Thank you so much. And what can you expect next week? All right, let's take a look here. Based on your current energies, wow, you got like kind of a dream come true energy with a star energy coming in. This is what this is about. You got 4 cards that came out together. Yeah, I mean, you've got a beautiful abundance energy possible with the King of Pentacles. See what else we got coming in here. Yeah, and we've got the Two of Cups. Oops. Which is an energy of it can be partnerships, it can be friendships too. Because you got the Emperor and the Devil card that are coming in here. So with these possibilities, the Emperor energy is about realizing you're the ruler over your own life and trying to get out of your head. The Devil card is a lot of Capricorn, Saturn, you know, long held thoughts and beliefs and expectations. So when you go, what can you expect next week? Well, to get out of expectations, right? To free ourselves from these expectations that sound like supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, must be's. These are old stories we've been told around, these are rooted in fear, the fear of failure, the fear of not being enough, not having enough. And there's this transformational energy that comes in with that because when we free ourselves from all of these expectations, because we're doing all this, but even with all of this that we're doing, we're still falling short if we don't hit this stuff. When we eliminate expectations as much as we can focus on abundance and gratitude rather than what's not happening. Because when this is the bar to get up to zero, and we're in the negative all the way here till we get up to zero. Even with all of this, we still feel like we're falling short. That sucks the life out of our life. This is a change. This is a looking at things differently. The Two of Cups can be your emotional choice too, that I'm choosing differently. I'm seeing things differently. I'm seeing my abundance. And then, thus, when I'm seeing things from a place of gratitude and abundance, then this other stuff transforms. It falls away. Yeah, the Justice card. This does feel relationship oriented because with the Two of Cups, and the Justice card rules over Libra, that rules over the house of relationships. This is about seeing things from a higher perspective, cutting away the small t, truths rooted in fear. So when we're looking at relationships and we're going, you know what? Um, when I stop focusing in on, when we're in a relationship with someone, if I'm focusing in on they're not doing this, they're not doing this, we start to be a nag all to each other, right? We're just talking about who they're not being, how they're falling short, and which of us likes to be around that? Does that encourage us to do more or less? Less, right? When we're telling each other, "You know what I love about you? I love how you do this, and, when you did that, for me, wow, it just blew me away. I love how you are so detailed and blah, blah, blah." Sincere, real, detailed gratitude towards someone. We can just do it in our heart and it changes, our energy changes things, but when you share it with someone, wow, can you imagine every day if someone told you something they loved about what you were doing? Would you wanna do more of that? Yeah. Would you wanna do more of them? Absolutely, right? If someone's talking about how we're failing all the time, we can't wait to get away, right? So there's that beautiful realization that's coming in around this. And it is, it's like you're stepping away from the 5 of Wands, which is drama and conflict energy. And it's like you're dropping it to, become this beautiful new adventure free of expectations, which then brings full of possibility, full of gratitude, and it does transform things, and that's what brings our dream come true. That's what we really are wanting, not a long list of expectations that are checked off, but gratitude and focusing on what is happening, instead of what's not. So I feel like that's a big, wonderful awareness that comes in, for you this coming week. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in too. You've got the younger you, which says big feelings often belong to smaller versions of ourselves. Wow, I'm gonna read that again. Big feelings often belong to smaller versions of ourselves, our little inner children, right? Think of a strong emotion you've had recently. Ask, how old is this part of me that's feeling this? What did that younger version of you need then? Well, that's some deep questions. It's a validation card that says, old wounds feel current. Wow. It's like group therapy, isn't it? I am going to have to do some processing after this. All right. So that's what they have for you, Angelina. Hopefully that helps. Many blessings to you. Thank you again for your donation. All right. Ruby G, you are up 52637. Thanks for all your multiple donations this evening. And so you live in a county with a joint town district. So the energy around moving to a home in C versus moving to a home in L. And does spirit have a mysterious third option? I hope not. Oh, right. Fast. Okay. So let's take a look here. So the energy around moving to a home in C, the energy for moving to a home in L, and is there a third option at all? I feel like with the 10 of wands there, that not to get what you want here. We got the 6 of cups. Moving to an moving to an old place you guys used to live a long time ago, maybe in another lifetime. And you got the 2 of cups energy there. Would have to be moving back to somewhere. Yeah, and I don't feel like that's like, but this 10 of wands would be if you had major changes, in your guys' life. Like that 10 of wands, it would be a major ending, a new beginning where, um so that's like something that would feel like a burden, which is like what you're saying here, to be able to go back to somewhere. It's almost like a childhood place you grew up in, um, but I don't feel like that energy. I don't feel like it's, we'll see what these others are. I don't think it's gonna be comparison to these others. Um, so C, yeah, C kind of feels here. You do have the Page of Swords, which is seeking clarity. How rude, Ruby, that are you calling me a liar? Yeah, exactly. That's why the 10 of wands, major life change. Like, it would have to be like a major change where, like, your ex passes away and there's no connection, like, that's why they're saying this big, huge lifetime change where you would be moving back to somewhere that you lived before. So, that feels like there's this, third option. It's like, when you're looking at the scheme of everything, that's where they're saying that you would do it. So, you're exactly right. Like a long-term goal, like, have to be big changes that happen to allow you to take all the children with you guys, um, you know, It'd have to be the exes are dead, you know, and, not recommending or suggesting or encouraging anything like that at all. This is saying that that would be what would need to happen, for this other thing to happen. So that's why I feel like they were just wanting to kinda go, like, a third option would be have to be like, "Wow," Yeah. Or like, yeah, he goes on tour. There you go. That's a much more positive, looking at it. Um, to where you have complete custody, you guys get to move wherever you wanna go, and they have no choice in the matter, right? For C, though, we got the Page of Swords, which is, there is clarity. You have the Queen of Swords, which is one of the ideal places. It's a very good fit there. Um, there is some with the Queen I mean, sorry, the page. Oh, both the Page and the Queen of Swords have the Ace of Swords, because there's something here about, the 5 of Pentacles, the fear of not having enough, not being enough, and this energy of feeling like a bit alone. I don't know if it's necessarily like this alone, like alone, but it feels like it might be like, I don't know if you'd live out in the boonies, but it just almost feels like monastery-like it's set apart, like it takes time. Uh, that's that kinda feel to it. Let's see what L brings in here as well. Ooh, okay. Yeah, we've got the 2 of Swords, conflict, 2 of Swords and 5 of Wands. There feels like a lot. Let's see what else is here. Yeah, there's a lot of conflict there, but you also got the Wheel of Fortune, the King of Pentacles. So, we've got this energy here, like L feels like big abundance, King of Pentacles, Wheels of Fortune, kind of energy that comes in here. Yeah, secluded, like it's almost like when you move there, you have to move like to the very outskirts of it where it takes time to get to anything. It feels like, to all the important things, that, there's this, difficulty in getting places for some reason in C. L feels, even though there's a little bit of conflict, a little bit of drama with that, it still feels much more beneficial with the King of Pentacles and the Wheel of Fortune. It just feels like before you move to C, really investigate and look. Yeah. But I feel like it might be more difficult to get to places than from L, is what I'm getting here. So I don't know, the locations and all that. It just feels like it's like it just feels like L is more uh beneficial with the King of Pentacles, the Wheel of Fortune. There's a lot of things um that's there. Um just might be more difficult with the conflict, It's just like it takes more it just takes more effort, to get to L, to get into L, but then it's worth it with the Wheel of Fortune and the King of Pentacles. Whereas it might be easier to move into C, but it does feel like, again, kind of like some things that you guys end up wanting to do and need to do whenever feels like it takes longer to get there. And um, I don't know. Drama in getting into it, but after that, then no. for L. Excuse me. So, yeah, it just feels, like you have to jump through more hoops and there's more, you know, more that has to happen for you to get there, to be able to move there. No. Well, I mean, all of that can be easy just because there's conflict. And not I didn't say drama, I said conflict, right? Things that you have to do to be able to move there, just more involvement. So it's not drama, it's like hoops you have to jump through. Like, oh, you have to do this and you have to do this and you have to, oh my gosh. All right, just more involved. But once you get into it, it's worth it to go through the jump through the hoops to get there. But so I like that there. Right? And who says that, all the stuff I talk about, we can have an easier path by our story, right? That we put toward it. So hopefully that helps a little bit there. Your fortune cookie here is, what are you carrying? So some beliefs were never truly yours. It says list three shoulds you often feel. I should, like example, I should always be productive. Ask who gave me this belief and then decide, keep it, reshape it, or release it, right? And this is an expansion card. Let go of inherited rules. Yeah, it can be that. It's like you have to show more, prove more. It almost feels like C that they're not as, background checks, details, that kind of thing. Um, but it's also not as nice and it's not as, what you're looking for. But L feels like you have to jump through hoops, but then once you get through them, it's worth it, right? So that would make sense. Yeah. All right. So that's it for that one, Ruby. Now your next ones, you'll be number 32, 33. I think that's it. 32 and 33. Yeah. So you have two more coming up, right? Didn't miss any others, right? Hey, Crystal. Yes, you can donate again. Sorry, Crystal. I just saw your question. So, Crystal, feel free to donate more if you want. So, up next, we've got Chelsea. Then we got two for Ruby G, and then two for Beatrice, two for Twin Flame, then Stop Stalking Me, and then back to Twin Flame is where we're at right now. All right, we'll take a look here. Just an FYI, starting next week, I'm going to keep my sessions to only 7 hours. Those that I don't finish in the 7 hour, I will finish in the morning. So just a heads up, I'm trying to mention it a few times during our sessions. I'll put out an official announcement probably too. But that's going to be next week. Starting next Wednesday, I want to give everyone a kind of a heads up. Just I need to start balancing a little more. That's a little more because I started having 8, 9 hour, almost 9.5 hour sessions, and I need to. I'm not, I was forfeiting my walking and my going to the gym, which I need to do for my physical health. So I need to get back into regularly doing that. I hadn't done it for off and on for about 3 weeks. So I'm trying to rebalance myself because I do go out of balance. Cheers, cheers to all of out of balancers. I know, right? Practicing what spirit tells all of you guys all the time, right? I hear it all the time. I'm like, yeah, I get it. You're winking at me, spirit. All right. So we'll jump back in here. So we got Chelsea is up. So 539.54. All right. So thank you for your donation, my friend. Hope you're doing well. So you want to know, has he come? So this is the former boyfriend, right? The ex that we were talking about before. That he, yeah, has he compared his emotional and intellectual connection between us versus him and the new chica? All right, we'll take a look here. And then, is he concerned you'll be snatched up and be in a long-term relationship? How often has he thought of you lately? Does he hope we'll reconcile in the future? Does he plan to reach out to reconcile in the future? Let me just split these out so I can see him better. Is he bummed I moved on so fast after our breakup, like an ego bruise because he doesn't think I was sad? Is he shocked I got a man so fast? And for the grand finale, dun dun dun, hey Chels. How does he see me when he thinks of me or comes across me on social media or something reminds him of me? All right, we will dive in. We'll see what we got going on here. I swear this you guys sound so much, like with May and some others that you guys have the same scenarios happening, right? I know. I know what I'd wanna hear too, but, of course, we're gonna give you the truth as we do here on this channel, right? But we can hope. Yeah. That would require a lot of emotional intelligence. Maybe on another planet, on another timeline. But let's see what we got going on here. Excuse me. Yeah. Exactly. Alright, let's take a look here. So first, has he compared his emotional and intellectual connection between us versus him and the new chica, right? Alright. So, we got the 7 of cups. Yeah, emotional what? It's like he's looking at going, "Huh?" I feel like here, with this, you know, 7 of cups, I'm almost getting like he's on the spectrum a little bit. Like he has trouble I mean, it's like it's chemical yeah, neurological. Like it's hard for him to understand and connect with emotion. Like I feel like it's not like an emotional condition, or I feel like that's something, uh, you know, actually in his makeup, like it's something that's not, like he's on the spectrum where it's difficult to understand emotion and show emotion in a way, right? Yeah. So I wonder if he's that or a sociopath. But I feel like that's why I feel like there's no in between, right? 'Cause I feel like there's this, like they have trouble understanding emotions. That's why I feel like they were looking at going, "What are these emotion things you're talking about here? What are those? I don't know what those are," kind of energies that are coming in there. So, interesting. So I don't feel like the emotional connection. Yeah, let's see here what else they've got here. What about intellectual? See, so they understand here, like, passion, energy, right? Um, and the Empress energy, like, they see you as this divine feminine, um, and it's interesting here because oh, as a person on the spectrum, it's hard for you to understand emotions because your mind works much. Yeah, right. Oh, Ruby, that's Ruby. Yeah, right. So it's interesting that this is coming in here, but it's like they because it's almost like this is like him pointing at you. He's like, it's almost like he's going, "What is that?" See how he's like, "What is this?" So when he's and this is like you're like an empress. I think we got that before with him too. It's like the ruler over the queens, right? But it's like, I don't understand that, but I do feel like because of your energy, like, they experience things they normally didn't experience. And again, kind of that, stepping behind the walls and you were they aren't able to access and understand their emotions, but you are, right? Yes. Yeah, and, like, it's almost like they're showing me, like, an old, like, Stargate, um, episode where, I don't know if you ever watched Stargate, where Daniel, he's the really smart one. They would go somewhere and someone was like, "Yeah, we don't know what this thing is. It's been here." He goes, "Well, just do this," and it activates this old ancient machine, and they're like, "What the hell?" And it's kinda like that's what you did. You kinda just popped in with all this emotional energy, and you were able to be like, uh, able to get 'em, like, a Vulcan mind meld, but it's an emotional meld where they were actually able to feel but this is interesting. They were able to feel okay, let me explain this. So, you being highly empathic, you emanate energy, right? You feel your own emotions and you feel their emotions. Um, and so when you are feeling yours and you're feeling theirs and you're in this, very intimate, very deep connection, you actually were putting out so much emotional energy. You were feeling the emotions inside of them that they were not able to feel, and you were feeling them for them in a way, with them, and you emanated it out where they were like, "What the hell was that?" Right? Because they felt emotion when they hadn't felt emotion before, and even their own emotion, which is interesting, right? I know, I know. But it's it's like because you're able to feel your emotions so deep and other people's emotions that you're able to amplify the emotions where they felt that, and they were like, they hadn't felt emotion that before because they haven't been around someone that's been so emotionally energetic as well. For you, it is because you know, you probably will experience people that are open-hearted and people that they are, like, blown away by your intimacy, and, you know, that flood of energy. I often had people go, what was that?" Because they were just like they felt such strong climaxes and different things like that. You're just like, "Well, what just happened?" Because they hadn't experienced it. You might ruin people, because they won't feel that ever again somewhere with other people, right? Especially if it scares them and they run away. "Yay, yay, yay, yay." But I definitely feel like there's that comparison here because that's what we're talking about, right? And they're just like, "I'll never have anything," but in a way, it's calming, and I do feel it scared them. Um, yeah, yeah. And the 10 of Pentacles, yeah. I mean, I feel like, that's why he had that, you were the one that got away, right? You feel like yeah, you feel like you did the bare minimum, right? But, yeah, I mean, in comparison, you know, that's the whole thing. You expect so much of yourself and you know who you are and you're so connected with your own self that you don't realize how much more you give, you know? And that's the whole thing is like you always known yourself. You've always known yourself growing up. You know all that energy, you know what you're experiencing, right? I would say I don't know if I would say that it's something I don't know if he knows how to like it because he doesn't understand emotion. It was more like you feel something and you're like I feel like his body enjoyed it because it was a flood of all this emotional energy along with other stuff, but it was just like it's almost like, I don't know, they show me like a little baby that gets startled by something it experiences for the first time. It doesn't know how to feel about it. It's unknown and it's scary. Even though if it feels good, it just kind of is scary. I know, right? We're going deep in this one today. But I definitely feel like, from a emotional and intellectual yeah. But I just if you can imagine like a little baby that, like when it gets in a hot bath, "What is this?" It doesn't know, it feels different, it's weird, it's different, it's different, it's not weird, but it's different, and then it learns to like it because it's becomes normal, but, in the beginning, it's scary or it's different, so it's, kinda scary, right? Intellectually, yeah, I feel like you didn't have a whole lot of expectations on him with the 10 of swords. I feel like you were, like you said, you were supportive, you asked questions, you listened, you didn't, have a whole lot, that comes in here, right? Yeah. And so I feel like definitely that's not the norm, right? And, I mean, you're kind of a dude in a woman's body in a lot of ways where, you know, you're like you're just kind of down to earth and boom, and they're not used to that either. They're used, like this new chica, high maintenance kind of energy. And he's like so much just to get up to 0 kind of energy where you were more going with the flow and easygoing. And I feel like he's realizing, he realizes that. You know what I'm saying. I don't mean to be disrespectful. You know what I'm saying. You get it. Cheers, cheers. Yeah. And then is he concerned you'll be snatched up and be in a long-term relationship? Let's take a look here. Hmm. I got the Queen of Pentacles. I know, right? You're like, "I am high maintenance, but I'm worth it. Number 1, I'm worth it. Number 2, I maintain myself. I am high maintenance, but I don't expect other people to maintain me." Right? Preach. I'm just saying, right? But yeah, the Queen of Pentacles, that's interesting energy because that is, abundance, fullness, like, and the 7 of Wands. I mean, I don't feel like they're concerned like an energy, because the 7 of Wands is you shine bright, you're out there, you're yourself, you are this nurturer, this queen, and, the Hierophant here, I don't feel like they're concerned because they feel like, "In order for me to be with you, I would have to change a lot, and I don't think I can change to be who you need someone to be, that you deserve," kind of energy. You know? And I feel like that's the truth beneath, the surface that, you know, is the reason why they broke it off in the first place because they felt, "You're gonna end up leaving me anyway," you know, kind of energy. Yeah, yeah. Especially when it comes to an oddity like you. Again, a compliment coming from an Aquarius. Unique oddity, you know? A unicorn, exactly. It's like they're like, "I'm so not whimsical, and you need someone who's whimsical." Oh, okay, yeah, so that explains it. You need love that is unique and different and outside of the norms. Yeah, and you seek to transform. That's your north node is where you're headed off to be, do things differently, not to do things, psh, in the other direction. Wow. Let's see here. How often has he thought of you lately? And we've got the Four of Pentacles and the Chariot card coming in here. This Four of Pentacles, I'm just I'm seeing like, oh, pictures, because I'm showing like a frame. And when you send out pictures, that's what spawns them to see that. But that Chariot card, that's what when he sees it, that's what causes the action. But like you said, I feel like he might be have ADHD too, right? ADHD and a little bit on the spectrum to where he just has this difficulty, keeping anyone in focus. But when he sees a picture or when he sees something, the Chariot card is action and movement. I feel like they've been bumping into a lot of things that reminded either places you guys saw or did and different things like that, and he would be like flashbacks of when you guys went to this restaurant, went to this place, did this thing, it's like, whoa, and then, of course, they check out your profile when and so they view when you put out, the new things, so but I don't feel like it's like they're daydreaming or anything like that. I feel like they have to be sparked to be able to see it. Yeah, away from material things. Does he have a hope that you'll reconcile in the future? We'll take a look here. Again, with that Hierophant, I just feel like they're like, I can't see. Yeah, no. It's like the 9 of Cups. Yeah, that could be like if I was evolved enough, yeah, but 9 of Pentacles, no, that's them being by themselves. That's an indicator of no, not with you, because the 9 of Cups, they're like, these 2 nines, the hermit energy. I don't feel like they have a hope because they don't feel like they have a hope to be able to change to be who you would need them to be, in order to stay long term with them, right? Um, yeah, and that kind of probably is that 9 of Pentacles, that would confirm that. Does he plan to reach out to reconcile in the future? Yeah, that card came up again. Again, it has this the Knight of Pentacles is not for a very, very, very long time we've got the Two of Wands, which he goes back and forth every once in a while, but the Full card, again, is that energy of an ending of a cycle, the beginning of a whole new adventure, free of expectations. He would have to be free of these beliefs of who he is supposed to be for you. Yeah. So I feel like there is this um I would need a long time to change again to be able to do that. And again, it just comes back to that, you know, kind of energy. Yeah, even for the on the bottom of the deck, you know, a return would be a dream come true, but again, they would have to become so aware with Page of Swords and the World card on the bottom too, which I'd have to be able to end a cycle of like who I am. I would have to transform, right? I would say like halfway in between subconscious or he's aware of them. It's like I don't feel like he's like thinking, you know, because in order for him to get that deep, he would have to bring stuff up, but then that starts to make him feel less than and worthless, so he would drop it. So I feel like he gets glimpses of it. Yeah, I feel like he would get glimpses of it, but then has to let it go. Yeah, uncomfortable, right? Would have to be, "Oh, no, I can't see the whoa, put that back. Put that back in the box," kind of energy. Um, yeah, yeah, exactly. Is he bummed that you moved on so fast after our breakup? No, I mean, actually, the Four of Cups is a kind of a balanced energy, unemotional almost, stagnant, like the numbness. And the Six of Wands, like like a relief almost kind of energy. Not an ego bruising, but like a relief in that, um, like if it's like I'm removing an act like I don't have to I don't have to feel bad because you already found someone. I don't have to invest energy about wondering if, again, this uh, coming back together kind of energy. I don't have to invest energy into that kind of stuff there. So yeah, like you said, just going to say freeing, it's like, okay, it's not an option anymore. Um, they've, you know, I didn't obviously I didn't scar them where they don't want to be with a man the rest of their life, even though she secretly wants to be a lesbian so she can be in a relationship where she doesn't have to deal with jerks anymore. I'm just kidding. Ah, seriously. But he didn't think that. That was just a little ad lib that coming in. Something my girlfriend says. I know you've mentioned it here too. That's why I said it. Because you're like, oh my god, if only. Ugh." But yeah, I don't feel the bummedness that's there. All right, and then he's shocked that you got a man's oh, no. Yeah. No. No. Whoa, these cards go flying out here. Yeah. He's surprised that you only have 1. He's got the Knight of Cups, and the 7 of Cups is like, here's all he's surprised you don't, because I mean, he knows that there's a line forming, but yeah, not shocked at all. He's just like, uh, that's why he's like, there's a line waiting, and with people who are probably more capable of giving you what you need than me. So he's like, I like it. And then for the grand finale, how does he see you when he thinks of you or comes across you on social media or something reminds him of me? All right. All right. Yeah, I mean, Page of Pentacles, that's a number 11. Page of Pentacles, right? So again, there's that energy of, you know, how did I let an 11 get away, But, he's the one that, why did I throw an 11 back into the pond? But then he realized, um, it's almost like if you're catching a giant fish, um, and you can't bring it on board and keep it on board, it's gonna be embarrassing when they overturn the boat and you end up in the water. And, it's kinda like that energy, that comes in there. So it's kind of like a mixed thing that comes in, right? They try to see things from a different perspective with the Hanged Man, you know? And I feel like transformation too. I feel like they've seen you change. You can tell the difference in your energy that because 'cause you've been doing your inner transformation, right? Yeah, we have the 6 of Cups, so it does cross his mind, the return energy, you know? Um, we have the Page of Wands, yeah, so it does create a flow of fire energy. We'll leave it at that. And the 10 of Swords. Well, there's more here. That sounded like it was your last card. There's a couple more. 10 of Swords is letting go of expectations. I feel like they look at it and they don't have any expectations around it. They like I said, they think about, wow. And it does. The 6 of Cups is also memories. They it makes them think about things. Um, but then, like I said, it just changes suddenly. Yeah, you really have been. Yeah, and they see underneath the surface, they're just like, "Wow, look at you being all abundant." 10 of Pentacles, King of Pentacles. I feel like when they see it, they're just like, "See," and it's kinda like a confirmation. "See, she is better off without me," you know? She's living a better life. Her life is more abundant without me, which is that thing because he's always trying to see, he's always trying to reach this high expectation, and that's why he was trying to make you do all those things too, and, you know, get up to you know, that level, but, they're realizing, like, you're so much happier, you're so much more fuller without me, you know, which is true. For that, we can agree. I second the emotion. So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. You got the guide, inheritance, and correction. Ding, ding, ding. You can ring my bell. Ring my bell. All right, let's see what the guide brings in. page 72. Beneath the thundering echo of a waterfall, a bell rings clear and compelling, commanding the attention of all close enough to hear. Almost without thinking, you feel your feet turn you towards the waters and the figure beneath. The guide has inherited their position, and the path they walk has been predetermined. It is their role to correct the mistake made by their predecessor and set things right. Yeah. Well, because you see the world as you are, not as it is. And he sees the world as he is, not as it is. So that's why you both can see things so differently. And I love that because with you being able to see someone else as enough and not lacking in any way, that tells you a lot about you. So it says you're in a situation that isn't ideal, but it's up to you to make the most of it. Holding a grudge against what led you here won't achieve anything. It's time to accept the cards you've been dealt. Once you're on the other side of this, you'll be better placed to reflect on what you've learned from the experience. But for now, it's time to put in some hard work and push through. I love that. Reversed after a long struggle to put things right, not helped by others, you have found confidence in your ability to overcome whatever's next. Take a moment to congratulate yourself on your perseverance and make room in your life for the next challenge. Next. Yeah, I love it. Transformation. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, spoiler alert. But totally worth it for sure. I know. So that's what they have for you, Chels. I love this for you. Yep. So hopefully it helps you understand of going, yeah, I feel like when you realize that someone believes they're not enough for us, that they're probably right. Because we want someone who uh, has the intelligence and wisdom to know that they're enough for us, but only if they are. Not someone who thinks they're too much, thinks they are and they're not. Not someone who doesn't think they are and they are. We want someone that's confident, that knows who they are and knows and can recognize what a catch and a gift we both are for each other. So it's like, yeah, yeah. First, he has to find out that he's enough for himself. Then he can feel he's enough for someone else. Because till we recognize that in here, we can't recognize it out here, right? That's the way the cookie crumbles in this world that we live in. All right. So let's take a look here. Okay, let me catch up here. Yeah, I got way behind here. So Ruby, I see 2 more. I definitely don't wanna miss yours after I missed one this session already. Oh my goodness, Bretta Z. So we've got number 40 and number 41 for you here. So here's number 40. Yes, and number 41. Okay. So I got those, and then yeah, we got that there. Yeah, and thank you for, speaking up to Ruby about being on the spectrum. I definitely appreciate that clarity. We said that happened to you and your partner popped back in. I had a Reiki healer tell me there was a box around my heart they couldn't get through, and after he came back to my life and went back, it was gone. Oh, wow. Interesting. Oh, we got Crystal Ray as well. I see your donation via Z PayPal. You'll be number 42. Make sure I think this is you over here. Yes, it is. So I got your email here. Let me just put email. All right. Interesting, right? All right, Ruby. I got Jojo in the house too. Hey, Jojo. Good to see you. A message from your angel. We'll get you on the free reading. You'll be number 27 on the free readings. Got you there. Good to see you. Hope you're well. I know, right? I totally missed that too. I was all in the moment. So interesting, interesting, interesting. All right. So we will jump back in here and keep going. Thank you again, Shells. Hope you're doing well. Cheers, cheers, cheers. I love your adventure that you're on. And yeah, just so much growth. I mean, just since I've met you on this channel, I've sensed your energy just, Shira, Princess of Power. So I'm glad. Cheers, cheers. Or Xena, Warrior Princess. I like that. Shira's kind of old school. All right. And then Ruby G, we have 2 in a row here. Here's one, 6, 17, 11. Oh, that's not right. There we go. Got you coming in here. And some more on the medical neglect CPS and PPO energy. I know I love Xena. All right. So maybe what is currently and what is if I were to report or pursue each? What does sorrow for us both mean and custody outcome if I were to pursue this versus outcome? Okay. Let's dive in here. So, so on the medical neglect, what's currently going on here? We got the magician. So there is kind of movement with the magician energy, but it's a lot of it has to do with your energy that's coming in with that. Again, if we focus on need and want and fear, it kind of pushes things, in a lower vibration. If we're focusing on gratitude and love and joy and, kind of energy, um, then it can change things too. And I feel like it's important to know with the magician, what are the outcomes of this that you're looking for? Are you looking for revenge or are you looking for just a change in behavior that supports the health of your son, right? That's the big thing, right? Is that or a little bit of both, right? A little bit of, you know, I want something that'll take my son into my full custody so that I don't have to worry about him anymore, kind of energy, right? Because it depends. It's like you need to know where you're at and where you wanna be, because your energy, brings it there, right? Um, neither? So you don't okay, well, it doesn't matter what it is, it's you need to know what it is, right? That's the important thing is you need to know what is the outcome that you're wanting from medical neglect, CPS, or PPO energy. I feel like you do care about your son and you care about, that change happens so that your son can be cared for and that he's not, you know, neglected and not abused or anything like that, right? Um, So, I feel like that's the important thing with the magician card coming out, is you gotta know, right? Yeah. Oh, I get it. I get what you're saying then, why you said neither. You just so the outcome is, you're wanting, um, the result to be that they're in your care, right? Okay, I get it. So, because that's the only way. If you don't believe they can change, you don't believe, you know, um, that there's an option of them living with them where you could have your son safe. That's why that's the energy behind it, right? Okay. So that's good to know and to, focus on that energy of your son's safety and using your energy about I want my son safe. Yeah. All right. If he gets his. I like that. All right. So let's see here. Let's the energy. Um, what if what if you were a report or to pursue each, right? So let's take a look here. So medical neglect, CPS, PPO. What it is currently, and then what is if you report it. All right. You're staying up to find out if this bear is haunted. Oh, is that one of your questions for later? Or is that something else? Or are you watching something on TV? Okay. All right. So, what is this? So, well, let's look at those first. Okay. So, medical neglect, we've got the 10 of Wands. There is energy that's flowing here. The 10 of Wands, is an energy that's moving from burden to like gratitude energy. So it feels like there's change that's happening here already. Oh, is the bear plush I recently bought? Oh, I didn't see that yet. I was focusing on your reading. Sorry. All right. So 10 of 1. So, yeah, I need to focus on the reading because I'm answering all your questions there and I'm not getting to your actual reading. So I need to move things along here. So let me focus. So more the medical neglect. So medical neglect, I do feel like they're in like current energy. I feel like there is a change of something from burden to abundance that's coming in. If you report and pursue, yeah, you'd get the King of Pentacles. So there is an abundance energy that comes in there. I feel like there's enough proof and, oomph energy. It feels like there is, um, you know, um, is that energy that comes with that. CPS, yep, I feel like there is this, emotional choice energy that's coming in here. Because if this is the current energies that's coming in, I don't know, because the current energies, I feel like this is the relationship between you and your ex that you've been working on this here. And there's been, I feel like there's a little bit of emotional change because of the emotional choices. Again, like when you're putting out higher vibration, it makes it easier for them to choose higher vibration instead of lower. And when we're putting out lower vibration energy, it's easier for them to choose lower vibration. So in current update, I feel like your energy has made it easier for them to choose lower, which we would want just we don't want, I understand, you don't wanna have to have it be dependent on you, on your energy, how they're gonna react. You want them stable, like, all the time, right? So, CPS, I have that. If you do report and pursue it, the devil card is a lot of work, and it's Saturn, Capricorn energy, where if you do all the work, it's gonna take a lot of work that there does end up being, reward that comes with that too. Um, and, it just lets out I was watching Hannibal, the TV series, I just finished it this afternoon. Watched the final one, and it's the red dragon. It's like you let the red dragon out, you know, um, and you know that it's that when you rattle the wasp's nest, the wasps attack, right? And we know that. But that's the burden. That's the burden of it's putting in the energy and doing that, right? Oh, I know. Unique last season, right? Very different. Very, very interesting, right? Don't you love it? Right. So you don't let out the red dragon. You piss off the red dragon, you get the reaction from them, right? But I don't feel like that is like a deterrent, just, an awareness. We go in, and you know this already, you go in with your eyes open and wide open knowing it, but it does feel like if you put up with the blood, the sweat, the tears, you do get, the reward that comes with that. And then PPO energy. Right now, it feels like there's this flow energy with the 6 of Wands, um, and there's this, it's like there's this energy of flow and victory that's coming with this already, and I'm not sure what the PPO is, I'm sorry, but yeah, I feel like with that, if you pursue and do something with that, if we rush it, it ends up blowing things up. Whatever the PPO piece is, there's something, that is that kind of flow. I mean, there's a flow going on, but if we report and pursue that one, it feels like whatever progress has been made gets blown up. I'm not sure what all that means, but that's the energy that's coming through. All right. And then sorrow. Um, of course, sorrow for them, and this is going back to your first reading, right? And so the energy that they were bringing in with that sorrow for them, of course, is meaning that, that they have sadness, they have loss, they feel, lower vibrational sadness and anger energy that comes in with all that, right? Yeah, right. Yeah. Okay. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh. Oh, oh. Yeah, so that's what this is, the termination. So something got terminated. Oh, okay, that's what this means then. Okay. So there was something that was terminated. Um, oh, okay, that makes more sense. Sometimes, when we're flying blind as readers, you know, getting some context sometimes helps us because you have the 6 of Wands, which was the previous PPO order, right? And then it got destroyed, but a new one, the 8 of Wands, is like an additional one, can happen, lickety split. Like they can In fact, if it was canceled, um, he said, uh, terminated without due process, then I feel like if, it's sent before a judge or whoever that does it, that they'll be like, "Oh god, yeah," and they can just, like, either reissue it or reactivate something. But yeah, that 8 of Wands feels like fast, fast movement energy along that one. So that makes sense. Thanks. Appreciate that context. All right. And then custody at outcome if you were to pursue this versus outcome if I were to find another way, such as letting them come to the decision on its own or something. Okay. Yeah. So what's the custody outcome if you pursue these things versus if you let him realize this is the best thing for him and for your son, right? Um, yeah, I feel like the Knight of Pentacles, it does bring something that's been taking a long time. It does speed it up with the Ace of Wands energy. The Knight of Pentacles is this slow moving horse. So it does bring things quickly to fruition regarding it. Um, what is that outcome though? I mean, it speeds things up. But I feel like this is what it's all about, right? Is that, yeah, the Ace of Pentacles, which is the victory, is the new situation. It creates the new situation, right? Wow. Wow. Yeah, our justice system is wonderful sometimes. Um, I feel like the second piece, the outcome, if you were to find another way, I mean, waiting is it's the justice card. It's slow. It's a nightmare. It takes a long time to be able to see things from a higher perspective because there's a lot that they have to get through, to be able to see things differently. Um, I mean, I just feel like, and with waiting, and it says, um, they don't, yeah. Eventually, they do on their own, the 8 of Cups, they'll walk away. So you're aware of that, that eventually they will figure it out, because eventually they don't have the patience and the perseverance and the support that you guys do with each other, um, but, so eventually, you know but it just seems like it's, based on current energies that they don't there. Whoops. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for all this too here. Hey, Crystal Ray. Crystal Ray, you are number 42. And we're about to start number 33 here in a moment. So we're still a little ways away. You've got the ambition, diligence, setbacks. You have the aspirant. Let's see what this brings in here. Oh, there it is. 24. What is an aspirant? Someone that makes you want to take aspirin? Right. The great hall is silent, the dimness of dusk settling in the corners. A beam of light pierces a single window, illuminating a figure knelt in meditation. The aspirant, which is child of fate, vessel of expectations, carries a great weight on their shoulders. With everyone's eyes on them, failure is no option. Above all, the aspirant craves greatness, but they're so focused on the finish line that they may not see the roadblocks waiting to trip them up. Don't let yourself fall into the same trap. Take a moment to reassess where you are right now so that you don't stumble when something goes wrong. Half the battle is won when you accept that you will face problems along the way, but whatever hurdles you encounter, know that they can be overcome. Reversed, this is an alternate future, one in which ambition and desire have turned into boredom and a lack of focus. It is time to take a break and recharge without the pressure you put on yourself. Downtime can also be productive, giving you energy to return to your goals once you've taken a breather. So maybe take a little bit of a relaxing from here, right? Right, yeah. I'm not oh, but the lost energy. Oh, yeah, yeah. Um, yeah, yeah, no, yeah, sorry if that gave you an impression like a loss of life. No, the loss of energy I'm sorry, I got distracted. I think I looked at, the chat again. I need to focus on the reading and then look at the chat. Um, yeah, this is you know, the energy around so his was around him facing, feeling the loss, feeling the disappointment and the anger and sadness he feels in loss, 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 right? For you, the sadness kinda comes in with, I feel like the seeing your son, um, that they want because they don't know any better, they miss their dad, they don't understand. You have to be the kind of the person, the bad person, that's keeping them away from their father, you know, kind of energy, at least in the beginning. Um, and and that's the sorrow energy that I feel you would feel is more of that energy. So yeah. Oh yeah, no, no problem. I have to focus so that that we can uh get you your answers. So I feel like that is so I feel like that is hopefully that helps. Yeah. Yeah. I don't want to be the bad person, but especially if you've, you know, and you know that, if you I don't even know if you can sit down in the same room with them to say, you know, I have a lot of concerns about the safety of our son. I'm sure you've talked about this before. And then they blow up and you're like, I, this is what I need. I need my son to be safe. I would need all these things to happen. And if you don't feel like you're able to do those things, then I need to do something to protect my son. And I don't want to do these things, but if you can't do these things, then I need to help you do these things, which is doing this, right? And so I feel like that's the thing, that because you know them so well, you can't sit them down and have a conversation without them flipping out and, um, feeling attacked and getting defensive and all that. And if otherwise you would have done it, right? Yeah. Yeah. Therapy is inexpensive, right? Yeah. Yeah, so hopefully that helps a little bit there, Ruby. I know it's not an easy decisions to make, but hopefully those messages help a little bit there. All right. So let me catch up on the chat here real quick. We'll go on to your next one. We've got the Wandering Scholar. Thank you for your donation. Yeah, this is the one about the bear. That'll be number 43. So we'll definitely stay as long as we need to get that answered so you can sleep well tonight. It's so funny. Yeah, you feel the energy's off, but maybe it's just you. Well, we'll find out here from spirit. Um, because technically, you know, um, you know, and we'll talk about haunted, but things can carry low vibrational energy, but you're more powerful. You can surround it with love energy and do some other things to transform the energy that's with it. Because if it was around lower vibrational energy, it can take a lower vibrational energy with it. Just like if we have a low vibrational if we have someone that comes into our house physically that has low vibrational energy, sometimes they leave a little pocket of lower vibrational emotion. Like, I went over to someone's house once, and I had this urge to sit on the floor in front of the couch instead of on the couch, and I felt like this sadness, like, I go, "Gosh," and they go like, "What's the matter?" I go, "I feel like I wanna cry," and they're like, "You're freaking me out." They said their roommate was just there, minutes before I showed up, and they were crying right there in that position, and I still felt their energy that was still there, but we can change that energy. We have the power to, you know, alter the energy. So we'll talk more about that, but that's very interesting. I just have to say. Yeah. World's biggest temper tantrum, right? Yeah, I figured you had, and so you're like, "Oh, nope, I already tried. You destroyed my life, so no more trying to deal with you. I gotta deal with someone else," right? Right, yeah, exactly, Ruby. Cheers, cheers. Alright. So, where we're at, so we have Ruby up next, and then 2 for Beatrice, 2 for Twin Flame, then Stop Stalking Me, and then Twin Flame, and then 2 for Ruby, and then Crystal Ray, and then Wandering Scholar, you'll be up after that. It's a Care Bear, right? It just takes on the energy of people that it's around, right? So I like it. Alright. So, let us continue on so we can get to the mystery. So, Ruby G, we are here, 6:42:44 is what it was. You collect Care Bears? Oh my god. Alright. So, anything unexpected you needed to prepare for at your son's appointment tomorrow? Alright, let's take a look here. Anything you need to know? Alright. I feel like with the Page of Swords, uh, be prepared to take notes, and as you did before, write down any of your questions. Stay on task is important. Stay on task, as well. Alright, what else here? You've got the 2 of Swords. Oh, yeah. So, I do feel like there's gonna be, you know, like, we've got the 2 of Swords, the 2 of Cups, there's a little bit of, um, disagreement, I feel, between you and your ex there. Um, and I do believe that they're just kinda bringing up some old stuff, but it does take a different direction than it normally does, because, again, your power of story, your power of choice, of your emotions can have an old situation go a different route than it normally would. Like, if they raise something up, like, "Well, I don't know if I" vaccines or whatever he may say, right? And you're just like, "Well, doc, what do you have to say?" Throw him in the bus, throw him under the bus. "Come on, doc, you get the big bucks, I can throw you under the bus." Defer to the doctor for information. That's a good instead of like, "You're crazy." Yeah, "This is why I don't want you around my son." No, it's a good question. I understand that's a concern of you, doc, what do you think? I like that. Yeah, because you end up able to have a balanced, a balanced situation that is much happier. Again, more balanced energy with the star card of Aquarius energy. Just try to stay as calm as you can, knowing, you know what? Um, this just, you know, this is good that, they're staying with me. We're getting a checkup because I feel like, I don't know if they're gonna go like, "Well, they're feeling much better. Shouldn't maybe they need to start, coming back to my place now," and it's like, well, you know, I don't know if they're quite 100% yet, maybe it's better just to finish out the meds and then see after that. I feel like there's this, um, kind of energy where they're starting to get a little antsy, but I kind of feel like that's the energy be aware of, because it doesn't have to go like it normally does, because you're not who you were before either. All right. Let's see what your fortune cookie for this one says. This one is feelings need witnesses. I like it. Shame softens when emotions are seen without judgment. Ooh, interesting, right? Share a feeling you've been holding in with someone safe, or write a letter to express what you couldn't say before. You don't have to send it. Just give your truth space to exist. I like it. To validate, it's you deserve to be heard. This is a validation card. You deserve to be heard. So even if you're just writing it out, the things that you've wanted to say that you don't feel were heard, you can write it out right there, right? Yeah, nothing too crazy, likely. Yeah. So it looks good. I don't see any concerns there. All right. All right. And then your next two will be number 40 and 41. So we will get to those eventually. Here we got Lauren Smith in the house. Hey, Lauren, good to see you. You'll be number 44 on the list here. And let's grab your questions here. Boom, boom. And this one here. All right. Give that a love and a likey there. All right. All right. So Beatrice, you're up. 648. 14 is for yours. So when will F and her break up? Will they soon? All right, let's do that's my first when card for this evening. Move this over a little bit. Okay. So when, based on current energies, when will F and her break up? Well, well, we got by the end of the week, which today is Wednesday. So, whoa. So, based on current energies, there is possibilities, of course. Energies can change, but right now, maybe they're having a fight right now. All right. Yeah, like now, right, Chelsea? So, will his relationship with her impact him in growing in any way? Wow. Well, it definitely brings them clarity. We got the Knight of Swords, which is the quest of seeing things from a higher perspective, Page of Swords, and then also King of Swords. So all the swords energy, they all offer the possibility to see things from a different perspective. And there is a lot of clarity they glean. But the Emperor, you know, is this energy of getting it out of here and into here? Because we can know stuff, but until it like drops into our heart where we know it, and then we apply it right to life. Because we know a lot of stuff like, oh, I shouldn't, well, not shouldn't, there's no shouldn'ts, but it's like when I do that, it equals that. Maybe if I stop doing that, I won't do that. Well, yeah, okay. But then I keep doing it. But when I'm like, oh, you know what? Really, and I understand, I get it now that that brings me that, and I don't want that anymore, so I need to stop that, and I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm not gonna have that expectation that, you know those types of things. So I do feel like they gain information and that they can grow from it. What kind of growth do they have? Well, I feel like they understand more about what what they want, but also what someone else would want as well in a relationship. I feel like they get a lot of clarity around they realizing what my thoughts were are different from what someone else's thoughts were. We all don't expect the same thing. Communication is important with all this swords energy. Um, I feel like that's the big thing they learn with this here. A lot of misunderstandings, a lot of assumptions, kind of energy. All right, time for another of my candies. I call these are my cough drops. We have another air quality alert. Oh my gosh. We do have a lot of fire energy. It's called smoke from, see how bad it is. Oh, it's only 78. That's not, I mean, it's moderate, but it was up above 100 a couple nights ago. So, will he want to date you seriously, not hysterically? I feel like not in the beginning. We got the 5 of wands energy. I feel like they need to deal with that change energy first. Will they eventually want to date you seriously? I mean, I feel like they have to get through some of this because they get the 5 of pentacles too. These 5 energies are conflict. This is, the fear being left behind, being left out in the cold, not being enough, not having enough. And this page of wands is I have to take action for these things first before I would be able to seriously date you. And it's kind of like I need to get over, not get over, but I need to have time to reflect. Otherwise, if I just jump into something, I haven't learned anything, I'm just going to, you know, keep doing what I've always done, and it's going to end up like it's how it's always ended up. So I feel like there's time in between there, and based on current energies, yeah, like this, um, yeah, I feel like they're just saying here, the next couple of days. That's funny. They're breaking up in the next couple of days, but I feel like for now it's time to let go. It's if they keep repeating cycles, it's time to let go until they're going to change. Because you can't, you know, it's like getting together with an alcoholic who's going to try to stop being an alcoholic with you now that they're leaving this other relationship. And it's like doing it while you're in a relationship, especially when it has to do with the relationship stuff, isn't going to fare well, right? Yeah. We've got drop the mask for your fortune cookie, which says you don't have to perform to belong. So when do you hide parts of yourself to feel accepted? Can ask, what's the cost of this performance? Try showing up 5% more as your full self today. I love that. This is a connection card. It says belonging starts with truth. Wow, some deep cards. But hopefully that helps, Beatrice. That's what we have for that one. Let's see what's your next one here. So for this one, we're at 655.25. And this is how will we reach out? FaceTime, phone call, text, DM. FaceTime, phone call, text, DM. Again, you know, we got the Three of Swords, expectations equal disappointment energy, right? And this is that, we've got the Ace of Cups on the bottom, which is even if they reach out, you know, if they haven't changed, then and they haven't worked on their self-love with the Ace of Cups, then they're just gonna keep doing what we've always done, you know, and there's not gonna be a different result. It's just gonna be second performance, or third or fourth or fifth or sixth. So are they gonna reach out by FaceTime? Knight of Cups. That definitely feels like FaceTiming. Phone call. Yep, we've got the World card. I don't feel like, a phone call. The Four of Swords world is like an energy of, you know, not the old ways, it's new ways kind of energy. Texting. No, we got the Queen of Cups, the High Priestess. This is more, um, just feels more that's the pulling away energy, so I don't that's not it there. In DM, Seven of Cups, that's emotional confusion, that'd be a no too. I feel like FaceTime is the one that when they do reach out, they'll reach out via FaceTime, to you, when that time comes, but again, it just feels like it's gonna end up just being the same old until they have time to transform a little bit more, right? So let's see what your fortune cookie brings in for that one. Let silence answer. There you go. It doesn't matter how they reach out. Let silence be the you rang. When you don't know what to choose, pause longer. Instead of pulling a card right away, sit in stillness. Notice your breath, your heart, your tension. Ask, what's loud inside me right now? You might already know what you need. Let the quiet point the way forward. And this is a pause card, of course. Sometimes clarity arrives in quiet, right? Yeah, let silence answer, right? Boom. I know. I know, Beatrice. Let the power of Beatrice compel you and just be like, you know what? I mean, of course, you can always answer and just don't say anything. Just sit there, answer and be like, hi. You don't speak. Don't speak unless they say something worthy of being responded to, right? That would just freak them out. "Oh, I gotta go." All right, hang in there, Beatrice. Hopefully that helps a little bit. Many blessings to you. I know, right? FYI, I've been single for 17 years. I have dated no one, have interacted with no one in 17 years but spirit and friends. But it's okay. I'm channeling spirit. But some of this little shenanigans that I talk about, you guys know that's for me when I'm acting all sassy, right? All right. So, speaking of sassy, Twin Flame, you're up. 7 hours and 3 seconds. Oh my gosh. I love that, Chels. That is so perfect. That man isn't rejecting you. He's rejecting the man he has to become to be with you. So perfect. Even, I mean, especially for your reading earlier, right? Yes, please do. I love that. Wow. Boom. Wow, wow, wow. Same question. We're growing here. We are. Sorry. I forget that the microphone's here because I feel like I'm talking to you guys like you're here, but I forget. So sorry for crunching in the microphone again. So, how is your twin flame journey going? Advice forward. Let's take a look here. Yeah, ASMR, right? Crunch, 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 crunch. All right. So we've got the 9 of Pentacles coming in, which is kind of the hermit card, being alone with spirit. So that's the perfect twin flame journey. And with you doing that, then that's going good, right? So that's the underlying energy. How's it going? Yes, I love it. So you have the Empress card, which is you're doing exactly what you need to be doing right now, which is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture, nurturing yourself, getting in tune with your own heart, creating. And the Judgment card is your higher self guiding you and pulling you. And so you feel this draw, you're being drawn in the direction that you're to go. But right now you're in a kind of a solitary energy taking you, out there and yeah, balancing that peace, right? In that wonderful, not solitude, I guess not solitary confinement, but you're in solitude, more at a beautiful Buddhist temple up high in the mountains at a Buddhist monastery, you're communing with nature and creation and spirit and that's exactly where you need to be right now for your adventure, right? Yeah. And that's beautiful. And that's a great reflection. Why does that have to change, right? Does that have to change? Advice going forward? Yeah. Be aware that whatever you're focusing on is what you draw towards you. So the more you focus in on that gratitude and for what is, the whole thing is if we change directions, and we start focusing in on expectations, then that's what starts sucking the life out. When we're in gratitude and we make gratitude our default, then we find ourselves more in gratitude around who someone is, what they're doing, instead of how things are falling away. And when we get enough of gratitude being our default, that even when we start being interested in someone and dating someone and eventually becoming engaged and marrying someone, our energy is all about gratitude, gratitude, growth, 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 and not tearing down, right? We're building instead of destroying, which is the 10 of wands too. It's either, um, burden or it's abundance, right? And we can transform something like that in a second from, "Oh, I'm realizing I'm destroying, let me turn that around, I'm creating," instead. So I like that. Yeah, and, it's about of course, the 4 of Pentacles is about you're defining yourself inward and upward. and just, that you have everything you need inside of you right now. You don't need a relationship with someone else, but this 10 of Pentacles is once we fill up on the inside, then a relationship becomes an expression of what we're living, but it isn't who we are, it's an expression of who we are. Like, the relationship doesn't become my life, it's an expression of my life, it's an expression of me, it's an expression of my love. So, I feel like that's the advice that they have for that going forward. Hopefully that helps. And let's see what your fortune cookie for this one is. Stop. All right, there we go. Oh, yeah. Listen without fixing. We all need someone to hear us, not change us. Oh, wow. So pick a current emotion you're struggling with. Imagine you're sitting beside it, just listening. Say, I'm here with this. It's a validation card. Listening is support. I love that. So that is that one there. And then Jojo, thank you for your donation. Good morning. You'll be number 45 on the donation list here. So I got you there on the list. And I'll put you, I have you on the free reading list. You're number 27 on there. So I'll add your question here when you have a chance to add it on there. All right. And then Twin Flame, we're back for number 37 for you. 70714. Wow, look at that. Because 7 plus 7 is 14. So I didn't miss anyone, right? Okay. So does Alex read his Bible still and go to church? All right. I would say here with the 4 of Cups that currently isn't filling their cup with the 4 of Cups. That's a boredom, stagnant energy. I don't feel like it was giving them what they're looking for here. Does he read his Bible still? 8 of Wands. I'm too busy. What about going to church? Well, we got the moon and the stars. It doesn't feel like it here. You know, it's like there's this look at they're both looking to the heavens here. Oh, I see. The moon and the stars are my church. I feel like he's saying he like he goes out and looks at the moon and the stars and talks to God that way, not to the church. Let's see what's underneath here. Yeah. He's mother nature, mother nurture. He's nurturing himself in nature. Um, and he just felt too many rules with the 10 of swords that were killing him. Too many expectations, supposed to be, should be's, need to be's. Something about feeling judgment, and he wanted the feeling of freedom with the full card. No more rules, just, possibility kind of energy. And that's what he needs right now, is not the feeling like he's letting more people down. It's just a reminder when he goes there. He doesn't feel comforted, when he goes. He feels judged when he goes. Um, and, you know, he's looking for like this personal interaction. And I feel like that's what they're doing. They're just kind of going out. They're reminding me here too. Because I used to be in an organized religion from when I was like 13 to 29. And when I was 22, I almost killed myself because of the organized religion that I was in, because being gay was not really, back in the day, it wasn't as popular among, organized religion as it is today. That's just a joke. It For a while, it was very loving, but recently has become kind of unloving depending on which church you go to or organized religion you go to. But I remember going out and walking, you know, we lived up way out in the edge of town, and there was this development that, they had all the roads created, but they ran out of money and weren't building the houses yet. So I'd go out in the middle and sit inside of a little, it was like a circle, you know, like a where there would be houses, and I'd go and just sit right in the middle of the center of the circle and just stare up and you could see all the stars, and I would just talk the creator, and he just felt like they were listening out there. I kind of feel like this is the energy that they're doing. They didn't wanna feel the pressure of, like, the external, and they just are looking for an internal relationship. So, you know, they feel like the Bible and the church are things that were pointing at them and accusing them instead of loving them, and I feel like they're looking for that love energy, where they're at right now, and I know not all churches, organizations are the same, um, but they definitely where they're at right now, this is what they're needing, to do. They're just looking for that love, and that's what we find when we stop looking downward, and I love this, that when we stop looking downward and see what man is telling us, and we look upward and see what the creator is telling us, then we that's where we experience unconditional love rather than the conditional love of humans, which, is part of our burden where we, are given all the rules of supposed to be and should be and need to be and have to be and told we're less than unless we do something to be whole instead of being told that we're unconditionally loved, eternally loved, and we're perfect in their eyes, and that there's not something that we're faulty, that we're not, uh, you know, things don't have to be done to make us perfect. We're a part of them. They love us for who we are already. And I feel like that's the kind of energy he's looking for. The fortune cookie here we got is, what's another way to see this? Which says, one thought isn't the only truth. Think of a problem or situation on your mind. What is your first thought about it? Now imagine three different people you trust. What would each of them say? And try adopting one of those voices just for today. And this is a reframing energy. It says, create space for a new view. I like that energy. So hopefully that helps. I like that for Alex. I feel like that's good freedom. All right. So we'll continue going forward here. All right. Beatrice, thank you for your additional donation. I've got to add some more in here. I used up all my slots. All right. There we go. So thank you, Beatrice. We'll give that a love and a like there. Alrighty. So we will continue on here. We've got Stop Stalking Me. You were up 714.52 is yours. All right. So thank you for your donation. We'll dive in here, see what we got going on here. So, why is your son's father not talking to us? All right, let's take a look here at that first. Okay. Does he have a romantic partner? I'm disappointed he's making no effort to come or contact to Charlie's birthday party the end of August. Okay. And let's see, is there any special energy around that particular statement there? Okay. All right. So why are they not talking to you guys? Oh, okay. All right. Well, that's good. I was like, at first, I'm like, are you sure he's still alive? Because I got the death card, but the hermit card. They're in this being alone energy that's here. Got the hanged man, even like the cocooning, trying to understand, trying to get balanced kind of energy here. So it feels like they went way out of balance in their life. And it feels like there's this energy of trying to, you know, and we'll see here. Um, let me just, I'm going to pull a couple more here. The bottom of the deck, we do have the Knight of Swords, which is the quest of seeing things from a different perspective, but there's also this is energy of I feel like there will be contact, and I'll pull a card just to see energy wise, based on current energy. But I feel like they will eventually reach out with that Knight of Swords. That's movement of communication. Let's see, what is this out of balance? Can we understand more about what went out of balance? Anything else? All right. Yeah, we got the Page of Wands, the Eight of Wands, which is a ton of energy. We have the Ace of Swords too, which is I'm trying to understand myself is the kind of energy I'm getting, but a lot of action, a lot of movement, a lot of expression, especially fire expression, which of course can be, you know, kind of like a, I don't know if they had like an addiction to expressing their fire energy, is how I can say it on YouTube maybe. But it's, you know, it's that, I just feel like they kind of have gone they kinda went overboard with this energy of expressing their passions in a lot of different ways, which they're not giving me a whole lot of detail on, but, you know, personal interactions with individuals. But I also feel like it's, you know, things that it's almost like a midlife crisis where I'm gonna go do a bunch of stuff that I felt I couldn't do before. And you're like, "Oh." That can be, uh that can definitely take us out of balance kind of energy that's coming in here. Is there a romantic partner? Let's take a look here. No. Four of Cups, emotions are kind of numb in a way, but they are about the passion. And I, you know, we've got for romantic, we've got the Nine of Wands. Again, all of this passionate energy, and the World card, which is no restrictions, just, um, a world of possibilities instead of, um, that. So there's something, I don't know if there's, again, kind of like, uh, something that they kept suppressed for so long, and now they're just kinda going wild, kind of energy. Um, let's take a look here at coming to the birthday party here. Yeah, I mean, we've got the 6 of cups, so they think of their, you know, of children often, with Charlie. And we got the Leo energy that's coming in here. We also have the Queen of Wands and the Judgment card. It's just, I feel like with the Judgment, the Queen of Wands, the Strength card, it's just kind of like it's a whole new world that's coming in for them. And, something they suppressed for a very long time that they feel like it's almost like if I went to my old life, that I would what is this energy? I mean, I feel restrictive, I feel trapped, I feel, you know, this energy of, um, it's like it's like becoming I don't know, it's not that they become a monster, but it's like Dr. Jekyll and Mr. Hyde, now that Mr. Hyde is out, they look in the mirror and, "Ah, I don't wanna see myself." They feel like if you guys would be a mirror that they would see themselves and feel bad about themselves, and they already feel bad enough about themselves that they don't wanna face that. So it's more that they don't wanna face themselves, not so much that they don't wanna see them, it's they almost feel like it's better for you guys not to see them for who they are right now than for, um, for that to happen, right? So let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, let me see here with that Knight of Swords. Can you tell us, based on current energies, when they might reach out? Well, they got October is the current energies. Now, future is fluid and flexible. They could be in a really, low place today, and then in a week from now, they can be in a different place, and that can change too. So, the only thing that we can do is with our energy is not instead of focusing in on what's not happening, we can focus in on what we're grateful for and what we're experiencing now. And with your, um, that with your son's father, you can focus on the past things that you were grateful for. Like when you remember the times when he did show up, for his children or his child, right? And you can like have gratitude. I'm so grateful that he did that and that he did that because that energy allows and opens up space when we're focusing on who someone's not being and what a jerk people are being or whatever. We actually build a wall for them to be anything different, and we grow that experience in our life versus the other. So I hope it helps a little bit. Let's see what your fortune cookie comes in here. Wow, the heir. Here's the heir to the throne. Little Lord little Lord Charlie. Unseen potential, hesitation. Let's see what this brings in here. So 36. So a crown sits on a pedestal full of waiting potential. Years of preparing for a role have led to this moment. The crown is power, it is fulfillment, but it is also a responsibility that will affect every part of the heir's future. The heir has known that this day will come, and yet it feels like a lifetime of learning could never have prepared them for stepping into this role. The weight of expectation is a heavy mantle, but there's no turning back from it now. Says the end of every journey signals the beginning of a new one, and it's natural to still feel uncertain about this new path in front of you. You may be hesitating, but trust that you've already laid the groundwork to make this opportunity the most beneficial that it can be. The rewards that will come are worth this moment of uncertainty. The reversal of this, you're not ready yet to accept the fact that you've reached the end of one journey. The beginning of the next is strange and unfamiliar to you. Looking forward feels empty, as though you're not yet ready to let go of the past. What is missing? It may be time to tie up some loose ends before moving forward. Yeah, and I know, you know, you are trying to protect your son's heart, right? But he knew before he came down here all the potential of what would unfold, and it doesn't make it easier, I know, to see your son kind of disappointed that, "Where's dad? Where's my father?" Right? Um, but, you know, just know and trust that he is resilient and you're teaching him about self-love and, that other people's actions don't mean anything about his worth. You're gonna be able to help him build a foundation, you know, of who he is all the way up until he's 14. After that, he's gonna stop listening to you. Just an FYI. He's gonna start watching you in your life, and he's gonna take a lot of his cues from you and your emotional choices and your mental choices, the story that you're creating. And, there is a story there of, you know what? Um, the universe knows that your father not being here for your birthday would be the best birthday for you at this time. And that just means it's a special day for you, right? And so hopefully that helps a little bit. I know it's not easy, but hang in there. And thank you again for your donation. Many blessings. We wish him a happy birthday. So happy birthday, Charlie. All right. So hang in there, my dear. Many blessings to you. All right. Got some more donations came in here. So we've got Marilyn. Hey, welcome back. We'll get you on there. Be number 47 on here. So we got you on there. Give that a love and a like. And then Kaja, hello. Good to see you. You'll be number 48 on here at some point. Let's see, we're at 7.5 hours. So we'll see how we do here at some point. I'm going to definitely free readings will be tomorrow, just for all of you free reading people. I will come on a special session tomorrow. And FYI, next week, starting next Wednesday, I will limit my evening sessions to 7 hours. So whatever I don't finish in the 7 hours, including donations, I will cover in the morning. I just have to balance more. But this is the final week. I just want to give everyone advance warning. So it's not a surprise, so we'll do that. I'll probably, have to, put out some sort of announcement, I think, so everyone that can know. But thank you guys again, so much. I do have to balance this old man body, and, so I have time to go do my walks to keep my cholesterol and blood pressure and everything else down because it sucks when you get old. You actually have to watch what you eat and all that crap. But cheers, I have coffee. Yes, with 0 sugar creamer. All right. So, Twin Flame, we're back to you. Now that I finished my little rant, that's the extent of my rants. All right, there we go. So there's that one. Oh, Beatrice, we'll get you on the list here. Let me just add that to, whoa, where do we at? Oh, that'd be number 49. Oops, I didn't give this one a love and a like either. I know, right? The least rantiest rant that you probably have ever heard, right? All right. So, Twin Flame. So, will Alex call, text, FaceTime your daughter at church? Your door, your church, your social media, serendipity, destiny, any timing. Does he miss me? Why? What's all this? What- so, will Alex call? Will Alex text? Will Alex FaceTime? Will he? Oh, will he like come to your door? Will he come to your church? Will he look at your social, contact your social media? Okay, I get you. Let's take a look at all these here. So, will Alex call? I feel like eventually we have the 7 of Wands, the Ace of Pentacles coming in here. When he feels like he's being true to his authentic self. And let's see, based on current energies, when might that be? Yeah, I feel like it's going too fast. Slow down, take your time. And so that does mean that they're going to take their time. It's a while out yet. They don't even want to give you a timing because that means it's not so far out, but it's far enough out where there's a lot of choices to be made on timing where they're like, it can be like maybe not tomorrow, but like it can be like in 7 weeks or 7 years. Maybe not that extreme, but you know what I'm saying. Will they text? Yeah, Page of Swords. So that is new communication. So I do feel like they will text as well. Let's just pull some energy on that real quick here. Patience, it's not time yet. Well, maybe I should just stop pulling timing cards for you. But I feel like they will call, they will text. Will they FaceTime? No. 5 of Swords is like, I hate FaceTime. Like goes, I hate the way it makes my face look. See their face. Okay. So no FaceTiming, texting, calling. Will they show up at your door? Maybe when they're more balanced in the future, the 6 of Pentacles. I feel like when things have balanced out between the 2 of you, so not until texting and, calling kind of energy, they're not just gonna show up out of nowhere. Are they gonna show up at your church? Queen of Wands. This feels like mother energy. I feel like mama it's like mama makes them, but I think it feels like that there's something special that's gonna happen with her or about her, and then he goes to that with her kind of energy, but definitely mama energy, not on his own. Will he contact you via social media? Queen of Pentacles. This is Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. I feel like he's staying off of social media. Will it be serendipity where you bump into them by accident somewhere? Yeah, it's more likely that will happen with the King of Pentacles. So I do feel like you will either see them or bump into them, but yeah, I do see interaction like, "Oh, hey, hey," short conversation though. Um, Destiny, is there any destined stuff to happen here? No. No, just kidding. 3 of Swords. That was an aggressive no. But no, there's nothing fated or destiny with it here. But, in this lifetime, there is very little faded things in comparison to earlier iterations of humanity because we're very much in this energy that's coming in, um, of possibilities versus, other uh, other lifetimes, like you said, where we were like, "Oh, I want to experience this and this and this." Now that we've seen so much in many lifetimes, we're more like, let's see what happens, kind of stuff. But we will look at current timing. I see any timing. The King of Pentacles, that was serendipity. Any idea? Can we have any idea on when that might happen? Well, maybe it was in July. Did you not see him? I got July energy. That's like next year. Queen of Wands. What about going to church with his mom? Give it time. It's in the works. She's working on them. Wow, all this, it's like we're either getting something like patience, patience. It's not timing. It's like the timing. Um, no, I think it's next July. They're like, yeah, not in person. Like, the serendipity doesn't happen until next year, based on current energies with that. So let's put these back and then we'll look at these other ones. Y'all. Come on. There we go. Let's put these timing back in here. Boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom, bada boom. All right. So, does he miss you? All right. I don't feel like he's the missing type. Got the Ace of Pentacles, the full card. This is an energy of looking forward rather than backward, There's this energy, go, 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 go. Next thing, next thing, next thing, next thing, next thing, next thing, next experience. What's happening in my life right now? That ADHD kind of hyper focus with what's in the moment, not so much about the past or outside of my scope, just really super hyper focused in what's happening in the moment. So I don't feel so it's not like it's personal that he doesn't just not miss you. He doesn't even miss like his mom or anyone else when they're not around. I feel like again, it's that super focus that can happen where they live kind of in this perpetual now kind of energy um a lot. So I'm going to ask when he thinks about you, when it does come across his path, um, is there anything that he misses about your guys' interactions or then misses about you, right? Let's see what that comes in here. Okay. Yeah. So we have the Queen of Pentacles. So this, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. They love your divine feminine energy. You have this divine feminine sensuality and birthing and creation and this very grounded energy, very nurturing to, like I said, where they just feel very cared for and loved by that love energy that you have. They remind the Fool card. That is the Aquarius energy. It's Uranus. They like your suddenness, your Aquarian nature. Don't want to do things. The little rebel in you, they like that. Um, the quirkiness, the weird, that we appreciate. Those are compliments to an Aquarius. Um, and how you would lift him up. Six of Wands is how you would really see the good things in him and how you would lift him up. And um, even though he didn't believe what you were saying, because he didn't believe it about himself. It was like, it was nice. It was nice that you would say those things, but he didn't believe him, but he did appreciate, feeling supported and uplifted. So, like, do I have a horn growing in? Do you see that? I did get some sun today out walking. Maybe that's the sunburn. Growing horns. Oh no. We got the Sentinel is your fortune cookie, and determination, certainty. Let's see here. The Sentinel's kind of like a guardian, right? Number 82. A figure stands at the gates, faceless in their armor, hidden by their great shield. The sentinel is the pinnacle of guardianship. They know the value of what they protect and what they will give in order to keep it safe. They have, their orders, and they will not leave their post, no matter what comes to pass. The sentinel is a representation of extreme focus, of security in knowing your position and purpose in the world. It may feel as though forces have been conspiring to tempt you away from your goals, but do not let yourself be swayed. Balance unexpected situations with rational thought, and the outcome will be worth 100 times any distraction that might befall you. Reversed, this is being self assured and confident of your position is a good thing, but don't let it make you arrogant or self centered. Being solely focused on your own needs can blind you to the needs of others. Be aware that people may see you as being dominating, or pushy. We are fixed signs. Psh, deal with it. When dealing with those around you, remind yourself to be gentle and to listen to them. Okay, well, there is that. So I like that for you. Hopefully that helps a little bit there, Twin Flame. And thank you again for your donation. All right. Oops, I didn't put my little marks here. All right. So Ruby G, we are back to you. 74249 coming in here. So here is this one. All right. And what can we know about your husband looking for work? All right. Cheers. Cheers. Let me take a sip here. So what can we know about your husband looking for work right now? Boom, boom. Do it this one and this one. This one here. All right. The bottom of the deck, we do have the High Priestess energy, which of course is, the High Priestess, she goes away, connects with spirit, looks behind the veil, dives deep. It's kind of a home kind of energy. Um, so I don't know. I don't feel like he's in a job that he could do a work from home kind of thing, can he? Because that would be the energy. But I feel like a lot of this has to do with trusting intuition, trusting his gut, following where he's being drawn to, right? That's the bottom energy. Yeah, we have the death card, the 7 of Cups. It's almost like, stop. It's like a rebirth, not doing something that he's done before with the 7 of Cups. There's like all these things that his heart wanted to try to do. And it's almost like doing something different uh seems to be pulling him and calling him here. Let's see what else we got here. Yeah. Well, I love this. It's something that is a balance between his head and his heart. Not doing something because he thinks he's supposed to, but something that his heart is drawing him to, but his mind supports too, and there's money involved. So good money with the King of Pentacles. So it feels like that there is this draw to something, like I said, different, not the normal thing, but where his heart is drawing him, but the mind still goes, "Oh, I can make this work." I can it's almost like bringing 2 things together, and then it is productive and yields a lot of money that comes in here too. It's almost like doing if I'm used to doing carpentry and woodwork, I'm making signs, I'm carving signs and I'm doing custom and I have a website and people order it and I send them family names and, different things and people, make and it's something that he makes with his hands. It's that kind of it doesn't have to be that, but that's kind of, images that they show me here. Yeah, and it's the Knight of Wands. Again, it's something that he's excited about, and it does pick up fast and it brings in money with that 6 of Pentacles, so it feels like it's something that grows fast with whatever he's focusing on here, but it kind of feels like I'm doing something different than I've done before, energy. Um, it's like it maybe starts as a side hustle and then it grows very fast where it just becomes the primary thing, and he loves doing it to where it doesn't feel like it's a job, it's, like, excited, that they are able to do that. So hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what we have coming in there, because I feel like the other stuff just feels kind of stagnant, it kind of feels like. Fortune cookie is you're worthy of belonging, and it says you don't have to earn being cared for. Finish this sentence, "I belong when." And then it says list 3 places or moments when you felt truly accepted. Let that feeling expand inside you. This is a connect card. So you belong as you are. I like that. Maybe YouTube. I feel like it's more something creating something really with their hands and shipping stuff off, like, but it can be them doing something on YouTube to show people how to do things. But maybe that's the combination of 2 things. I'm doing something, and then I'm also creating things, and then doing both, Um, so that could definitely be something like that, but it's gotta be from what they're wanting to do, kind of energy. But it definitely feels like it's something crafting or creating, something that he's already skilled at that he shows other people. So that is what they have for that one. And we got, uh, is that April? Yeah, April, M7. Hey, hey. I'll get you added onto the free list. Just a heads up for expectations. I'm not going to get to free readings in tonight's session, but I will pop in the morning to complete all the free reading session. And at the end of the session, I will have all of the timestamps with the readings completed with I'm sorry, the names with the timestamps, so you can just click on it and go to your name when I'm done with it there. Because I'm getting close to almost 8 hours, and I still have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 more, donations to go, so we're gonna run out of energy here soon. But I appreciate it, and we will get to that there. And what I may do is, oh, thank you, Kaja, for your additional one here too. Um, I think once I hit 9 hours, if I'm not done with donations, then donations will be completed in the morning too. I think I just need to start cutting off at 9 hours. Next week, I'm gonna cut them out at 7 hours, which will be midnight, I think. 5, 6. Yeah, I'll cut it off at midnight at 7 hours, and then in the morning, we'll pop on after I do my morning walk, and if I'm gonna go hit the gym or whatever, then I'll pop on to finish out any donations and, that as well. Just trying to balance a little more. Alright, so I got you, Kaja. Let me give that a love and a like, and we'll continue on here. We got Ruby G, number 41, 75005. And I appreciate guys understanding. Got to take care of the health. You know what I mean? Jelly beans. There we go. So, Ruby, thank you for all your multiple donations tonight, too. So, what can we know about moving to L? Process, searching for housing, potential obstacles, and outcomes. All right. So, what can we know about moving to L? Okay. And then process, searching for housing, potential obstacles, and outcomes. All right. All based on current energies. What listen to? All right. Wow. Bottom of the deck energy. You got 10 of cups. Joy, celebration, very happy, happy energies that come with that. So, what about moving to L? We have the Emperor. It's like once we make the choice, that's where we want to go. We then we make a plan and then put it into action, right? Um, you got the Queen of Cups and the Six of Cups. So, mother and children, everybody's on board here. We got the Emperor and the Queen and the children that they're all, uh, you know, of course, those that are toddlers don't care about where they're going to be living. They don't know any better. But anyone that is a decision maker gets to be part of the decision, right? So I like that, even if it's taking them on a ride and we go visit it and they'll go, "What do you guys think of this? Do you like this place?" It's about making them feel involved even though they have no say so. I like it. All right. So what about the process of moving there? Yeah, 4 pentacles. You got a nice home there. Solid foundation, solid home that you guys find there. Something that's very, um, I don't know. It's like just solid is the energy that comes in here. It just feels like a solid foundation. Like, okay, this is great. Um, it's got 4 walls. Yay, right? It's more than that, I'm sure. So what about the search for the housing here? Yeah, I got here's the 6 of swords, letting go of some expectations, seeing things from a higher perspective allows movement. Got a wonderful balancing energy with the 6 of pentacles and the 7 of wands, which is not dimming our light, not asking permission to shine, not defending what we want, you know, because it's like this is a lot of this energy is about being true to like, what do we want? Well, people will think you should have this, you should have that, blah, blah, blah. Like, we don't need that. That's not on our priority list. And so you don't have to have something on your list that's not that, other people expect. You guys get to choose what you're wanting. And I feel like that's important. But it feels like it goes smoothly with these 2 sixes as long as with that 7 of wands, you're staying true to you, things go smoothly. But if you start getting into the, well, we should do this, we're supposed to do that, blah, 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 then it becomes, ugh, flowing energy comes with you guys just choosing what you're wanting and what's important to you guys. I like that. Potential obstacles, yes. Knight of Pentacles. Finding the time, going too slow, that things, that there's processes go slow, like so probably the sooner the better. If you have a certain date that you need can be out of where you live now, then it's important to start as early as possible because it's timing. Things go at a snail's pace, right? Based on current energy. Course, when we focus on need and want and fears, that's what slows things down. As we focus and change our energy and gratitude of what we love, where we live, where we have lived, all that kind of energy. Not, oh, I don't want this, I don't want that, I don't want no don'ts. no lower vibration, all about what we love and what we want more of, right? That can switch things up. Outcomes. Yeah, we got the Queen of Wands. So here's our energy, and the Seven of Swords, our thoughts, right? Our thoughts are what can cheat us out of opportunities. Our energy is what can impact the outcomes. So I feel like they're saying here it's really important to focus in on that energy, like we were just talking about, not focusing in, focus on joy, 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 celebration, woohoo, not the, you know, um, fears or need or want, but gratitude. Gratitude, gratitude, gratitude is the attitude, attitude, attitude. And that will change things here. But definitely with that Seven of Swords, that has a lot to do with that, you know. Oh, well, it has to have that, and it's like, that's okay. We don't need that. We can do what we want, right? So I like that. So hopefully that helps a little bit. And then you've got what's the bigger picture? Yeah. Not all the deets, but what's the most important things? Zooming out can shrink fear and restore balance. Think of a current worry or a stressor. Imagine your life in 5 years. Will that still matter? Now imagine someone else looking at your life. What would they notice? It's reframing. Perspective brings proportion. So changing our perspective, right? So I love that. So that's what they have for that, Ruby. Let's see, do we have any more for you? I think that is it. So, of course, you're sticking around. We have Wandering Scholar here and two more. We can find about the haunted bear. But up first, we have Crystal Ray. Crystal, 75718 is yours. And this is your over here via the PayPal. So thank you so much for that. All right. So, hey, love. So you have Corey's mother, Sharon. Thoughts of you. She hangs around your mother often now, and your mother slanders you. Oh, mama, mamacita. Cheers, cheers. All right. So Corey's mother's thoughts of you. Okay. And then, can you trust Bernard around your child alone? And your child's autistic, nonverbal. I want him to always be safe. Oh, yeah, guaranteed, right? I hear you there. All right. Wow. I mean, your entire reading is full of lies, and deception and untruths, energy coming in, which makes sense, especially with your mother here, right? So let's take a look here and see what we've got here. So, well, Corey's mother, Three of Pentacles, very sees you as being true to your authentic self. She loves how you are just you, that you don't, try to live up to everyone's expectations with the Four of Swords. You're just you. You rest in knowing who you are, that you don't, worry about your mom and trying to please everyone and do everything. They also understand Mama Moon, mothers, you know, they understand. And I feel like she's pretty intuitive, very empathic, Sharon is. And I feel like that's why she kind of, I don't know if she adores you in a way, because she can feel your love, she can feel your emotions. She likes what she feels. She also, when she hangs around your mother, can feel her emotions, understand hers comes from a place of pain and hurt and sorrow and anger, not from a place, especially she knows what's coming from a place of love and what's coming from a place of pain. And she, of course, goes, "Okay, yeah, that's you. That's not your daughter." you know, so she gets it. I feel like she's pretty intuitive, and doesn't think of that, kind of energy as truth. She knows what when a lie is a lie. She's got her inner radar detector, and she understands that's your mom's perception through her own eyes, seeing the world as she is, not the world as it is. And so she, you know, I think Sharon likes some juicy gossip though, so she just lets her rant, does whatever, because she gets so much good information from her. That's funny. All right. And then for number 2, can you trust Bernard around your child alone? You know, I think with 5 of cups, this is a sour energy, low vibration energy, see things from a higher perspective. Let's see what these other 4 cards are, because you just want them safe, Um, I feel like you need to get to know them better. I mean, 2 of cups energy, Knight of cups energy. I feel like before you trust them alone, you would need to be in a relationship with them, because you have the Ace of Wands, the Ace of Swords. You need to see clarity. You need to see their energy. You need to sit and be with their energy before you can trust them around your children alone. Um, see, are they trustworthy? Because I feel like they were talking about what you need to do to be able to trust them, but is it safe to keep them alone? We have the 9 of cups. I'm getting hermit energy with the 9 of cups. And then, yeah, whoa, good thing I caught that. 9 of pentacles. So this not right now, you know, the 9 of pentacles is keeping them separate. The dream come true energy, you know, 7 of pentacles take time to earn the trust. Um, yeah, because I just feel like it's not, you know, you just met them, you don't know them, that it's, you've got to, they've got to earn that. It's not just to leave them with someone that you don't know and haven't been in a relationship with for a while. I feel like it's important to do that. Not getting like creepy energies, but I just feel like it's important to get that stability first, right? Your fortune cookie here, you got stop or keep going. It says, sometimes you don't need more insight, you need rest. Ask, am I feeling more grounded or more tired? If tired, yeah, close the deck, you've done enough. If curious, go again, but only one card. This is a practice, not a performance. This is about this particular card deck, but I feel like it's, you know, this is a pause energy. Done is okay. Sometimes you just, are you feeling grounded with a relationship with someone, or are you feeling tired? And that will tell you whether you keep going on. If you feel grounded in a situation, keep going. If you feel tired, let it go, right? I like it. Rest. All right. Hopefully that helps a little bit, Crystal. Hang in there, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then we've got Krabby Loop. Hey, Krabby Loop. We got you. You're number 51 on the donations here. So can you tell me? All right, we got you there. And you say you're shocked with how late you are awake. I know. This will be changing next week, though. I'm gonna stop at midnight. And then whatever I don't finish, this is starting next Wednesday. Whatever I don't finish, I'll follow up in the morning. So if you normally come on after midnight, you may not see me because I will have closed down the session. Is the intention starting next week. Just to balance out. So I'm surprised. All right. And we'll see how many we go, here tonight. I'm gonna stop at 9 hours, so I've got, like, about an hour left, we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 more before you, so we'll see how that goes. But we should be able to hopefully get to you here. Alright, so, The Wandering Scholar, you're up, 80604. One of the most popular questions tonight. Inquiring minds want to know, is the bear plush you recently bought haunted or possessed? You feel like energy is off, but maybe it's just you. Let's take a look. The bear. I know you've been waiting. You've been waiting, haven't you? So let's take a look here. Tell us about this bear's energy. Is there, uh, does it have a being? Is it energy? What is this about, right? Nope, they don't want that one. They want this one. All right. Dun dun dun. Drum roll, right? Bottom of the deck. Wow. Yeah, we've got page of wands and 10 of wands. There is a lot of energy around it. So you're not imagining things. There is energy that is connected to the bear. It's not an entity though. It's an energy. Um, yeah. We've got the page of pentacles and the four of pentacles. So the energy, this is the pages are young children. So there was a young child that had it in the home. Four pentacles is home energy. And even with the page, pages are children. So you're picking up the child's energy that had the bear. Um, and that's what's surrounding it. Like we were talking about before where I said like I went over it's actually one of my first ex when they moved out, when I kicked them out because they were cheating. Yeah, I still went to visit them afterwards anyway, and I went and they had moved into somewhere else. So they lived in the lower level, and then there was like 3 levels and they had roommates. But I went in and sat down, and I sat down in front of their couch. I normally sit on the couch, but I wanted to sit on the floor, and I was like and he was like, "What's wrong?" And I'm like, I feel so sad, like, I wanna cry." And I go, "Was someone sitting here?" And he goes, "My roommate, one of my roommates, and she was bawling right where you're sitting." And I'm like, "Oh." And then I started to tell him like, "Oh, she broke up with her boyfriend and da 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 da." He was like, "Yeah." He you know, that's when I started to open up to my gifts. Um, and I love that, we can have pockets of energy, emotional energy will exist, but we can change it too. We'll find out more about the energy here in a sec, but it's important all you can do what you can do. I don't have anything. Let's say this is the bear, right? You can hold the bear in your hands and just imagine unconditional love energy, just bright light, just expand and go through your arms and just surround the bear with this unconditional love energy. And then let it just fill up the entire little bear. Whatever is of lower vibrational energy, it'll convert to higher vibration. And we're just kind of resetting the energy. If you have a singing bowl, You can do singing bowl and vibrate the energy. It'll raise the vibration and it'll just release it. It'll reset it. And the little bear will be happy bear. It'll be a care bear, like we were talking about. But why is there low vibration energy there? Yeah, it feels like here, we've got the King of Cups and the Empress energy. What's underneath that here? And the Queen of Pentacles. Oh my gosh. Mother Nature, Mother Nurture energy around here. King of Cups is trying to balance between head and heart. That must have been. And I got the Three of Pentacles. I wonder here if it almost feels like the child with this Three of Pentacles energy that they had some struggles, like, I wanna say autistic in a way, but there's this energy that they were having a hard time with their emotions, a lot of anger, a lot of expression of sadness, and it feels like the especially mom here with the Empress and Queen of Pentacles, feels like father was balanced because I feel like father wasn't around a lot. So the mom was left dealing with the out of balance energy because I feel like they were kind of like extreme on the high end of the spectrum where they really couldn't communicate a whole lot and so it just feels like there is some energy around it where they couldn't keep a lot of stuff around them, but I feel like there was a lot of and I feel like it's some of the mother's energy that is with the bear too, of sadness and frustration and lower vibration. So I feel like that's picking up a lot of stuff on there. In fact, I don't know if the child passed. Um, and so, there's sad energy around it, but you can reboot it into higher vibrational energy that's there. But it feels like there's just that kind of uh around it, but it's not haunted or, by the spirit of the child. It was more the emotional energy that was so charged. It just followed with the bear but you can reset that energy. So I like that. So hopefully that helps. That is what they have for you. Your fortune cookie says the story you're telling yourself. Ooh. So it says sometimes the story is in our head. I'm sorry, sometimes the story in our head isn't the full story. Says when you're upset, pause and ask, what story am I telling myself about this person or situation or bear, right? Then ask, what else might be true? This is a reframing, which is awareness creates choice. So I love that. Yeah, right. I love that, Ruby. Absolutely. Sending the energy, love energy back. So I like that. All right, let me take a sip here. My voice is trying to go away. All right. Let me just check real quick here. Okay. So, up next, we've got Lauren Smith. You're up 81416 coming in here. Boom, boom, boom. Thank you for your donation. You're welcome, Wandering Scholar. Enjoy it. I enjoy it. All right. So, is PJ growing and healing? Is he aware of his patterns? If he isn't currently growing, aware he will be soon if he's working on it. Do you have cachet in his mind and has time apart made him want to give a second chance? All right. So is PJ growing and transforming? First, let's ask that. Is he? Sorry. I just the Knight of Pentacles cracked me up because I'm like, well, it's a slow road with the Knight of Pentacles. It's a long, the slowest knight out of them all, and the King of Wands is kind of in that I'm deciding if I want to or not, they haven't made a plan and they haven't taken action. I'm thinking about growing and healing, but I haven't done much about it yet, and I'm very slow in doing that with that. So that's that. Is he aware of his patterns? Hey, that's that it? All right. We got the 10 of Swords, the Queen of Wands. You know, the 10 of Swords is, my thoughts, my beliefs, my mindsets, my expectations, which would be the thinking energy. I'm aware of all this stuff. I have the knowledge, but the Queen of Wands, again, like with the the King of Wands, it's I I got it, but I haven't put any energy or heart into that knowledge yet. So I feel like they're aware. Oh yeah, I know I have that, but and you know, it's like, well, you gonna do anything about it? Why? Why would I want to do anything about it, right? So he isn't currently growing. Well, he's not currently he's thinking about growing and he is aware but not taking any action behind it. Will he be soon? Let's take a look here based on that. These two. I wouldn't say soon. We have the 4 of Cups, which is stagnant kind of energy. Ace of Wands is action energy. And what else do we have here? We have the 4 of Wands, the Temperance. Yeah, I mean, it's all about eventually with timing here with Temperance. Like they will take action eventually. Let's see if we can get anything from the timing deck as far as yeah, yeah. Next couple of years based on current energy. That could always change, but based on their current energy, feels like uh, you know, is he working on it? Well, I kinda answered that already, right? He's not. He's thinking about working on it, but he's not. Um, do you have a place in his mind, right? Is that what cachet? Do you have, like, space in his mind? Let's take a look here. No, not in his mind, but you do in his heart. You've got the moon energy, you've got the chariot, which is also moon, and the page of cups, you know, all this emotional energy that is coming in there. And we got the magician, which is also, technically it's Mercury, which communication, but it's more fire energy, so more their passions and emotion than their mind. But I feel like it's a lot more pushed down emotion that they're not really thinking about. They're using their energy to keep it suppressed. They even have it like this, where the magician is keeping all that energy down underneath the surface, not wanting to feel things um, right now. Um, has time apart made him want to give it a second chance based on current energies? With the 9 of wands coming up, that's the blocking energy. So I don't feel like they feel of doing the same thing and, you know, doing the same without change, which this is what he wants to do, is like the Knight of Wands and the Eight of Swords. This is letting go of thoughts and beliefs and mindsets that don't serve anymore. Without making change, he goes, it'll just be end up doing the same thing, expecting a different result, and that's insanity. So he's like, I don't feel like he's like, if I haven't changed, and if you haven't changed, then we're gonna end up with the same thing, and if I haven't changed and you have, you won't put up with me anyway. That's his thinking. So, it's like, until I change, until I take action and change, then there's no use in trying to do a return kind of energy that comes in there. So, I know. So that's what they got there. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here. We have the forgotten. Wow. Missed opportunities, fear of failure. Okay, wow, this is like, whoa. Let's see what this brings in here. Page 90. A canal runs through the citadel, deep and silent, reflecting the evening lanterns. Little cafes line the banks, filled with conversation and laughter. Couples stroll past, wrapped up in their evening. No one sees the figure that passes them all by, gaze averted. Not gaze like, hey, but gaze averted. The forgotten does not speak, nor hear, nor even see. They are so certain that they have nothing to give the world that they do not even try. The social pressure to say and do the right thing can be overwhelming, and no one gets it right every time. Don't allow the fear of making a mistake stop you from trying at all, though, or you'll find yourself isolated from the very company you crave. I feel like this is like his energy, right? Be aware of what is causing you the anxiety and turn the negative energy into something constructive. The reverse of this, reverse the forgotten, is a powerful card that signals an irrefutable defeat. Your negative feelings and anxiety have put you in a situation where everything seems unfixable. You have nothing else to give and nowhere else to go. But with the darkest hour comes the inevitability of the dawn. Now the day can start anew. But this won't happen without some effort on your part. Again, his energy, right? Now is the time to make change. But will he do it? Will he do it? Do it. Do it. Right. So that's what we got there, Lauren. So many blessings. I know. Oh, man. All right. So that's what we have. So many blessings to you. All right. And Swaroop, we got you here. We'll add you to the free reading list. Free readings won't be done until the morning. You'll be number 29 on that list of free readings. And we're currently still, of course, in the donations. I've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 more to go. All right. Hey, stop stalking. Made you cry, hopefully in a good way. So you're very welcome. Thank you for your donation, my friend. All right. And then Jojo, did you put a question or did you fall back asleep? Jojo, are you there? Jojo. Let me look up here just real quick. Make sure I didn't miss it. Sometimes when it gets late. Oh, there we are. Jojo, can I get a message? Oh, that was from a message from your angel a while ago. Here's your donation. Oh, there you are. Oh, that one. So, the one that was a free reading, you want it yeah, the message from your angel, you want that to be, that one. Yeah, you're feeling me calling. Zoom, 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 zoom. Come hither. Did you wanna replace your free one with another one or a general reading? I would put it now. Put it within the next 30 minutes because 'cause we're gonna be shutting down here soon. Otherwise, you'll get a general reading if you don't put anything. If you happen to fall asleep with my calming voice. All right. All right. Perfect. So, Jojo, your 8:26:08 is your timestamp. Boom, boom, boom. And you'd like a message from your angel. Let's see what we got coming in here. All right. Let's see what we got coming in. Bottom of the deck, you have the Knight of Pentacles, slowest moving knight, which slow your roll, maybe. We'll see here. And also a message of kind of divine timing that even when it seems like things are not unfolding or things aren't moving, there is movement. Like winter time, sometimes we don't know what's going on below the surface until it springs from the ground, and all that's been happening below the surface becomes and makes itself known. So let's see what else we've got here. Yeah. Like the 4 of Cups, when sometimes things feel like you're emotionally stagnant, like something is not coming forth. The 9 of Cups is like the dream come true is still oh, yeah. They're saying the 4 of Cups is part of the 9 of Cups. It's these 4 down here. It's the foundation that your dreams are built upon. So sometimes some emotions, though we might not see the importance of them, doesn't mean they're not important. That comes in, right? So, I do feel, there is that um, awareness that every emotion is part of the building up of your dream and that no emotion is wasted, no emotion is wrong, right? So I like that. Um, yeah, including everything from romantic movement to heartbreak, you know, all of it is for us, all of it is for our experience. It all unfolds for us. And that I feel like the angel is saying we come down here to experience what it might feel like to have our heart broken, to be disappointed, because on the other side, there is no disappointment. And once we realize this is interesting, at some point, we realize there was no disappointment because there's nothing to be disappointed about. But in our mind, we create a story that something is supposed to happen. And then when it doesn't, we get disappointed. But they were like, that was just a made up story anyway, so there was no disappointment. Almost like there's nothing to forgive when we realize that when someone did something or didn't do something, said something or didn't say something, that it just was, and there was no forgiveness, there was no disappointment, there was no heartbreak until it went in here, and we assigned the story of those things. We could have also assigned a story of different things, and I feel like they're telling you here the power of emotion and that emotion is subjective. That's funny. But it's true. And it's interesting on how they're presenting that. But it's for the adventure, just like, "Oh, they're showing me a stage." Of course, they would show you a stage. They're showing a stage, like, is the rain storm on stage real? When all you hear is running water and you see a flash of lightning, or if they have really high tech, show a lightning bolt on a screen behind and show water falling on a screen, or even in some studios, right? Some stages, the ooh la la ones, they actually do have water that falls. They're like, is that truly a rainstorm? And I love that. It's all about perception. What else? You got the King of Wands. Yeah, you hold the magic wand. You get to create your world. Everything that's being drawn into your life is what you're drawing in. You are the powerful one in your life. Even the creator, the universe, doesn't bring you things. Your energy is what draws it towards you. They just support it. They just uh, are there helping the energy be what it is that you want it to be. Whatever you're focusing your energy on is what you're drawing. The three cards underneath that are the Seven of Swords. That includes being deceived, liars, cheaters, any of those lower ones. Those are the things we wanted to experience. It's like, oh, I love how they're bringing play and movies and everything, but it's like a play. There, how boring it would be without a villain, but that a villain is purposely written into the scene for experience, and so that we can experience, because to experience villainous emotions, we need a villain. To experience a broken heart, we have to have romance that, ends up that way. A villainous romance, a v a romantic villain. So, it is this interesting energy, and the Page of Wands again, and when we wanna revamp and bring this new story, oh, how fun, that they talk about how in movies, there's always it's the conflict that bursts the hero. Because again, without a villain or a victim, then the hero cannot be. Because if a hero exists without a villain or a victim, then there is no contrast. There is nothing to prove a hero's a hero. And of course, you are the hero, the villain, and the victim in your own story. You play all the parts. It's like a one woman show. Yeah. And the Six of Pentacles. And then comes the balance, you know, then comes the birth of our self-worth. Because without having our worth challenged, we don't know how much it's worth. And until our worth is challenged, then we don't realize how priceless we are. Wow. So poetic. This must be an angel from your collective. So, I feel like that is what they have for you, Jojo. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Let me just put these cards in here. There we go. All right. And you have, what would you say to a friend? Oh, that's right, because they're your friend. This is what they would say to a friend. We often treat ourselves worse than anyone else. So think of a recent mistake you made. Imagine a friend made that same mistake. What would you say to them? Now say that to yourself out loud. Ooh, I like that. This is a reframing card. Kindness is also a perspective shift. So be kind to yourself. It's just a movie. I like that. It is. So that is what they have for you, Jojo. So many blessings to you from your collective, right? Boom, boom, boom. I was like, it has to be from the artiste collective. So poetic, so poetic. So I love it. All right. And Crystal, I think you got your, did you say you got your second one? I see. I'm about to listen now. Okay. So you did see it and you're listening to it. Okay. Very good. All right. So thank you, Jojo. Don't forget to put out your, if you put out your free question, it didn't bring it in. So make sure to put it out there. All right. So we got Beatrice up next, and then Marilyn, and then Kaja, and then Beatrix, and then Kaja, and then Krabby Loop. So cheers, cheers. So sorry, I'm getting congested. All right, so Beatrice, 83633 is yours. Thank you so much for your additional donation. There you are. And can you expand on the clarity F is having about the misunderstanding? Has he had a wake up call that's helping him understand that people can have different expectations in a relationship? Has that clarity helped him see things from your perspective now in a way he could before? What does he understand now that he didn't then? Okay. So, what is this clarity F is having? Misunderstanding here. All of that, right? Has he had a wake up call that's helping him understand that people can have different expectations in a relationship? And has the clarity helped him see things from your perspective? What does he understand now that he didn't then? All right. All right. So the clarity that F is having about the misunderstanding. I feel like this energy that's coming in, the 10 of Pentacles is about, uh, what makes a relationship successful. And the 6 of Pentacles is like this energy of understanding that there is two different sides of things. I think we talked about that they're realizing, right, that not everyone sees everything the same, right? Is that what we're talking about? Whoa, boom, boom, boom. Yeah. Because we had the justice card, so this was a little lightning bolt to his, I was gonna say his ass, but we'll say bohini. I just said it right. Um, but I feel like there is this clarity, especially around relationships with the justice card. There's those scales again and the 9 of swords, that the expectations are different, that people have different ways of looking at things, you know, um, that there's two sides. We have the bottom of the deck here, the 2 of swords, that there's two different perspectives that are coming in. Um, and so I do feel like um, they're realizing that, the way I am looking at things and the way someone else is looking at things can be different. And I feel like he's focusing in, but which doesn't mean my way of looking at it is wrong. It's just that the other person's is different. And so I feel like they're baby steps, right? They have to first realize that, wow, everyone's perspective is different. But because sometimes there's that energy of, well, that person's doing it on purpose. Why would they be doing that on purpose when they know that this is the way you should be doing it? And they realize, oh, people have different different ways of looking at things. So you want to know, has he had a wake up call that's helping him understand that people can have different expectations in a relationship? Yeah, I feel like that's what answered that, right? With that justice card and the nine of swords, that different people are different expectations, different ways of looking at things. Um, and has that clarity helped him see things from your perspective now in a way he couldn't before? We do have the 5 of Wands, and then we have the Empress energy, which I still feel like he has some work to do in that area. He sees that I don't feel like he can see it from your perspective, because the 5 of Wands is a change of energy, but the Empress, she's got a ton of emotional energy, and it's difficult for him to see it from your place emotionally when his was mental, you know? Not a whole lot of emotion. His was fire and mind, so fire and air, and yours is water, and he's trying to understand water when he doesn't. It's like someone trying to describe a sunset to a blind person. That's a good example. They're like, "Well, it's orange." "Well, I have never seen orange." "What does that look like?" "Well, it's warm feeling." It's like you have to start to describe it differently so they can understand it. And that's the thing that they have a trouble still understanding that, right? What does he understand now that he didn't before? It's interesting that they have it like this. You've got the 5 of swords, which is conflict, and beneath the surface, 5 of pentacles. That everyone is kind of seeing their life through their own pains, through their own fears, and their own perspectives. And I feel like that's it. I don't feel like they, again, can try to comprehend like how that feels and looks. I just know it's different, but I don't understand that person's perspective. I just know it's different from mine, and it's big epiphany that I don't I don't understand, that's the big thing. That's the start, right? Look, repair is connection is your fortune cookie, which says all relationships need repair, not perfection. Wow. Think of a moment where a rupture happened. Ask yourself, what was my part? And what do I wish I'd said? Draft a repair sentence. I regret. I missed. Because to connect, this is a connection card. Mending builds trust. So it's not about, and so all these questions that you've asked about him, um, you know, have you had a wake up call that's helping you understand that people can have different expectations in a relationship? And has that clarity helped you see things from their perspective in a way you couldn't before? And what do you understand now that you didn't before? I love those big clarities. All right. All right. That was the last of the emotional insight. Now we're moving into coping skills cards. Now we can have some coping skills for our group therapy. All right. So we'll put that over here. These are all ready to go. Boom. All right. So hopefully that helped, Beatrice. That is what they have. Thank you for your donation. You have another one coming up here, number 49 here in a couple. All right. So Marilyn, thank you for your additional donation. We'll put yours at 8:45 even. So here's your time stamp. And you wanna know, has your Aunt G been spreading slanderous lies about you? And do the people she's been saying these things, to believe her? Let me take a sip here. All right, I think it cleared it up there. There you go. Okay. So, has your Aunt G been spreading slanderous lies? Okay. Then have the people that have been telling her that she's been saying things to been believing them. All right. Of course, there's going to be different people believing different things. So we'll just take a look at that here. Yep. On the bottom, we do have the Three of Swords. Feels like she's been talking more about her heartbreak, her disappointment, kind of energy coming in here. You know, uh, we'll see here about if it's slanderous remarks, but it feels like she's been sharing more of her pain, more of the woe is me, because that gets attention, you know, and that's what she's kind of addicted to. It feels like that's what been her life. Like growing up, she didn't get the positive attention. She was like competing with siblings, and she thought, you know what? No one's no one's competing for the woe is me. So I got attention when I was sad and upset and, depressed and talking about people hurting me. Oh, come here, trying to make it better. And so they learned that's how they get attention. And that's kind of became a part of that. And as long as it works, why would we ever stop it, right? As a human, until we realize that our actions aren't bringing us the results we want anymore, we don't stop it, and that's has continued to be the case for her. So, if everyone around her stopped giving her attention over her sadsies, then she would stop her sadsies, but she continues the sadsies and the anger and the sadness because it gets her attention, right? So, is she spreading slanderous lies? The Chariot. Moon, expression of emotion with the Chariot card. There's Cancer moon energy behind it. 8 of Wands, a lot of fiery communication, and Knight of Pentacles, you know. So I feel like this has been going on for a while with the Knight of Pentacles, you know, um, but it's a slow moving energy. So, but I feel like she has been, you know, sharing those emotions and, of course, mentioning why she's feeling her way. So I don't feel like it's, you know, like it's intentional, but I don't feel like she's trying to be slanderous towards you as much as trying to get attention for that, if that makes sense. Um, so do people believe what she's saying here? You know, they know. I'm like a few people, they have like, here's the page, not the page, the 7 of Wands, which is her up on her soapbox, blah, 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 blah. And those that want to stay on her good side are just sitting there with their mouth shut, listening. Oh, thinking about their own dreams come true and their own wishes and what they want, but they're like, okay, So, most people aren't caring about what's going on among other people, they're caring about what's going on in their own life. But they know if they don't listen, at least act like they're engaged in listening, that there'll be the conversation that they'll be sharing. So, let me, at least act like I'm listening. So that's some of them there. Others, we got the 5 of Swords and the Sun card. Yeah, I feel like this here, the 5 of Swords, here's the conflict, here's the drama energy. There's some that just enjoy drama because they're just glad it's not them that they're talking about here. They're like, "Is if I'm hearing the drama, then I'm not the one that's involved in it, and that's where I wanna be amongst this group around her, is I don't want to, be that one." That's the subject matter, right? Um, they don't want the spotlight on them, they want the spotlight on someone else. And they like drama, this other little group here. So they're just like, "Oh, juicy gossip. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Tell us what's going on." And, "Oh, really?" As long as it's not about me, I'm all, but they're not putting like there's not belief around these. It's just hearing the stories and enjoying the drama and all that. There's not like judgment in those 2 groups, those little pockets away there. It's more, again, so much about, as long as it's not about me, good. I'll just and be involved in the drama or while I'm thinking about what I wanna do, right? And then we have the Queen of Cups. Here's the emotional, empathic, big-hearted people. Yeah, and we've got the King of Wands and the Page of Wands here, which are more action energies that are here, but yeah, even this is like they know that this is fieriness, reactionary stuff. But the Queen of Cups, I feel like, you know, there is all this um understanding that this is someone that's in pain, that's just shares all their pain all the time. It's not like it's someone who's really emotionally stable, emotionally intelligent, and that's really getting upset about something. It would be almost like a boy who cries wolf, but it's not the it's the boy who cries all the time and everyone's just like, they throw a worse tantrum if you don't listen to them, and they just listen, and then that's it. I don't feel like there's a lot of belief around things. I just feel like they're just kinda just putting up with it to spare their own selves, right? I had a podcast that recently came out, and if you haven't had a chance to look at it, here's the link. It's called "What They Think of Me," and that's kind of the energy of this, right? It's, um, releasing it talks about why we care about what people think and how people feel about us, and some wonderful perspectives on kind of empowering us and understanding why we care so much. It's normal, like we talked about in the podcast, it's normal, but how that can change and how we can take away the power and the impact on it as well. So if you're interested, you can check that out. It's episode 21. If you're watching right now, I just put the link out there in the chat. If not, I'll put it under your name in the pinned comment too, just in case, when the pinned comment eventually comes out here in about maybe like 30 minutes. I still have a few more donations I want to finish up. I'm going to cut off donations tonight. Anything additional, I'll complete tomorrow. But I'm going to try to get Kaja's two, Beatrice's last one, and then Krabby Loop. And then I'll anything else I will complete tomorrow. So let's search your fortune cookie here, Marilyn, and see what we got here. What else would they like you to know? You're here. We got the poet, relationships and vulnerability. Ooh, of course. So let's see what this is. Crack, crack. And number 42. Here it is. Music, laughter, the swirl of beautiful dresses. Tonight is a night free from care and the troubles of the outside world. Amongst the dancers, a single figure draws the attention of everyone present. A flash of embroidered silk, the wave of a hand, a voice as clear as a bell. The poet is life itself, pure and undiluted. Instantly in love with every new person they meet, they're drawn to people just as people are drawn to them. A sonnet ready for every new spark of love. There is love on the horizon, and it's up to you to embrace it. Whatever your hesitation, it's time to accept the heart pounding, tumbling chaos that is opening yourself up to another. Write poems. Find your song. Love is a creative work. Be your imaginative, authentic self and let other like minded people flock to you. Like minded people, right? This is when you will experience true happiness. Reversed, this is an isolated poet, a poet who has been so careful to protect their heart that no one knows who they truly are. But vulnerability isn't something to be afraid of, rather, a sign of being alive and of having things that are important enough to risk losing. Rather than letting yourself feel distanced and socially unsupported, it's time to reach out or try and meet new people. I like that because it's like, yeah, like minded people. If these are unlike minded people, then we don't need to invest energy in there. You deserve to have an audience that enjoys hearing your poetry of your life, not critics, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit. That's what they got there for you, Marilyn. Hang in there, my dear. All right, Jojo, thank you so much. I'll get that added on. That'll be tomorrow, the free readings. So I'll be doing that here. You're number 27 on there as well. You're welcome, Marilyn. All right. And then Kaja, number 48. We got 85723 is for this one. There is your timestamp. And is there an upcoming financial hardship for the future? If you want one, would you like to have one? Right? We're doing the opposite, right? Instead of going, am I going to have abundance or am I going to have failure? Let's take a look here. You can have whatever you want, my darling, right? So on the bottom, you have the Empress, which is all about abundance and fullness, right? Um, but for your cards, that are bringing in your energy around financial hardship, you have the King of Swords and you have the Five of Swords. Here's the conflict. This is the change of story, the change of perspective, right? So they're saying you have abundance available to you with the Empress on the bottom, but this energy of the Five of Swords is the conflict. That would be the hardship. The King of Swords is when we focus on fear of lack, of not having enough, of not being enough, of being hungry. Did you guys hear my stomach just growl? Growl. When we're feeling lack and we're fearing lack and we have a need and a want, we actually push abundance away and we invite what we're fearing into our lives. So they're saying when we change our focus to not what we need or want, because that's lack energy, because that means I don't have something that I need right now. So I need more. I want more because I don't have enough. So the don't have energy is equal to lack. And so when we focus into that, it pushes it further away. So instead, we focus on gratitude for what we have and what we have had, then that opens the conduit that allows more to come toward us, right? We talk about a lot of this. I have my podcast. I'm surprised I haven't talked about this so much in this one. Where's it at? There it is. So again, podcast. Well, we got episode 14, which is abundance, where it talks about our energy, on how the difference that we can draw things to us. And once we draw it to our city gates, things that we do with the Six of Pentacles, which is our rate of exchange. If we feel we have to do so much to deserve so little, if our little inner child has that old um, rate of exchange that it learned when we were younger, it's still running on autopilot down there. It'll only open the door when it feels we're worthy of it and then close the door again. So it talks about that in that podcast. I highly recommend it. It'll give you some great stuff. I knew it. I knew it. The Six of Pentacles was going to be there. So we got the emotional choice, our emotional inner child with beliefs around lack. But this is abundance. It can transform it into abundance. So called it. So we definitely have the Six of Pentacles energy, which is our inner child going, we don't deserve that yet. You have to give 1,000 coins to get one back. And while it believes that, and that's what it learned when we were 7 years old and younger, where we felt like we gave so much as a child and got so little back from parents and other, usual suspects in our life at that age. Uh, and so we talk about that in depth in that, podcast. I would recommend that to you. Gives you tools on how to transform that and change things there too. So I like that. So great possibilities here. You definitely have the ability with the strength card there to transform this, and remove some of those old emotions that don't serve you anymore, that allow you to boldly step forward and then allow you to draw in abundance. So I definitely feel like, there's this energy that comes in here that allows you, um, to draw in higher abundance than, um, hardship. So, looks good. I feel like, you have a lot available to you with that Empress card, so that's what why they're bringing in that. Suit Your Fortune cookie brings in here too with the coping skills. This is what we are moving into for our, fortune cookies. Yeah, you wanna know what changed in you or what can change in you, right? It says, "After using these cards for a few days or weeks," so you can ask yourself this. So after you watch that podcast, I feel like this will help you. What feels a little easier now? Because it's called the easier path. That's why I'm like, that's what they're pointing you to. What card or like what idea stuck with you from the podcast? What's something you're starting to notice about yourself? And what's still hard, but but you but you now it is right. But you now feel ready to face. What's still hard, but you're now ready to face? Because this is a toolkit. Growth isn't loud, it's steady. So continuously choosing your energy bit by bit is what transforms and draws an abundance versus hardship, right? So hopefully that helps a little bit there, my dear. And then we'll circle back for your next one here in a moment after we touch on Beatrice. So, Beatrice, your there is your additional one. Thank you so much again for your multiple donations. So, you want to know, how does he feel about how you handled our uncomfortable convos? Growl, growl, growl. That stomach's getting so loud. Oh my gosh. It was doing so well for so long. Cheers, cheers. Maybe need to put some liquid in there. All right. So, how did he feel about how you handled your uncomfortable conversations? Right. Did he feel you handled them well and in an emotionally supportive way for an avoidant like him? Were you any different from his past partners? All right. All right. So, how did he feel about how you handled the uncomfortable conversations? Yeah, King of Pentacles, 3 of Cups energy here. A solid foundation. Even on the bottom of the deck, we've got the 4 of Pentacles, which has to do uh, with the King of Pentacles, 4 of Pentacles, points to how we define our worth. And so there's a solidness to how you handled it. It's like you were, um, it's funny that they kind of look at it as like they feel you were really pleased about yourself, um, you know, like they felt you were very happy about how you handled it. That's what they were focusing on is like, you seem really pleased about how you're handling this uncomfortable conversation. That's how what they were noticing. It's like you seem pleased with this. Like I feel like you're very confident in how you're doing this, and you feel very pleased on how you're approaching it. So, interesting. Did he feel you handled them well in an emotionally supportive way for an avoidant like him? On the outside of his walls, Queen of Pentacles, he was like, "Yeah, mother nature, mother nurture." Um, you handled them in a supportive way, but the 9 of Wands, which is, again, the like I said, the walls, an avoidant, how to put this? An avoidant needs space to feel safe, not connection. And so, like an avoidant, how you're an emotionally supportive to an avoidant is to be supportive of the distance, that it's okay, you take the time you need, uh, and how about I reach out in a day? If you need distance, I'll give it to you. How does reaching out in a day seem to you, right? Because really what an avoidant needs in order to kind of, transform is the 4 of Pentacles, know that their worth is in here, not out here, so that connection isn't scary. Because the reason connection is scary to an avoidant is they're afraid they're gonna fail and fall short, and that defines their worth. But if they define their worth from in here, then they don't get scared about stuff out there. So that's actually what, an, anxious attacher, that needs connection. That's what we also learn. It's the same wound. We probably talked about this before. The same wound comes from, um, rejection when we're younger. We One becomes avoidant, one becomes an over, attacher, and anxious over attacher because I need all this, So we've got this, energy, that comes in that, we have that, that they were looking for separation and distance in order to, not feel that there. So I feel like they knew you were trying to feel emotionally supportive, but I feel like behind their wall, they're like, I need to be back here behind the wall, while you're out there, um, you know, doing what you need to do. But for me, safety is behind the wall kind of energy that's there, right? And then were you any different from his past partners? Let's see. It's like his past partners. Here's the 6 of Cups representing past partners. Were the sunlight, they tried to bring light onto every nook and cranny of what was wrong with them and, pointing to them that this is what, is going wrong with you, kind of energy. It's kind of like what they need, what an avoidant needs. And I know this is hard for anxious attachers who need connection. I know is they need time to work on their own problems, their own challenges, their own pain. Like they have to work it and do it in their own way, in their own timing. And the more we push them, the more they resist, the more we pull them, the more they pull back. And so there's a difference in energy here of instead of looking at their behavior as a burden, we look at it and we focus on what behavior of theirs we're grateful for, and that's a gift. And that's what helps, them not feel an energy that something's wrong with them and that we're trying to fix them. Um, and it's almost like I'm emotionally supporting an avoidant like you is is almost like this energy underneath the surface that they pick up that you think something's wrong with me, but they think something's wrong with the over attachers. They're like, "Why are you so, you know, anxious or desperate for connection? That's weird." They're used to being avoidant and in hermit mode. They're like, "Why are you so clingy?" And we were like, "Why are you so avoidant?" It's the different perspectives from different sides. It's interesting. So I feel like they were more this energy I'm picking up is they were more watching you going, "Wow, you're really pleased with yourself," or "You really and, you think you're doing so much." But they were actually like, "I need to run, and you're trying to keep my attention," energy coming in, which is interesting, which I know very different world from, needing connection versus the other, which is interesting. But let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. The panic button. There we go. That's the avoidant. Beep, beep, beep. A 1-minute reset when everything feels too much. This is what an avoidant needs because when they feel overwhelmed, or like I think Jojo just said, a fear of being engulfed, look around, name 5 things you can see, 4 things you can feel, 3 things you you notice 3 sounds, focusing on the quietest one. Breathe in and name 2 smells, and then place your hand on your chest and take a slow breath. So it's a 1-minute reset, sorry. So 5 things you can see, 4 things you can feel, 3 things you can hear, 2 things, that you can smell, and then breathe in with your chest. Wow. Yeah. So it's difficult to to help an avoidant because they feel they need to help themselves. Um, and it's almost like they're showing me like a little boy raised by wolves in the forest, used to being a lone wolf. When we try to go in and domesticate them, they run because they're like, "That's scary what you're wanting to do. That society looks crazy. Too much attention. I'm used to be out in the forest," right? You're like, "Come in. Let's bring the wild child, into the city." It's scary for them. That's funny, but hopefully that helps a little bit there, Beatrice. Bless your heart. You have it out for you there. Oh, Krabby Loop, you're actually number 51. I got Kaja up next, and then you'll be last, and then that will be it for tonight, and then free readings, I will return tomorrow, at some point to complete, those in a separate session since I've got 29. We're definitely not doing those tonight. So I'm at 9 hours and 15 minutes. Look at that. So let's continue. Blah, blah, blah. All right. So Kaja, we're at 9:15:09 for you. So Kaja, oh my God, it's 2:15 in the morning. I just realized that. Shouldn't be too loud. My host is sleeping upstairs. So, is there upcoming home change in the next 3 months? All right. You're very welcome. I know, wait. Balance is coming. Balance is coming. I know. All my friends who are concerned. Balance is coming after this week, next Wednesday. All right. So, home based on current energies, is there a home change coming up in the next 3 months? 1, 2, 3. And any energies underneath these? 1 and 2 and 3 months. All right. Let's see what we got here. It is possible you have the Knight of Cups, which is movement of the heart that is coming in, right? Let's see here. Month number 1, you've got the 6 of Wands. There is possibility of flow here in the first month. What's underneath that here? Got the 10 of Pentacles and the Hermit energy. Is this somewhere you wanna live by yourself? Because you got the 10 of Pentacles, abundance, and the Hermit. You definitely have possibilities of that in the first month. Um, you know, um, the one I just posted, the abundance, where it be, a little earlier in the chat here at where it says 2 a.m. on my side, um, can really help here because the 6 of Wands is a switch of energy, which, like, if we focus in on what we're grateful for, in the moment, kind of energy. Is that what I posted for you? Yeah, I posted that for you. So that can also work for home as well as abundance and all of that. So I really feel like, that podcast will be really good because it'll allow you this, if you can switch that energy up, it will allow the possibility to bring it in right away. Month number 2, you have the Page of Wands. So again, this great energy that is about what we're focusing on. So you have even higher possibilities in month number 2. Yeah, again, are you looking at living by yourself? 9 of Pentacles. You got the Hermit, which is the number 9 in the major arcana. You have the 9 of Pentacles, which is kind of this living by yourself in the physical world. Um, so there is this kind of, you can find your cave month 1, month 2, and then month 3, you have the 2 of Swords that comes in here. 2 of Swords energy, it's about the change of story. It's about how you're defining something. It feels like the 3rd month can be a little bit conflicting. You have the 8 of Cups below the surface there, which is about, like, walking away from emotions or relationships that don't serve anymore. Um, it's almost like here, if it's almost like find somewhere to live alone. I don't know if that's possible, if that's what you're looking for here, because it feels like in month number 3, it's like there's some conflict where if you have a roommate or if you're in a relationship or something that it may be where you want to leave the relationship. So don't move in with someone is kind of this flow of this energy. I don't know if that's what you're looking at doing or not. Yeah, because it's like with the bottom of the deck, you've got the Knight of Cups underneath it is the disappointment, expectations equal disappointment energy. So it's like, yeah, you can have a home change, but it almost feels like something and feeling more where you feel more independent um, rather than codependent on someone else because it feels like month number 3 may not fare well. So month number 1 and month number 2, it's all about focusing in on find somewhere that is for you, and that's very supported with this energy. Just kind of, and that's based on current energies. That there. So hopefully that helps. Let's see what your fortune cookie brings in here too. Savor the ordinary. Excuse me. Oh, you do live alone, but I feel it could be changed regarding finances. Is there a question? Oh, okay, very good. So sorry. So savor the ordinary, which says, nothing brings you back faster than paying attention. Pick something you see every day, a spoon, a sock, your phone. Hold it. Notice its weight, its lines, its scratches, its color, and appreciate what it does and say thank you. Because this is a sense card and it says find presence in the familiar. So take your phone and go, thank you for being you. And then watch as they take you off to the funny farm for talking to your phone. All right. Hopefully that helps, Kasha. That's what they got for you, my dear. So many blessings to you. All right. And then Krabby Loop, you are up. Lastly, but not leastly, here is your timestamp. Boom, boom. And can you tell you if pastrami? No, is it Petrami or Petrami will come towards you in apology with what happened? You're curious on how she's feeling and thinking about you. All right, let's take a look here. So, based on current energies, will they come towards you with an apology with what happened? Doesn't look like they're uh, not quickly. We'll take a look here. And you want to know, you're curious about how she's feeling and thinking about you. So the heart and the mind. And what else we want this one too? All right. So on the bottom of the deck, we do have the Four of Pentacles, which for me can represent like where we put our sense of worth coming in. And it's a good thing just to, that spirit likes to bring up when we're talking about apologies. And it's like there's a statement that says, give yourself the apology that you're looking for. We don't need someone else to give us an apology. We can give ourself the apology, which means, how was I defining my worth? What story was I putting to what happened out here? What did I make that situation mean about me? And when I made that mean something about me, that's what made me feel either sad or angry. Not usually joyful. Those are the 3 emotions: sad, anger, or joy. Probably didn't feel joyful, probably felt sad or angry, and we realize I'm the one that created the story about what that means about me, so I'm the one that can apologize to myself and say, "This doesn't mean anything about you. I forgive you." You know? And then realizing what they did or didn't do, say or didn't say out there was them expressing their fear in that moment the way they feel they needed to. They were reacting because we're either reacting or responding, right? We're either reacting from fear and we're being fear, we're making statements from sadness or anger, or we're doing it from joy, from higher vibration. And we can tell the difference between that and this or that, right? And that's the energy below there, is that regardless if they make a apology or not, apologies are like our second attempt to want them to validate our worth. The first time is whenever we had this expectation about how they act or don't act, what they say or don't say means something about me. And when they didn't act the way that I needed them to act for me to feel worthy, then that's what scared me and why I went into my own fight or flight, right? And then the second attempt I'm having at them validating my worth is if they come to me to apologize or not. What if they don't? Does our worth change? No. Did our worth change by their original action? No. We just had a story that it changed, but it didn't. We're perfect mountains. Before we come down here, we're perfect beings and mountains throughout our entire life, regardless what comes in the outside world. And then when we return back into our higher self, we're perfect all along. Our worth never changes, but our perception of how we're playing with our worth, "Oh, and that means I'm less than." Well, that's a nice little story, but it doesn't change it. It's almost like saying, "Oh, their actions turned me into a frog. Now I'm a frog." And they're like, "No, you're still a human." "Well, why am I hopping around like a frog?" "'Cause you're acting like a frog, but you're not a frog." You know, we can remember that we're not a frog, and we can come back into our human form, right? So, it gets a little weird late at night, doesn't it? This is why Brothers Zen should not be on this late at night. But let's take a look here because when we asked, will they come towards you with an apology? In the beginning, they're first of all, they're a little emotionally confused, which means they were in fight or flight mode. And from their standpoint, they reacted 100% correctly, right? In that moment, we always do. Every human always reacts perfectly to what they're feeling on the inside, right? Um, and sometimes we think people are being dramatic or whatever, but people are always acting perfectly to how they feel they have to express themselves in that moment with their conditioning of their life that they um with the energy they have in the moment and with the energy they're around. Oh my god, she said that. Oh, yeah. Um, yeah, so yeah. And no idea why you're upset, it was no big deal. Yeah, because we have different stories that we put in there, right? Isn't that amazing? Because we have the 6 of Pentacles, which is the balancing of the scales, and the 2 of Cups, the 2 different sides, the emotional choice that we have, right? Sorry, I gotta batch here, there we go. Um, and we have 2 different ways that we look at emotions. I mean, choices. We either are choosing from high vibration or low vibration, but we're the ones that put the story to things. And the 6 of Pentacles or the Justice card, all those scale things, is that there's different sides to every story. There's 2 different perspectives. So, we're saying, no, my perspective is correct and yours is wrong, you know. But what if, you know, we can look at it as your perspective is right and so is mine. But I can't do anything about their perspective because that's their choice of the story they're choosing, the emotions they're choosing, their energy, their actions. And this is returning back to you, right? This is returning back to you, realizing I'm the one that put the story and why I'm upset about it. So I'm the one that gets to change it. I have the power to change it, right? So well, I'm glad, thank you for confirming that here, that they're not coming forward with an apology because they don't feel like nothing's wrong. What are you talking about, right? Um, so let's see here. How's she feeling about you? Let's look at that first. Yeah, we've still got the divine counterpart energy here of the magician and the high priestess, so their, um, feelings for you, which comes from the heart, right? Excuse me. The heart has no expectations, no judgments. The heart is just like, "Hey," it's love, right? So the heart is still, yeah, we're still counterparts. We still think a lot, we think alike, we do things, although we're different. The magician is divine masculine, the high priestess is divine feminine. It's still 2 different, we see things from 2 different perspectives. So even though we're magical, we deal with our magic differently. So they still are focusing in, their heart is looking at how we're similar, right? The mind, however, is the troublemaker. This is the one that creates the story, right? Because everything in the outside world is meaningless till it gets in here, and then it becomes a story. We assign something to it, right? That's the troublemaker. We create some sort of meaning about what that means about me. Whether they intended it or not, whatever, doesn't matter. We're creating a story about, "Oh, this means this about me, and when you did this, you meant this, and that means I'm unworthy, that means I'm this, I'm that." We get to change that, right? So, the mind is the thing, right? Yep, thinking. How do they think about you? Well, they still have the Lovers card energy. They still feel like you're an important relationship in their life. The Ace of Swords, you know, is this, I feel like they feel like there's like you need some clarity, which is what you feel about them. Isn't that funny how we all feel like, wow, you guys are way off. You guys need to understand. You need to see things right. That's what everyone, but whenever we're pointing a finger, there's always 3 fingers pointing back at us, right? To tell us, "Oh, how am I not seeing things correctly?" We usually think everyone should be thinking thing the same way, because obviously our way is the right way. Why aren't they thinking right? We need to get them correct. We need to get them aligned and seeing things correctly. But everyone is seeing things correctly from their own conditioning, their own small t truths that are rooted in fear and everything growing up, right? So they think you need clarity. So let's see what Spirit has here. We had 3 more cards that they wanted to come out. So let's see what these are here. Yeah, we have the Queen of Pentacles, Mother Nature, Mother Nurture. Come back and sweep in front of your own door. Question why you believe what you want, you know, uh, why you believe what you believe. Why do you believe what they said was so serious? Where does that belief come from? What's the fear at the root of it, right? When we breathe and come back, you know, 10 of Cups energy. This is focus on gratitude, focusing on joy. It's a relationship energy too. And sometimes, it starts off going, do we want to be right or do we want to be in a relationship? Comes down to that, right? And if I want to be in a relationship with someone, friends, family, lover, whatever, then it's going to take some communication, right? It's going to be, I'm going to focus on what I love, like their heart. I'm going to focus on what we have in common. And then we can talk about, where are you coming from? Okay, can I talk about where I'm coming from? And maybe we can figure out what's at the root of this. Instead of working against one another, we come together and work on it, right? And we have the full card, which is the beginning. It's the ending of an old cycle, the beginning of a new adventure, which is something free of expectation, something free of supposed to be, should be, need to be, have to be, those free of the stories, full of possibilities that can come in, with that there. So her brother hurt you and she kept brushing it off and telling me to get over it when it was serious. Right? So, what we can do, like when we think and we have this feeling like hurt is a a prick in our heart, a little piercing in our heart that is fear. So when her brother did whatever they did, the meaning behind it of how much it hurt is ours, right? We'd have a story. When people do that, it means something about me and that scares me. And that's what sends us into fight or flight mode. So when we, look at whatever someone does in the outside world just is, like what their brother did just is, that we're the ones that give it power by our belief around it. And when we look at it and, obviously she's grown up with her brother. Obviously, he's done stuff to her entire life, and she's built up a thick skin, for her brother and probably brothers. And that's when she's like, "Oh, you think that is serious? Let me tell you some other things they did to me." So in a comparison, she's like, "On the scale, that's low stuff. You should feel the stuff that I have had to deal with them," right? So from her perspective, she's like, on that scale, they've been real jerks to her growing up, right? So she's like, "You have no idea. That's small stuff. There's some big stuff." So in her mind, she's experienced that much. You've only experienced this much from her brother. So from her perspective, yeah, not serious, right? Um, right? And then you wanted her to act a certain way, right? I wanted her to either take it serious and not defend him, and she chose to defend him despite being in the wrong. He apologized while she kept fighting for him, right? Yeah. The sting. And, you know, you didn't want her to defend her brother. You wanted her to choose you and choose your side. And when you weren't chosen, that's an old wound that goes way back to 7 years old and younger when you felt not chosen, felt someone didn't take your side. So these are echoes, right? These are ways that you're defining your worth by their actions or non actions, words or silence. And so when you realize I'm the one that's putting the story to their actions, I can question those stories and go, what's really at the root? Where's the echo of this original, you know, um, original trauma, this original pain that I felt when I was much younger that's echoing out? And it's the reason why it feels so big now is because it's something that's been echoing and getting bigger and bigger, but the root of it goes way back, and it's been echoing for a long time, right? Yeah, that's not the root of it. That's just the story you're putting to it now, but there's something much more at the root, and I feel like that's what we can take time, to step back into and to discover what is the original wound that when you were younger, what it was, right? I know. It's hard dealing with these humans, I swear. So, your fortune cookie is describe a picture or a scene. It says, language gives your brain something to hold on to. So, find any photo, painting, or window view. Describe it out loud, detail by detail, so colors, shapes, and textures, and then stay with it for 1 minute. This is a sensory kind of, exercise. You anchor thought with external details, right? Yeah. Yeah, that's like a deep dive kind of energy. Yeah, definitely we can look at it, Yeah, when you're well and rest when I'm well rested. But yeah, I mean, there is something, that's below the surface there. Trying to think, I don't know if I have a podcast that would deal with it specifically, but um, we do have one about clearing the pipeline, which does talk about clearing emotions. So there might be some helpful stuff in there if you feel like listening to something more while I'm sleeping. But that's the freedom work, clearing the pipeline, clearing our emotional pipeline. Might have some helpful things in there for you. So I appreciate your donation, my friend. And yeah, let me know if you have any questions. If you do check out that podcast, uh, and I appreciate you waiting. And many blessings to you, my friend. I know that's one of the difficult things is realizing, that we're the storytellers. We're the one creating the stories about what's going on, and we can take time to question. We're caught in our stubbornness of no, this means that. It shouldn't be that. They shouldn't have done this. Once we kind of breathe and calm down, we're able to take a step back. We can kind of look into it. Another great resource, if you're interested, is Byron Katie. She's got a great, here's her name. She's got a great YouTube channel. And then her website is thework.com, and it helps us kind of see what we are wanting to see in a situation. But it's all free if you would check a look at those too. Yeah. So, it can help transform some energies too. Well, I have a chance to look at those, right? All right. Well, I set a new record, 9 hours, 42 minutes. And on that note, I'm going to bed. But thank you guys so much for all your love and all your support. If you haven't checked out my podcast, then be sure to check it. Here's your timestamp. I mean, not your timestamp. Here's the link to my entire playlist for my podcast. And I will be back tomorrow night. I'm going to pop in the morning and we'll finish out the free readings whenever I wake up eventually, since it's almost 3 a.m. So it's probably going to be more like noon or so. I don't know when I'm going to do it. Probably going to go try to do my walk and my workout. It all depends. We'll see what happens tomorrow. Can't think right now. But I shall return them on Wednesday night through Sunday night. So until I see you guys again, remember every second of every day of your life, you truly are eternally and unconditionally loved by the mother and the father of all things, our creator. And of course, I love you guys too. So until I see you again, much love. Hang in there. Sleep well, dream well. I'm going to come visit you guys in your dreams. So I love you guys. We'll see you soon. Bye. Bye, Crappy Loop.